Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting dated February 9. This meeting is hereby called to order, and at this time I'll ask our clerk if you would please call the roll to establish quorum.
Good morning. Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, February 12th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Thank you, and if everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second meeting of 2021, and I'm excited to celebrate our February Black History Month, and I thought it would be fun to open our meeting with a little tidbit of history that honors and recognizes some of our Black American ancestors who played such an important role in so many parts of our American history. This morning I wanted to share a little bit about the Black Flag Revolt. The Black Flag Revolt took place between June and July 1846. It was short-lived independence rebellion participated by American settlers in California's Sacramento Valley against the Mexican authorities. Early California pioneers of African ancestry participated in the California Bear Flag Revolt beginning June 10, 1846. At that time, African Latino Americans were free but yet enslaved, and they wanted American freedom. Governor Pio Pico and many more on both sides. Here is James Beckworth. He arrived in Sonoma with Kit Carson at the Bear Flag Revolt. There were hidden figures most California history books rarely mention. John Gritter, James Duff, Jacob Dobson, Charles Gaines, Billy Gaston, Joe McAfee, and Ben, a bodyguard to U.S. Army Lieutenant Archibald Gillespie, who participated in the strategic raid of horses at Murphy's Corral along the Cosumnes River here in Sacramento County. This was the first action of the Bear Flag Revolt. On June 14, 1846, in Sonoma Mission, General Vallejo was taken into custody and brought to Sutter's Fort. The official Bear Flag Revolt was written by Honorable William Alexander Leadsdorf, Jr., an African founding father of California, and facilitated the U.S. Army military occupation of Alta California during the U.S.-Mexican War. This gentleman is a hero in Folsom, and he was one of the founders of Folsom. John Gritter found the paint for the bear flag and served as the flag bearer. The Lone Star, and now we'll look at the flag. The Lone Star showed support for Texas during the U.S.-Mexican War, and the grizzly bear represented the wild, untamed West. Today, our California state flag reflects the early beginnings of California. Few know the salient, important legacy of the early Sacramento County and the contributions of people of African ancestry. And I just wanted to say that when I learned this, I will never look at the California flag the same again. And I also wanted to mention that I know that the Folsom Historical Society will be having, they've already had some historical Black History Month events, and they will be having another one on the 27th, and the location and topics will be announced. But I thought in honor and tribute to our Black Americans, it would be fun to remember some of their parts in our history in California. So thank you, Flo, for helping me with that.
Yeah, thank you.
And I also wanted to mention that we did, a few of us were able to attend Deputy Adam Gibson's memorial service on January 18. I know that Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Natoli were there. It was a beautiful tribute to the life of one of our fallen officers and Riley, his canine dog. And I particularly, it was very moving coming home, driving home from Rockland on the highway, as you know, there were police and fire and citizens standing on every overpass. There were people parked alongside the freeway cheering, waiting for the funeral procession, and it was a very moving and beautiful tribute to one of our fallen heroes. And so I will now move on with our meeting announcement. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make a verbal comment at today's meeting, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in a queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when's the best time to call in to be placed in the queue or make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comments for specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Written comments are always accepted. Send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your patience. I know those holds can be long at times, and we appreciate your patience. And at this time, I'll ask our clerk to read the next item.
Okay, so for your consent matters, items 1 through 27, the only notes that I have is that for item 19, you are adopting an ordinance. This is the Sacramento County Code adding Chapter 6.87 relating to industrial hemp. This, you waived reading on this on January the 26th. And those are my notes from the clerk.
Thank you, Flo. And do we have any board members who would like to pull an item or comment on something? Supervisor Kennedy, please.
Madam Chair, I would like to pull item number 22.
Okay. Okay, item 22 is the regulatory updates on the organic waste and authority to execute agreements with the City of Sacramento, the County of Yolo, Recology, Ostrom Road, and California Wood Recycling, respectively, for organic material diversion services.
This is actually, I'm going to have more than just general comments on this, so we may want to wait and hear it and pull it after for discussion after. Thank you.
Sounds good. Is that all, Supervisor Kennedy? Supervisor Cerna.
I think, I thought Don was ahead of me. Yes, I just wanted to make a comment on item 7.
On 7, okay. Item 7 is to authorize an agreement for a combination of direct services to individuals, small business assistance, and related services totaling $1 million with the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to provide support services related to COVID-19.
Great, thank you. My colleagues will remember that when we had the opportunity to deliberate the balance of our CARES Act funding. We had a good discussion about how best to distribute those funds. I just wanted to issue my thanks to Ann Edwards and to our executive team that has been working alongside and with La Familia, the Latino Economic Council, and the Hispanic Chamber. I think the distribution of labor on this one is a good way to move forward with the appropriation that we did make for those organizations to help our local businesses and doing outreach, especially with our Latino communities. So just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, on item 20, if we could call it, you don't need to read the entirety, just the short header on that. I want to express some thanks to our staff.
Okay, so for item 20, this is the Eagles Nest conveyance of development rights. Word review application to convey development rights on a 160-acre parcel in accordance with condition number 3 of the tentative parcel map, approved with the project for a property located at 7266 Eagles Nest Road in the Vineyard community.
Okay. Thank you, Flo, for reading it to the record. I just wanted to, and I did this in a briefing yesterday, but for our planning staff who may not all be in the audience, but certainly to the folks who worked on this, this was an application that had 2 parts, and I know that the family believed they had gone through the entirety of the process with the first go-around, and then obviously learned that that wasn't the case, and so I know our staff worked very diligently and expeditiously to assist, because apparently there are maybe some tax consequences and deadlines as soon as next week. And this was an important action to get before our board to complete the process of the conveyance of development rights and the lot reduction permit. So I just wanted to express our thanks to our planning department, certainly to our planning director, Leanne Moffett, but I know there were a number of folks that worked on this, and it took a yeoman's effort to certainly stay within the parameters of notifications and notices, but to certainly get it to our board timely today. And I know there's still some work that has to occur on behalf of the applicants, and but I think we certainly fulfilled the the commitment to do our best to get it here before the February 15th deadline, which again is of a matter that certainly affects the Wagel family. So I just want to thank our folks. So, and I know you'll make sure that gets expressed to our folks. So that was the only comments I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to echo Supervisor Cerna's comments on item number 7, and also look forward to what the plan is, what our opportunities are moving forward when we get the next round of funding. I know there's some limitations, but reaching out to small and minority-owned businesses and others in the community most hard hit by the pandemic is so crucial. So this is a great start, and I hope we end up are able to do a lot more. On item number 9, I'm not asking to poll it, but I want to thank the staff. I had a few conversations with them about that. This is regarding the transfer of a small piece of property in the Arden Park area of my district, and the issue came up that a lot of staff time was invested in this property transfer. And so my request moving forward is when we do these kinds of property transfers to take that amount of staff time, which is really taxpayer resources expended on these projects, and if that's not part of the fair market value of the property, maybe it can somehow be considered as maybe even kind of an escrow fee to be split with the purchasing party. So that's what I would hope moving forward when these come before the board in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. And I would also like to comment on item 5. I would like to especially thank Ann Edwards and especially Natasha Drain, who has added to our legislative advocacy to increase penalties on sideshows. That's been something that has been a real issue in my district, and we worry about the safety of people, and I appreciate that you've found a way to hopefully help us discourage those activities. So thank you very much for helping out with that. Okay, and with that, I don't know if we have public comment.
We do. We have a caller for your consent matter, item 9, and then after we finish consent, we do have an off-agenda caller as well. Are you ready for the caller?
Yes.
Okay, please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Davi Rodriguez. In relation to item 9 again, I am still confused. A couple things on the sale. Number one, the fire sale price. It just seems way out of balance with what recent sales have been to those other parcels around there. Less than $1 a square foot. Some of those other ones are $25 to $28 a square foot. I also am wondering where the information from the county Department of the Planning that says, you know, why this parcel is not developable. It's just a statement made by the department wants to sell the property. There's nothing, you know, that shows how they arrived at that at all. And the other thing is that when this property is sold, what becomes of the buyer's original property? Does he get to expand now because that is his property, or is he still restricted from by the development standards on the parcel he's bought? So in other words, you know, is his setback going to change now because he owns both parcels? It's not clear. And if it is the case, if he's allowed to develop then that property should be more valuable to him. Again, I don't know how, you know, they arrived at the price of this property. It just baffles me. That is what I wanted to ask on this item, and I think those things should be addressed before the sale goes through. And also, I'd like to continue my request to have this thing pushed out to, you know, competitive bidding. I don't know why that's, you know, not been an option here. I know they can make the sale that way, but it doesn't say that they have to. They're not beholden to that. So anyway, that's what I wanted to talk about there, in addition to an off-agenda item.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
I'm sorry?
Can you please wrap up your comments?
I just did.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, you said he had an off-agenda item. He didn't know how to get in.
He can go. He can go ahead.
Yeah, I think
we can start.
I think he is the only caller, so okay. We can do that.
Okay. We can start him.
I'll start
over for his off agenda.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Mr. Rodriguez, you can go ahead and start with your off-agenda comment now.
Oh, thank you. It's in relation to something brought up the last time I called in about the closed captioning, and I don't know what, if anything, ever transpired about getting that gobbledygook that they put up there corrected. But one thing I forgot to mention is, you know, after the meeting, and you want to tune in to the meeting online again, the closed caption option disappears. It's not there anymore. So if you don't get it, you know, if you can't make sense of it during the meeting, you also have no option to make sense of it afterwards, but to keep replaying the tape. And as I mentioned before, you know, people like me with compromised hearing, I guess we might say, it's doubled down hard now to figure out what's going on in there with everybody wearing masks is one thing, and actually this closed caption, this recording that's going on there, the quality it's not that good. I mean, I have difficulty just sitting in the meetings when we were open to that, but online, it's I don't know, between those three factors, it's really very, very, very difficult. So I would urge you to try and get the closed caption thing fixed and see if we can't get it added back into the after meeting replays of the the meetings. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, sir. I wonder if, Ann, we can follow up with trying to look into closed captioning and quality of the audio. I know there have been times I had a hard time hearing too, so
yes,
I know it's a challenge right now.
But we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just on that point.
Supervisor Kennedy. I mean, Natoli.
Yeah, thank you. I just would say that, again, through the Cable Commission and Metro Cable 14, I know they do an excellent job, and certainly the trying to make sure the broadcast is clear and that it's accessible to folks. And, there may be a cost to making sure that the closed captioning then goes with the archived material so people can pull that up. But I would say that, the Cable Commission does look at requests for doing that, and it would seem to me that from the standpoint of accessibility, both for those that may be hearing compromised, but also for others, that if we need to make some upgrades, either in the way we carry that content. Again, we're all on the Cable Commission or have designees on the Cable Commission. I think that's an appropriate request. And secondly, someone suggested at the last meeting that when folks are on hold, being that we're in this mode where we still haven't been able to open the meetings up, and I don't know how difficult it would be to actually have the broadcast of the meeting playing while folks are on hold, and maybe you've looked into that flow, but again, there may be some costs associated to doing that, but I think that makes a lot of sense, and sometimes with the length of our items and the wait periods, people could then track it. Otherwise, they can watch it on their screen, and then we have some of that, the background noise and so forth. So I don't know what it takes to do that, to actually have that broadcast on the phone versus the Muzak or whatever's on there that people have to, in the holding pattern. So I'd like to have us take a look at that. And again, I appreciate all the effort the clerk goes, just make sure we can run the meetings efficiently. But being that we're in this mode and probably not going to be out of this for at least for a bit of time, there's some adjustments that can be made, and there may be a funding source that will be available through the Cable Commission to provide for that. So that's my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. At this time, I'll ask for call for a vote on consent, unless there are further comments.
Other than item 22?
Yeah, we're going to handle that separately.
Thank you. Then I'll move the remainder.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy, a second by Supervisor Desmond, and if the clerk will please vote. I'm used to those phone calls.
I know. Unanimous vote. And again, let the record reflect that this is for items 1 through 27, with the exception of item 22.
Okay, at this time, if the clerk would please once again read item 22.
Sure. Let me get there. Item 22 is the regulatory updates on organic waste and authority to execute agreements with the City of Sacramento, the County of Yolo, Recology, Ostrom Road, and California Wood Recycling for organic material diversion services.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that the staff report speaks for itself, so I don't know that a staff report at this time is necessary for a full-blown staff report. Maybe some questions to be answered. I will say from the onset, and then I will explain why I am asking for a continuance of this item and that we not act on it today. And I'm going to go into some detail here. Mr. Sloan is approaching the podium. Mr. Sloan, I sent you a memo on January 25th on this subject. Did you get that memo?
I did.
Did you respond to that memo?
Not officially.
Did you respond to the memo, sir?
No.
No. Is it practice that when you get a pointed memo from a member of the Board of Supervisors that you absolutely have no response whatsoever and instead put something on consent that you know is controversial with at least one member?
That's the first memo that I've gotten from a board member, and I've learned my lesson.
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go through this memo. I usually don't do this so painstakingly, but I think this is important, and I do think that it has been handled in a very poor manner by our staff. I did write a memo. I did copy Ms. Edwards. I copied Supervisor Cern as a member of the CARB board, as well as someone who worked diligently on the emergency declaration for climate. as well as to our Air Pollution Control Officer, Alberto Ayala, and I've had follow-up phone calls with him. And I'm going to read this memo, so please indulge me. I'm writing as follow-up to the conversations I have had with you over the past 2 years regarding the use of anaerobic digester technology to help meet the county's requirements under state law. During our recent board discussions surrounding the proposed rate hikes and Prop 218 hearings, it was mentioned numerous times that the reason timing is of the essence was the need to secure funding for 9 waste hauling trucks and the hiring of 24 plus or minus employees to accommodate the need created by growing the fleet and meeting state requirements in the near future. What has not been adequately discussed in my mind is a plan to actually meet our climate goals on demands of the state. I am concerned that we still, after many years of talking about it, do not have a plan to adequately meet these needs. An RFP was released some time ago. The county received a number of responses. However, while such RFP responses are prepared at great expense to those firms responding, and I want to make it clear that when we ask firms to respond to these RFPs, having been on that side of the table at one point in my career, that you're looking at $300,000 plus per firm to put these proposals together. So we need to look at fairness issues if we're going to release RFPs and be more diligent in our communicating with those who respond. I was told that responses were too costly. I would counter that we are not asking the right questions. I believe the RFP called for the county to play a significant role in the development of the facility as well as operations of said facility. I agree that this would significantly add to the cost of this project, but I also believe that this is not the best way to achieve our goals in an efficient and economically sound way. Why not let the private sector do what they do best? And I will point out in the board letter that of those that responded, the committee that reviewed the responses said that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the responses were viable. I recently had an opportunity to meet with a reputable, experienced, and well-financed firm that is proposing to secure property, design, build a facility, finance the construction entirely on their own, and operate the facility independently of the county. All they would be looking for is a contract with the county and others to provide this service. This particular firm, though through real-world experience, is confident that they could be operational within 36 months. And I'm sure there are others. During the board's Prop 218 hearings, it was mentioned many times that the current plan is to add trucks and personnel to meet AB 1383 obligations. This is not a plan. This is business as usual. If the county is to purchase these vehicles and add personnel, then what? If the idea is to haul, and this, keep in mind, was written prior to us receiving the board letter or this staff report. So I was doing some prognosticating. If the idea is to haul this waste outside the county, such as San Joaquin or other areas such as Nevada, that is unacceptable when there are other superior and viable options available. This would completely contradict the spirit of the state law and the county's own recently adopted declaration of climate emergency, as well as the county's climate action plan, while further unnecessarily taxing our county roads already decaying. Moving forward without a plan in place to dispose of this new waste stream moving forward without a plan in place to dispose of this new waste stream in a responsible manner and in a way that is in conformity with the goals of reducing vehicle miles traveled and address the need to improve our basin's air quality, I am not willing to support simply adding trucks and personnel and contracts and calling it a day. Should this be the case, you will not have the support of this supervisor. Therefore, I would like to see a definitive plan as to how we intend to dispose of the organic waste we will be collecting. In the meantime, I suggest you reach out to those in the industry and solicit their advice as to how we could move forward in a more sustainable, efficient, and cost-effective way to meet our climate goals and obligations under AB 1383. I am flabbergasted. Mr. Hartwig, did you see the memo? And you didn't respond either, correct? Okay, so the answer is no. Okay, so I don't think this ever should have been on consent. This is 2 meetings in a row where there's been something that controversy has been clear and pointed out, in which in past we would have put this on timed matters and had a full discussion of the board and not slipped it into consent. I'm highly disappointed with how this went down. I do believe that there are options out there that have not been fully exhausted. Whether there's a short-term need to do something else, I get that, I understand. 9 years is not a short time. $100 million plus is not a short amount of money. So I am asking for the board, I will make a motion that we continue this matter, and we can continue it to a date not necessarily certain if that's putting Flo on the spot. But I'm not comfortable without having more discussions with staff as to the ramifications of this decision, the cost of this decision, the implications that it has on our road system and on our environment. And I think we're settling into a long-term contract that is probably something that we would have been proud in hauling garbage in 1965 and not 2021. So I will make that motion. You had your opportunity to respond to me, Mr. Sloan. You did not. If this motion goes forward as a continuance, then we'll have an opportunity to speak on it.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy to continue the item. Was there no date, just drop the item or
whatever
continue?
We can work out is reasonable. I don't think we have to decide that today.
We can continue the item to the next meeting, but we will leave the time uncertain. That would give us flexibility.
Okay, and we have a second by Supervisor Cerna, and we have some comments by board members. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, certainly I didn't have the benefit of information Mr. Kennedy's brought forward this morning, so I trust now we can get a copy of his memo since it's been read into the record, so I'd like to see that. Obviously some salient points. What I wanted to ask about, and again, I understand from the standpoint of solid waste and recycling, obviously, and some of this was touched on in our discussion regarding the residential rate structure just a few weeks ago. And so we've talked about cost, we've talked about some of the marketplace impacts. Certainly, Doug and his staff looking at making sure we have, some ability to address, diversion requirements for both green waste and organics, as well as some of the other materials. And I guess what I wanted to ask a question about, though, and maybe this falls out of purely out of Doug's bailiwick, but what sort of, in light of what Mr. Kennedy has said, excuse me, what sort of environmental analysis? This is under a contractual basis, and that's, obviously Doug's responsibility under solid waste. But I think to some of the points made by Supervisor Kennedy, but in light of other things this board has before it as it relates to a climate action plan, other air quality requirements, and certainly issues on our roads. And I'll just say I had a conversation this morning with Mr. Hartwig, and I left Doug a message as well. Not with the purpose of anything behind this item, but I drove Jackson Highway, and it is a disgrace as relates to the litter along that highway. And I think it goes to certainly to issues that relate to, the magnet that Kiefer serves as for the disposal as well as transfer of waste materials. And I touch on that item. That's not the purpose of my comments, though. What sort of environmental analysis, maybe I turn to council about this, is that when we're looking at issues that are broader than just the immediacy of what Doug and his department have to deal with on behalf, looking at the law in that particular perspective. But what about an analysis that says, that if you do X, you're going to generate X amount via transfer or you'll deal with the solid waste issue, but you may create other issues. And I guess I'm curious because I've seen environmental documents, and they may be small ones, maybe just be a neg deck, it may be an exempt document on a whole lot of things. I didn't see that attached here. And it would seem to me that somebody needs to take a look at those issues, and maybe Lisa, you can weigh in, and maybe you're exempt when you're doing a contract for solid waste or for diversion of organic materials. I'm not looking to delay in that respect, but I do think those issues are raised, and they may be going beyond the scope of just what Doug's charged with here. So maybe you can give us some thoughts on that.
I think it'd be best to address that when it comes back on the 23rd, but I understand your point, and I think there are certain exemptions for these types of contracts. Obviously, our planning staff and county council can address that to you next time.
Okay, because again, I think it may go to the point about short-term, mid-term, long-term, and certainly the obligations that, Doug and his department have day in, day out, but also to the broader implications of what we're being asked to do here and the considerations that may have been in the RFP. And so those may be taken into account. I just don't know. But I think if we're going to continue this, certainly I'll support the continuance. I do think that that's, as you said, Ms. Travis, that's important for us to have as a part of the backdrop here for the matters before the board. Because I know there's some urgency to this. I get that. But there's also implications of doing nothing as well as implications of doing something. And what those somethings are obviously are embedded in this conversation. I think we'll have further at the next time we hear this. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Desmond.
And I know we have a motion pending, and I will support the continuance as well, and certainly appreciate the point Supervisor Kennedy brought up. I mean, when I read this item, it occurred to me, okay, we're locking ourselves, 5 to 10 years is not a short period of time. We're locking ourselves into a solution that emits a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, and it further degrades our already very degraded roadways. And I think it has a chilling effect on private industry investment on maybe creating an anaerobic digester processing facility in Sacramento County. So those will certainly be the things I'll be looking for as we discuss this before it comes back in front of the board. So thank you.
And I'll just say I was also intending to pull the item. And my main concern was regarding the length of the contract and the fact that there are some amazing things emerging and some possible opportunities emerging for public or for private, public-private partnerships that we might be able to take advantage of and save money and not have to carry the weight of the burden of it as much. And so I also support Supervisor Kennedy's motion. And so at this time, if the clerk will please call, I guess you don't have to call the roll. Please vote.
It's going to take a while.
This is hard. Okay.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote. So this is continued to February the 23rd.
It'll be a separate matter, correct?
It'll be a timed item, and we don't have the time yet, but it'll be a timed item.
Okay. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Next item, please.
All right. Item 28 is the George Hills Annual Report presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairwoman Frost, members of the board, I'm Randy Rendig with George Hills Company, your third-party claims administrator. 2019-2020 was there's some good news, there's some bad news, and we set a record. So I'm going to spend a couple minutes talking about that and expanding upon that. The bottom line is that the overall program costs went from $21,870,851 in 2018-2019 to $36,243,298. That's the bad news. As you'll see in a moment, however, the increase was due to one extremely large, what we call shock loss, that occurred that resulted in a very, very large payment. So the first exhibit, Exhibit A. So this slide, as always, just shows what percentage of the total dollars are spent are allocated to each individual item. So George Hills adjusting fees, 2%, $694,000, which is less than the 2 previous years. Attorney's fees and costs, 13% of the overall total, almost $4.8 million. Claim payments, here's the big item, $30,757,860. However, because the county is self-insured, they only pay $2 million of that total. The excess carrier paid the other $25 million. And so miscellaneous fees and costs are less than 1%. So that total of $36,243,298, if you strip out the $25 million, which again was paid by the excess insurer, again, a huge, as far as I can tell by all the records that I've seen, that's the largest that the county has ever paid to resolve cases in 1 year. But actually, again, when you take out that $25 million, the total paid was less. The overall total paid was less than the 2 previous years. Exhibit B, this is showing just increases or decreases from the prior years, actually from the prior year. So our adjusting fees were down 10%. Attorney fees and costs were down 17%. The claim payments were up 100%, but again, you have to be mindful of the excess insuring payments, and the miscellaneous fees are 690%. So the decrease of the 17% of the litigation cost category was due to the impact of COVID, as well as the severe limitations imposed on the courts and lawyers to adequately discover and try cases. Basically, the court's been shut down for the most part, so not a lot is happening, hence reduced fees and costs. Again, talked about the increase in the claim payments. If there's good news in that figure, again, paid by the excess insurer. Exhibit C shows the new assignments by firm. We, for the longest time, had 5 or more defense firms representing your county. We have been down to 4 the last 2 fiscal years. As you will see, they're pretty evenly divided. As always, most of the firms can handle most of the types of litigation that you get sued for. However, there are several that are more of a specialized nature, and so more of a specialized nature and may have defended a case involving the same plaintiff. And so rather than reinvent the wheel every time, we try and match up to where we can save costs where we can. Familiarity that our defense counsel may have with either plaintiff's counsel or the plaintiff or the type of case that's being presented. We also, when new cases come in every time, if either the county was wrongfully sued to where they've got the wrong defendant, it's clearly some other issue that we shouldn't have to spend defense costs on, our adjusters will call the counsel and say, hey, listen, you got the wrong folks. Can we present you with a declaration by the person most knowledgeable of the county, and will you dismiss us because we don't belong in the case? Sometimes that works, depending on the reasonableness of the attorney and what kind of case it is. Sometimes it doesn't. If it doesn't, usually it does result in very small defense costs, because once we have defense counsel talking to their counsel, they realize that the county shouldn't be involved, and so frankly the plaintiff's counsel is wasting their time too by having us in. So we try and do everything we can to try and even get out of them before we have to assign defense counsel.
Madam Chair, Randy, before you leave that.
Yes, sure. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. So this particular slide, and you have some follow-on ones that show settlement of and closure of lawsuits. Where would we be able to kind of sift through this to know what they're currently carrying? Because some of these have several years, and then they get closed out. You add new ones, so you show you have these different charts, and appreciate the level of detail. But if we took any one of the a 5 or 4, then you bring us current with 1920 with new cases. Then you, in an ensuing slide, you're going to show us ones that got closed out either in that current year or as a result of ongoing settlement determinations. So where do we find what they're currently carrying? Is that, I know it's embedded in here, but where will we find that, Randy?
It would require having to do a new chart, which is fine.
Okay, well, maybe the next time you come here annually. Yeah, it gives you an idea, because some of these have 3 or 4 years, maybe
at
even
least
longer. Yeah. So just to know what the body of cases that they're carrying. So again, I'm not asking you to do a new chart today. I did, but it just occurred to me again, because it's good information. It's good for the public to understand. the level of complexity, but also the level of work for both settlement as well as obviously ongoing litigation costs. And you've explained some of that verbally and do more. So maybe I could just ask, Madam Chair, that for our next report, if you could include that, if it's not too much extra work either. I'm not asking for that, but I just, as I was kind of putting the numbers together, it occurred to me, well, what is their standing caseload in point in time, because it will vary as you close and or add new cases. So
sure, I will add it to the next year's report. Yeah. Again, as you know, seeing these every year, what you do see is how many cases were settled or closed by a law firm.
Yes.
And so, although that's not part of this PowerPoint, actually that is part of the PowerPoint. The individual cases that were settled is not part of the PowerPoint. Right. It's in your packet. And that's a good time to let you know that actually there is a change in the report, not to the PowerPoint, to, it's on page 15. It is claim number 1600133 under the fees and costs column. There's a 0 missing at the end, so it should be 152,370. And after the report is done today, we'll send an amended sheet showing the correct amount.
Like the better one was 15,237 with a misplaced comma. That was better.
So did I, and I thought somebody might not catch it, but.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
And
sure.
Supervisor Cerna, did you want to wait till the end or
Yeah,
no?
I'll wait till the end.
Okay.
Say Exhibit D shows the actual dollars paid to the 4 firms that now handle the lawsuits filed against the county. Due to the number of cases received each year, the 4 panel firms, in my opinion, are the right number of firms that we should have to handle the cases. Having said that, we do review on a yearly basis whether or not changes need to be made within the existing panel. I said last year that should there be a spike in the number of new lawsuits in the future, we may need to increase the panel once again to 5 firms, but clearly we didn't see that this year. Again, partly due to COVID, partly due to the number of cases we have gotten over the last, I think it's 7, 8, 9 years, pretty well is flat. It used to be in the 3 digits, 100 or more, and the last 7, 8, it could be 10 years, it's somewhere in the 70 to 85 range. And this slide does obviously not show, there are cases where conflict counsel is involved to where one of these firms cannot be used or county counsel handles it. So this is just the amount of payments that are made to the outside firms. Exhibit E, again, is a recap showing those closed with payment or those closed without payment. Obviously, anything where you have more that you don't have to pay a claim is better. It was pretty impressive last year, 72%. There could be a number of reasons for that. Some of that would be speculation. It may have been the types of cases that were closed last year were good defensible cases. There was certainly, I would have to say, good lawyering involved in a lot of them. So I think that's an outlier, 72%. I think somewhere between 50 and 60 over the last 10 years has been the historical number. So while we'd always try and shoot for the highest number possible, I doubt you'll see 72% in the future. I'm not saying it can't happen, but that is a high number.
Madam Chair, can I ask another question? Just on this. So this represents lawsuits, but you also handle claims for damage to tires, for something that fell off a county vehicle and may have, damaged property. All the various things that we get that aren't lawsuits. Where does that get factored into what you present here? Because those aren't necessarily lawsuits, but you get claims, and I know you handle those on a, let's say, routine basis.
Historically, this was always meant to kind of show the high dollars. Now, again, go ahead and ask me for another report. I'll give you another report next year because I can categorize all the claim payments the same way I do here.
Well, and those, I mean, the number that are filed, and for just a sundry of reasons, I don't know, they're probably on an order of magnitude of thousands a year, thousands of claims a year for or maybe not that many. I don't know, but
We take in roughly 650.
650 claims a year. Everything from personal damage to
Soup to nuts. Yep. Cases that are non-jurisdictional that we can reject and close. Cases that again, from trip and falls to potholes to the real minor stuff. Most of which are going to be property damage cases where you're not having an injury exposure. Yeah. But again, those to put something like that together is not a
well, it might be helpful because again, it goes to the kind of completeness of what you do. This is the high dollar. These are the higher profile, and when you have a settlement of 25 or 27, $30 million, obviously that gets people's attention. But with, what you do through our risk management county and certainly with you at George Hills is you field a lot of different. I didn't realize it was only 650. That number actually sounds kind of low to me. But whatever it is, I think a summary page without having to get in a level of detail and all, listing 650 different claims. I just think it might be useful as a part of it because again, it becomes a part of the record and people can see, the work obviously with our both our underwriters and our in our arrangement with George Hill, but also with our county offices that work to reduce risk, to look at things in advance, but also hopefully get satisfactory settlements behind claims that are legitimate. So
next year.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Sure. And actually, when I said 650, that has been kind of historical trend. If we get to the last slide, which I'll get to in a moment, last year was 572. So again, a lot of that was people weren't locked in their homes because of COVID.
Yeah. Thanks, Randall.
F again just shows percentage of where all the lawsuits are coming from. Again, I can expand and put a second slide in here for just all claims and make that separate from the lawsuits. So again, you're seeing a true picture of not only the lawsuits, but you're seeing an entirety of the claims to what departments those are coming from. And this is, law enforcement is always going to lead the way. It's just the nature of the beast. It has been for many years. With your county, going back probably 5 or more years, it was always law enforcement or public works. And we haven't seen public works now being in a high number for a long time. But law enforcement, because of the climate, because of the way things are, that's where most of the litigation comes from. And most of those cases, depending on how they're filed, if the lawyers win, we have to pay their attorney's fees as well. And so they love filing those cases. Same with employment cases.
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
My questions have to do with this slide and the next slide, so I'll go ahead and ask my questions now.
Sure.
Make my comments now. So I appreciate what you just said about law enforcement leading the way. I think that's nothing new to this board. I think we all understand that. What I would like to request, sort of in the same spirit as Supervisor Natoli in terms of his request for more information, I would like to see, and I'm assuming you have the information, but I'd like to see this chart over the last 10 years. I'd like to understand how the losses and lawsuits have changed by department the way you've listed them here. And I don't know how far back that goes. I mean, could you go back further than 10 years?
As an aside, I keep a monthly handwritten log of all the assignments. And I just came across it the other day, and I think I have 15 years worth. I think, if my memory serves.
Let me amend my request then.
If you don't see 15 years, you'll know I don't have it.
As far back as you have the data, I'd like to see it charted the same way.
You bet. Okay. And I think you were saying you'd like to see this one as well.
I'll go ahead and let you explain this first, and then I'll have my questions.
Okay. So this, again, shows what type of cases we're coming in. Auto bodily injury, obviously something arises out of an auto accident. Other personal injuries, those are going to be your employment type cases. Most of them, because they're not necessarily a bodily injury is the way we think about it, broken something, soft tissue something, that sort of thing. And then other bodily injuries would be your slip and falls, anything auto-related. And so this is how those break out, or how they broke out last year. And again, yes, I've got this information just like I do the previous slide, going back the same amount of time.
Great. So the request I'd like to make with regards to this information is, and I suspect you can just kind of cross-tab it, is I can't tell from this pie chart how much of any of these three categories are attributable to the sheriff. So I'd like to understand what that overlay looks like. And again, just keep it apples to apples.
And rather than just identify the sheriff, can I just identify all the departments, which would include the sheriff?
That's fine.
So you're seeing them?
That's fine, yeah. But I like to see that over time as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Will you be providing that information as soon as possible, or in the next report?
Well, I can, it will, to address Supervisor Natoli, it will take some time to do these, because unfortunately some of this has to be done manually. We can get some of the computerized reports, but then there's some manual stuff that has to be done. Having said that, I mean, I could get it done probably in a month, or two, or whatever your pleasure is, or if you want to wait till next report. It's up to you.
I think whenever you have it, it'd be interesting.
I'd like to see it as soon as possible.
Okay, 30 to 60 days?
That's fine.
Enough? Okay.
Thank you. You done?
Yeah.
And that's it for the PowerPoint. Included in the report but not shown, again, the individual attorney's sheets that you'll see that I think you have in the entire report. And in terms of subrogation, recovering money on behalf of the county for county property that was damaged, $405,237 collected last year, about $100,000 more than the previous year. So, any other questions I can answer?
I see none, and I thank you, Randy, for your patience in being pushed forward to today, and appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you.
Next item, please.
Madam Chair, could I just one other question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Randy touched on it, and it was a highlight within the report. On the subrogation, when we do recovery, does it go back to the respective departments, or does it go back to the general fund? Because litigation, you know, there's a pooled approach to litigation and defense. So how does the dollars return to the county?
My understanding is that it does get allocated back to the involved department. Now, don't quote me on that, because David?
I think David Villanueva is nodding his head that that's true.
Oh. And so, but departments for defensive claims, some I guess pooled, right? It's not always, doesn't come out of the hide of a respective department, or if it does, it's flattened out over a period of time. How does that work? If they get the immediate reimbursement, if they recover, but on defense of claims, we use obviously George Hills and attorneys. We can use in-house counsel as well as outside counsel on the big ones. But so how does that work?
Supervisor, I'm going off of memory right now, but I understand that we do a percentage based on experience, and then we also do it based on, I believe it's FTE count was the other half of it. So I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's 70-30 split. We can get you that information for sure, but 70% based on experience and 30% based on FTE.
And that's always
employees.
And that's always the responsibility of the department. So recovery goes back 100% to the department, or do some of the costs of the recovery get pulled back to?
Usually it goes back to the departments that incurred the damage. You're talking about the subrogation.
Yes, right. And subrogation.
Yeah. Yeah, it usually goes back to the departments that built the device or whatever the issue was that created the original expenditure.
And how does it affect the experience rating then if you're using FTE and experience, that if you successfully defend and recover, does that get taken into account then in the next allocation of costs for that particular department?
Supervisor, I'm not sure on that question. I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. Again, I don't, not for today, but I mean, again, since we brought it up, and there's active recovery ongoing. I'm just curious, is the same way you allocate costs and project for what the department is going to pay in, based on what you just said, then if there's some offset, how that gets credited in the overall accounting could be important, particularly on, on some of the larger cases. So
I'll look into that and get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to Supervisor Tully's. So I understand the general answer being that it's the settlements are going back to the respective departments, but on the cost side, how are our insurance costs appropriated?
Same way.
Same way?
Same way,
Okay.
based on experience and FTE count.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next item, please.
Okay, item 29 is the ratification of the proclamation of local state of emergency for winter storms beginning on January 26, 2021, producing damaging winds.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Frost and members of the board. My name is Mary Jo Flynn, and I'm the Interim Chief of Emergency Services. Sacramento County experienced an atmospheric river that occurred from January 26th through the early morning of January 29th. Damaging winds occurred during the storm event from January 26th through midday January 27th, and a high wind warning was in place from the National Weather Service, Sacramento, for 16 hours. Prior to the storm, the Office of Emergency Services worked with jurisdictions within the county to prepare and share messaging from the National Weather Service, Sacramento, on storm impacts. We worked with our partners in County Public Health to share identified vaccination locations with SMUD and PG&E so that these locations could be added as temporary critical infrastructure for priority restoration. The goal was to mitigate or prevent the loss or spoilage of vaccine supply due to an unplanned power interruption. I'm happy to report that these efforts were successful and there were no reported spoilage of vaccines due to power loss. High winds caused widespread damage from fallen leaves and limbs across Sacramento County, significant disruptions to power, and impacts to roadways from fallen debris and traffic signal damages. We continue to collect damage report information through County 311 from residents who may be reporting damaged trees within the public right-of-way. The acting county executive proclaimed an emergency on February 4th for storm and damage impacts. This met the state requirement to proclaim within 10 days of the initiating event, and the Board of Supervisors has 7 days from February 4th to ratify this proclamation. As the operational area, we coordinate information, resources, and priorities among local governments and special districts, and serve as the communication link between the local government level and through the regional level to the state. In order for the state or federal funding for disasters to be available, the county must meet certain criteria as the operational area, including reaching certain damage thresholds. FEMA's current threshold for Sacramento County is $5.5 million. While Sacramento County, as the operational area, has met that threshold with an estimate of $7.3 million in damages, the state must also meet their FEMA threshold of approximately $58 million statewide.
Excuse me, did you want to speak now or do you want to wait? Okay, thank you.
I'm almost done. So the state must meet $58 million statewide and followed by a presidential declaration. While we are hopeful that the state will meet the threshold requirements and include Sacramento County in a state proclamation and request a federal declaration, at this time, it does not look like this will happen. In the governor's March 4th, 2020 proclamation of emergency for COVID-19, he waived the 60-day time period in which local government authority must renew a local emergency. That waiver does not apply to this proclamation for winter storms producing damaging winds, and we will return to the board to recommend ending or renewing the local emergency within 60 days. In closing, I ask that you ratify the proclamation of local emergency for winter storms producing damaging winds, and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the report. I understand this is somewhat perfunctory since this is really about making sure that we avail ourselves of any state and federal resources to offset the cost of responding to the wind event. In part of your presentation, you did mention some of the subject matter that you review in real time, looking at weather service information and other things. Obviously, there's the community has a lot of focus right now on what happened relative to our unsheltered constituents. What goes into your calculus, since you brought it up, what goes into your calculus in terms of not just the number, the number of trees down or parts of the grid that are out and those types of things, but the real humane part of this, the real human part of this, which is those that are actually unsheltered. In this case, that while it may not be freezing, it's more than uncomfortable. It's actually dangerous to being out, exposed in a wind event, the extent that we encountered a couple of weeks ago. So, tell us a little bit about what you take into consideration at that point.
Yeah. I'm going to help out a little bit here because Mary Jo's task is to follow the temperature guidelines that have been set forth in terms of whether or not to open warming centers. But I also know that she works very closely with both county staff and other jurisdictions, and did so during this event as well, and provided support to the city of Sacramento, who did decide to open, not on the night in question, but on the previous night, provided support. So Mary Jo's guidance is to follow those guidelines that have been set for some time.
And remind me again, Ann, those guidelines are set by whom?
Mary Jo, can you answer that one?
So we have severe weather guidance, and that is in alignment with the state of California's cold and freeze extreme weather plan. And so our guidance matches and aligns with the state's weather plan. It also matches and aligns with the local jurisdictions surrounding our community, and it's intended for significant emergency events. And so some of the actions that we took prior to the storm were actually to convene and collect all of the stakeholders within our emergency management community so that we understood the impacts of the weather. The National Weather Service, Sacramento, usually provides a meteorologist to provide us a customized Sacramento County weather forecast and impact. That call took place on Monday, and the city of Sacramento did choose to open a warming center at that point in time because temperatures were forecast to be 27 degrees for that single day.
When you say stakeholders, does that also include homeless advocates?
It does. We include homeless advocates and representatives from DHA.
Okay, very good. So basically, your response is it's the state's criteria that we lean on to formally open things like warming centers, correct?
Correct, and the warming centers are a portion of the plan. The warming centers are certainly an opportunity for individuals to get out of extreme cold or extreme heat situations, but we also take into consideration the potential for significant crop loss or damage, as well as impacts to livestock and pets.
Okay, that's a little, it's hard for me to hear that, because it almost sounds like we're giving more credence to livestock than we are people. I know that's not your fault, but given the circumstance of what happened and the fact that I continue to hear from my constituents, I don't know about the others on this board, but I certainly continue to hear about it. Is there anything in law, state law or otherwise, that would prevent this board from taking it upon itself to declare its own parameters, since we're the ones that are going to be held accountable when warming centers don't open, when the community wants them open, and there are claims that people are injured, or even there's even claims of death because of some severe weather events. Is there anything, I guess I'm looking to Ms. Travis, that would keep this board from considering its own parameters under which we would do things like open a warming center separate from the state guideline.
I don't think there's anything in the law that prevents it. It may impact the ability to receive reimbursement or funding and that type of thing. But I'm not aware of any specific law that would prevent us from doing something different.
So, for instance, if we wanted to set our own parameters for when we open warming centers, knowing, eyes wide open that perhaps that's, if we set the parameters based on, I don't know, wind speed or, pick your guideline here, we would be able to open those centers, but we wouldn't necessarily be reimbursed, but we would know that perhaps the general fund might be taxed to do that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's basically, it's like many of the decisions that this board makes in terms of what we think, local tax dollars ought to be spent on. And it's, of course it's a cost consideration, but one that also comes with a very real consideration for human life and compassion, in my estimation. So what I would like to do, before I run astray of the Brown Act here and get way too off topic, is I would like to, I'm looking at our acting CEO, I would like to schedule a time to matter for this board in the not too distant future, during which we can have a constructive conversation about doing just that. How can we look at establishing our own separate guidance, separate from the state, learning from our experiences, learning from what just happened. This is not the first year, by the way, that we've gone through this, and it's probably not going to be the last. So I would like to have that agendized, I don't know, within a month's time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You make that happen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I had some comments along the same lines, and certainly would welcome the opportunity to discuss this further. I think that, where, at least in my assessment of it, where we kind of get caught up, obviously we're seeking reimbursement. FEMA's pretty slow pay anyway, a lot of times, not that they're not a partner in disaster response. And it occurred to me, separate and apart from some of the comments I want to add to what Supervisor Cerna said, but is that it would be interesting to note how much reimbursement for all of the disasters have been declared. That we've had a variety of those over the years. We do the declaration, and certainly the county executive takes the lead from the standpoint of urgency. But I know there are claims that are still out there for 2017 floods and such, and so I guess I'd be curious to know, Mary Jo, without any assignment to you or anybody else, to and some of those come through other jurisdictions, but there is, a real lag, and then, the next disaster occurs either here or somewhere else, and there, FEMA's on to that one, and, the reimbursement for costs that are associated with certainly damage repair and injury to folks, and all the things that go with, different disaster events. But not to lose focus on what Supervisor Cerna said, it occurs to me that locally, again, we want to have a coordinated effort, but that it's not just warming or cooling centers. And as I understand it, the county, I mean, in this most recent event, we use vouchers, but the county of Sacramento doesn't open any warming centers. We may assist through the agency in providing whether it's blankets or water or food or all the things that are critical to having a comfortable setting for people to shelter in. So I think that needs to be a point of discussion too. I mean, our strategy has been using vouchers, as we did with obviously some of the unsheltered population, but oftentimes disaster can be a displacement of people from their homes, from wherever their domicile is. Certainly business damages. There's a lot of different elements to this. I know that goes into a bigger plan. But I think to the point here, and it's what, certainly I've reflected on this, is that, the criteria, and we talk about atmospheric rivers. 10 years ago, we weren't talking about atmospheric rivers. And, we've gone through periods of both drought as well as, torrential rains. And, when the assessment is what the temperature is for 3 days versus winds and pelting rains and conditions that certainly are pretty not just uncomfortable, almost intolerable, and to the case of obviously making those assessments. And so, I guess without getting into it in any greater detail this morning. I think certainly coming back and having a conversation and recognizing that those may be costs that we're not going to get a FEMA reimbursement claim in, because we've chosen as a community to, do certain things in certain, predictions, because sometimes the storms don't come through as predicted, and sometimes you get caught off guard too. But I think we've got a much, better sense of that. And if we're coming into a period of time when, winds and rains, and that can occur in the summer. A few years ago, we had those terrific winds in the summertime. It was a June event, and down power lines, and and there was a FEMA action emergency declaration at that time.
Or smoke events now.
Yeah, or smoke events. And so again, we need to have an idea what that might entail, and it may trigger a different reaction or different direction to the CEO and certainly to our emergency services operations. And we want to be coordinated. We don't just be acting singularly on these unless we make that determination kind of going into it. But I think it warrants further discussion, and certainly it's timely, and I don't think the unpredictability about weather is going to go away anytime soon. And so I think with some of those things accounted for beyond just the cooling or temperatures exceeding 105 for 3 days or whatever, maybe there's some other things. At least you would give guidance to Ann and to other departments, and certainly to OES about how we would respond in those cases, and recognizing they might not be reimbursable. So I welcome the discussion and think it's important, and appreciate the work that went around this last set of events, and certainly the declaration before us today. But I think it's important that we have some more focus brought to this. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree wholeheartedly on having another discussion about having more realistic criteria that reflects the challenges that the homeless population is going through, and how these weather events have a unique impact on them that it doesn't have on other members of the community. So I think terrific suggestion by Supervisor Cerna. One question, I want to get back to the warming center real quickly, but what is the FEMA reimbursement rate? If it gets approved, the state request and the feds approve that, what is that rate?
So basically everything is paid out of pocket, if you will, for the event until a determination is made by the governor for a state proclamation. And we would ask that he would release the California Disaster Assistance Act Fund, or CDAA. And then we would also ask for a presidential declaration, which would open up FEMA funding. So the FEMA reimbursement rate is 75% of the total costs. If CDAA is applied, they apply 75% to the remaining 25% cost share. This is going to get a little crazy with percentages here for a second, so bear with me. So the state's ultimate cost is 18.75% if CDAA is included, and the county's cost share is 6.25 at the end of the day. There are opportunities to apply volunteer and donation services towards that cost share, because in FEMA's eyes, you spent more money on the disaster, including donations and volunteers, and so that cost share is part of that 6.25%. So ultimately, it's a 75% cost share from FEMA. The state picks up another 75% of the balance, leaving the county 6.25%. That is if both programs are authorized and in place. Currently, neither are authorized or in place.
Okay. Is there any scenario by which, if we approve this emergency declaration, by which any of the personnel the county has loaned or the supplies the county has provided to any of the warming centers in the city, could the county get any reimbursement for any of those expenses? I'm just curious, or would that
without those mechanisms in place, unlikely.
Okay.
It's still on the county cost.
If they are all in place, then we could.
If they were all in place, then we could recover those costs along those percentage lines.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And getting back to the warming centers, I mean, it just certainly seemed to me that there was confusion as if this emergency criteria kind of set the standard that unless you met that, you couldn't do anything. And it seems like that really wasn't the case. And I wonder, as kind of the new kid on the block here who's always learning about what the county is doing, sometimes the county doesn't get the message out very well about the steps the county is taking. So I'm wondering if since we're talking about this right now, and I know we're not getting a homeless report or anything today, But maybe could you give us a status report on what the county is currently doing in support of the warming centers that are open and other things the county might be doing in the unincorporated areas or other cities in the county?
So I will start and have Mr. Wagstaff help me fill in. So although we did not open a warming center, we have provided, through Mary Jo's operation, food and blankets to the city-run warming centers. We also are providing social work staff to the warming centers to provide support for those that are residing in these warming centers, to help them get connected with other sheltering options, more long-term sheltering options or permanent housing, and also connecting them with benefits if they're not already linked up with CalFresh or General Assistance or CalWorks if they're a family. So we are nightly providing social work staff to do that. In addition to that, we expanded our motel vouchers by 60 to 90. Yes. Which during the time of COVID, that's almost a better option than a warming center because of the ability to stay socially distanced, et cetera. It's not a congregate setting, but 60 to 90 additional motel vouchers. And then we also expanded capacity in one of our shelters by an additional 35 beds. And those efforts are ongoing. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Wagstaff?
No, I think that captures it, Supervisor Desmond. To Supervisor Natoli's point, we're also exploring potential warming center sites in the unincorporated area. You're right, historically we've not done that. We have worked very closely with all the cities though, and whenever they want to open a center, we've always provided support for them in doing so. And as Ann was saying, the standards that Mary Jo has talked about here are the emergency declaration standards, but if any jurisdiction wanted to open a center outside of that, we would absolutely support them in doing that.
But I think that's where the confusion has resided, is and perhaps it's the vernacular that's used in terms of one jurisdiction and their leadership thinking an emergency constitutes something else that the county doesn't believe is a trigger. And I mean, given the fact that people's general welfare is on the line, their health and safety, we can't have miscommunication or misunderstandings going forward. I think you share that concern. So that's the reason for having a broader discussion. And I totally get the bifurcation of those aspects of a declared emergency that we can get reimbursed for from the state or from the federal government versus what we can't. But again, that's a policy decision that reflects our priorities and our values up here as to whether going forward we want to actually incur the cost of being a little bit more progressive in terms of and more active when it comes to response to severe weather.
And one thing I'd like to ask, I mean, so are we going to be committed to continuing to provide these services in support of the city shelters that are open in terms of the supplies and the social worker? Well, I think that's important for them to know they will have that continued level of support from the county.
Yes, that is my understanding. As I've shared with most of you in our briefings, we do have an issue with the staffing availability. So far, we've been able to continue to do that, and our goal is to continue to do that contingent on staff availability.
Thank you. And one last thing, Bruce, I think you and I have had this discussion in the unincorporated area. We've discussed how it's kind of a challenge because the homeless population is really spread out. But as you're exploring warming centers, I really hope you would coordinate or at least contact some of the local groups. Like we have a very active Carmichael Hart Homeless Assistance Resource Team, Arden Arcade Hart, and they're very active in this space. And boy, I tell you, they have a lot of great volunteers, a lot of great resources, especially resources involving faith-based organizations that I think we can really tap into to help in the unincorporated area. So thank you.
I wonder if there's a way that we can reach out to all the hearts and put together an emergency plan whereby when we have a cold event, we can call not only on the county and the resources we have, but on those volunteers who can activate. A lot of the churches that are working with Heart could activate a warming center at the drop of a hat if we had an emergency plan. Maybe we could collaborate with them and put that together. So next time this happens, we have a place for everyone.
Yes, I'm looking at Mr. Wagstaff and hoping he can follow up on that. Yep.
I'll bet they would be excited to be a part of that.
Will do.
Okay, and at this time, I believe we do not have any more comments by board members, and we do have a public comment on at least one public comment on the phone.
Yes, we do. Please send the caller.
Thank you, Mary Jo.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, County Executive Edwards, for acting swiftly to seek much-needed relief for the county. My name is Sam Green. I live in District 1, and I am represented by Supervisor Cerna. I'm addressing the board today to ask Supervisor Cerna to offer an amendment to the forthcoming motion. The resolution to ratify the emergency proclamation addresses many, but not all, of the impacts the wind event has had on the county, especially in the city of Sacramento. The city of Sacramento reaffirmed a housing emergency earlier this year in response to the ongoing homelessness problem in the city. I don't believe the county has a similar declaration. However, the worsening homeless problem is certainly well known throughout the county. The tents in which more and more county residents are living were surely damaged and destroyed by the windstorm. This should be reflected in the resolution, and Supervisor Cerna, I ask you to amend the motion, adding a recital for this issue of homelessness. And I also was able to hear in the discussion, which I'm grateful to hear that there will be more discussion on this in the future. Supervisor Desmond asked a good question about what sort of response we could get from the state or FEMA or any other agency related to homelessness. And while I imagine it is very complex and difficult, I think adding a very discrete mention to this emergency, the resolution ratifying the proclamation, would leave the door open for perhaps finding that in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So to the speaker's suggestion, what legal or practical impact would there be if you had a whereas in the resolution that acknowledged the impact to our homeless constituents?
I don't know if you're asking Mary Jo or me, but the recitals are just that. They don't have really any impact legally, so I think you could add something and it wouldn't affect the actual resolution proclaiming the emergency. And I will ask if Mary Jo has anything to add, but that's my understanding.
Thank you.
No, the whereases, as I understand them, are just the facts of what we experienced in terms of the disaster.
Here's what I'd like to suggest then, and I hope my colleagues will indulge me. I would like to put this off to the afternoon, and if my colleagues agree, either Mary Jo or myself, or working with Ms. Travis, I'd like to put pen to paper and add a simple whereas, a one-sentence whereas. That does exactly what the caller suggested.
I'll just jump in if you don't mind. You can make that verbally, and then we can just add it in the final resolution if you would like to do that.
I just want to take time to I don't want to add wordsmith right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's fine. So that's what I would like to suggest to my colleagues, is that we just bring this back for a very quick conclusion this afternoon with a little added language.
Do we need to vote on that, Madam Clerk?
No, we'll just hold it until 2 p.m.
Great.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe then we will move on to the next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 30 is the Emergency Medical Services Agency report back.
Good morning, Jim Hunt, Acting Director of the Department of Health Services.
Morning,
this morning
Jim.
we have, good morning. And as I look over Supervisor Cerna's shoulder, I am humbled and delighted by the presentation you made.
I know, that was
Supervisor
so
Frost,
great.
that was just a wonderful historical nugget that really makes you look at that flag differently. I appreciate that. We have Mr. Brian Jensen here with us this morning. He's the Regional Vice President for the Hospital Council of Northern and Central California, and he will be making the presentation. Mr. Jensen.
Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. It's
to see
a pleasure
you.
to be with you. So, Madam Chair and members of the board, it really is a pleasure to be with you. And I'm just going to take the brief moment to comment on your last item and say, as a member of one of the boards of a HEART organization in the county and a volunteer involved in providing relief for the homeless in our community, I very much encourage the direction of finding a way to more nimbly react to the kind of crisis we had a couple of weeks ago. And I think you'd find a lot of people in the community willing to stand with you and resolve that. So my purpose today is to talk about the role of and the importance of the Sacramento County Emergency Medical Services Agency, and to also highlight for you some emerging and really growing threats to the sustainability and effectiveness of that agency. I'm not going to assume any degree of knowledge on any of your parts about the weeds of how emergency medical services operate. So I'm just going to take a few moments to give you a brief primer on what this really means, what it does for your community, for your constituents. And I'll flag for you that in your packet, beginning on page 693, there's a detailed but concise report on these effects. My purpose is to and really the tone and intent in which I come to you is that of a partner, not of a critic, because there are many who very much value the role of your staff in Sac County Emergency Services and what they do to support emergency medical service providers, so ambulance providers, as well as hospital emergency departments with the physicians and nurses that work there. I want to just briefly talk about how we got here, because I'm commenting on this report that was produced by the Emergency Medical Advisory Group, which is constituted of senior leaders from these ambulance providers as well as hospital systems in your county. This report really emphasizes what is right about the Emergency Medical Advisor or Emergency Medical Services Agency and the growing demands on it, which have really outstripped its current resources and really is putting its future effectiveness in question. And it's a growing concern that really kind of came to the forefront about 2 years ago, almost exactly 2 years ago, when the county proposed some new and increased fees on ambulance providers as well as hospitals to fund new state-mandated programs that it had to begin to implement. And after many months of dialogue and public comment and so forth, we came to the point where the hospitals and I believe the EMS providers as well supported and endorsed those changes, those increases of fees and those new fees. But what was more concerning still was the realization of why the county was bringing forth these proposals for increases. And that is, there simply is not sufficient resource currently to fund the mission of that agency. And so we all began to have some real concerns about the structural sustainability of the agency and its ability to do increasingly demanding work. So I wanted to just walk through some of the findings of that report. So what constitutes the emergency medical services system? It's ambulance providers. So when you call 911 dispatch, they send an ambulance. That ambulance transports someone. If they need to transport, they'll go to the hospital emergency department. That's it. That's what the system is. Chances are you've seen a TV show about it. Hopefully you haven't had to experience it personally, but at some point you very well might. And those who do need it will find themselves at one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. And the decisions made and the systemic policies in place and the effectiveness of that system very much contribute to someone's life or death or their quality of life after that incident. And so what we're talking about really has a real world impact on your constituents and chances are on you and your families as well. So as we go through, if we go to the next slide, please. Sorry. Or do I have? All right. What does the Sacramento County Emergency Medical Services Agency do then? That is we talked, you know what the ambulances are, you know what the hospitals are about. Everyone has some experience with that. But behind the scenes is your county agency that is providing coordination. It advocates on behalf of the patients or your constituents, frankly. It ensures that there is a coordinated, unified way of working across all these systems, because we're talking about a lot of hospitals. You know, we've got 8 different emergency departments in this county. We have 13 ground transport agencies. That's a lot of coordination that needs to occur. And there's a lot of moving parts, both physically and metaphorically. There is training certification, because there are a lot of different programs that educate the providers of these services, and the EMSA oversees those programs. There is data, there's communication, there's coordination. And so a lot of the decisions that inform, or a lot of the information that informs decisions made by hospitals, made by ambulance companies, comes from the work of your staff, who collect and they analyze that data, and it really helps highlight where there are emerging problems in the county. And this can take the form of everything such as whether or not protocols are being followed in terms of the emerging medical expertise. You know, what's the latest and greatest understanding of how to deal with someone experiencing a stroke, for example. This could be measuring how many people are being held right now in emergency departments countywide because of a behavioral health diagnosis, and there's nowhere to send them for appropriate care. This may be measuring the amount of time in which ambulance crews are sitting in a hospital ambulance bay waiting to offload patients to the care of hospital staff, but because of whatever may be going on, that is delayed. Without those indicators, without those measurements, without that data analysis, we don't have the ability to provide the best care for individuals who are experiencing their most challenging moments in life. There are also the grand scale things, whether that's regional disaster, which we're accustomed to talking about in Sacramento, such as flood, wildfire, and other things that we have all too real experience with. Now we have something even bigger than that with the COVID-19 pandemic. And so your agency provides very important services in those. I can tell you that the last in-person meeting that our organization convened with a bunch of stakeholders in the county involved having your Sac County EMS agency talk about the distribution of PPE and the crisis that was occurring as supply lines for the normal supply lines for PPE in hospitals and other care settings were being strained almost to the breaking point last March. And one of the roles that the EMSA plays is that of MOAC. It's the Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator. Basically, it's the person you contact when you're in need of equipment or personnel or other sorts of material needs in a disaster. And that is a hugely important role. Not only does the MOAC track the hospital capacity at any given moment, any given day, in terms of knowing how many beds are being filled. So if you have a mild disaster, or I don't want to say mild disaster, a limited scope disaster, such as a mass casualty incident, such as a flood, such as some of the disasters we're most accustomed to, or whether it's a pandemic. There is a situational awareness to know where the resources are to respond appropriately.
Madam Chair, just before Brian goes on, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Yeah, maybe not so much for Brian, maybe for Ann or Brian, but so in recognizing the long-term obligations that go with the agency and some of the things that Brian's pointed out, but in the pandemic, under the emergency situation, if we were doing some of these things, at least for a period of time, were we not able to claim for and to enhance those efforts, to provide those oversight efforts? It would seem to me that those would be legitimate use of stimulus or COVID relief funds.
Mr. Hunt, do you want to address that?
again, we're not always going to be in an emergency situation, but it would seem to me if we needed to, ramp up activities for this period of time. I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation, Brian. But it occurred to me that as you're talking about there, the criticality of some of those things, that it would be important that we, if we needed to do more or staff up at least temporarily, there was some ongoing staffing requests embedded in this. I get that. So I'm curious.
Sandy Damiano, I'm with DHS Primary Health, and yes, the staff are claiming almost all of their time to COVID activities throughout. Initially, they had a lot of volunteer workforce as they're managing the MOOC and doing the PPE distribution. Some of that need subsided as the state came up with a centralized system, and so they're actually inputting data on all the different provider requests.
So let me understand, Sandy. So because in the charts, addendum 2 to this, we talk about growth requests and general fund needs, and growth requests that wasn't funded in the last budget year, 2021, which were for some ongoing things versus it may be attributable to pandemic activities. So when you say you claim, were there savings that could accrue going forward? Because and again, without bogging down the presentation, I'm just curious because this certainly is an area in responding to the emergency, and maybe some of that subsided, you said. So help me understand how that.
Yeah, so the staff really shifted their roles to COVID, basically, and doing minimal other operations during this time because it was necessary.
So you accounted for the time, savings accrued, then that either avoided costs that will allow us to maybe consider, what Brian's going to get to here in this presentation in a moment is what we could do going forward.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough savings to accrue for them just because they've had to expend a lot of money on this particular thing. Their staffing is only 7.5 people, so it's a very, very small staff that we currently have.
The bottom line, Supervisor Natoli, is that any revenues we receive as a result of claiming these expenditures for CARES or any other funding accrues to the general fund balance carry forward. And we have not come to your board for more staffing because it is a temporary function.
Okay, but could I take from that at the end of the fiscal year we're gonna have some carry forward? I get it. There's ongoing commitments, and so if you fund a position, obviously you got to fund it going forward. But in this given year, we've been in this almost 12 months now. We would be able to show some offsets that then could, if we're going to consider some of the other requests here, and that's not all before us today, but that's embedded in this, that we might have enough to at least initially make some decisions about adding additional staffing and or other efforts.
I think I'll let our county executive respond to that.
I get it. It's a one-timer. I get that, but I just want to make sure that there's money so we know where those savings accrue to.
So yes, if there are savings as a result of the CARES money funding these activities, what happens is it rolls into fund balance, and that can be considered during budget hearings as to how we want to spend that and what new activities, if any new activities, we would be proposing.
Okay. Before it gets all blended, though, I guess what I'm asking, Ann, is that this is coming before us because of some ongoing needs. That's a discussion for another day, but that we have some idea of what the offsets were for, a staff of 7.5 people, and maybe it funded, I don't know, maybe it funded 80% of the cost of the budget that was accrued to the general fund. That's a significant sum of money in any given year. Does it take care of you for all the ongoing years? No. I guess I'd like to know that number as we come into the budget again, in the months ahead, because it may help with some of the conversation we're going to be asked to have relative to growth requests, but also some of the ongoing responsibilities that this entity is having to take on. So
we will be coming to you probably in March with a mid-year budget report. I know we haven't done that in quite some time, but you will get a sense from that on where savings are happening. And as you know, we're looking at a difficult year next year, and so we will be trying to find a way to make sure we can fully fund our base before we consider growth requests. But you will have all that information before you.
And I guess I'm pinpointing just as we have this item before us today, so we can at least have a good, idea of what that meant for this particular small, part of relatively staffing a small part, but an important effort, as Brian's pointed out in the presentation. And I just think it would be important to know what stimulus offset relative to at least this year's activities and probably going forward. I mean, hopefully we're going to be beyond it in June, but I don't know that we will be. So
I'm guessing that you will have all of that information. I will need to confirm that with Mr. Ferguson, but you'll be able to see where the savings have manifested.
Yeah, for the EMS. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks.
So I want to just comment then, why are we concerned with what we're facing right now? There are increasing demands for service. Some of them are natural, such as population growth, or they're just simply more people who will need emergency care. But there has also been a dramatic increase in transports, and I don't know that I can really diagnose exactly why that is. There are some reasons we're trying to address some of those things, but there's been a dramatic increase in ambulance transports, and there's been a growth in the number of programs that the county has been required to administer. Some of these are state-mandated programs. Just to draw your attention to the growth in transports, less than a decade ago, half a decade ago basically, there were 207,000 some transports by ambulance. As of 2019, that was 324,000 plus. Dramatic rate of growth. And you have the same number of staff basically overseeing that with your EMSA. What are the core problems that the EMAG discovered? The Sacramento County Emergency Medical Services Agency is staffed at 1/2 to 1/3 the level of comparable agencies in other counties. And we'll bring up a graphic in just a moment to really highlight that fact. And also, maybe even more troubling is that the current funding sources for that agency are deteriorating steadily and rapidly. So demands are going way up, resources are going way down, and eventually there's going to be a problem with that. So on this chart, I just want to, first of all, draw your attention to the top line, which is the population of other counties, including Sacramento on the far right, that have comparable populations, over 1 million, 1.5 million-ish people that they include in their county jurisdictions. Now look at the bottom line, which is the number of staff for their emergency medical services agencies. You'll see that Sacramento County is 1/2 to 1/3 the staffing of comparable sized county EMSAs. San Joaquin is in there just to bring out the fact that they have about 40% more staff and they have half the population to serve. So I'm all for efficient government. I'm not one to advocate for the growth of bureaucracy. I don't think that's what this is. I think this is diagnosing a real problem that eventually is going to have ramifications for the community. The other problem is the funding sources. 75% of the agency's budget comes from vehicle code fines. The Maddie Fund and the Ritchie Fund were created by the legislature to basically allow counties to tack on fines to moving violations. I imagine this has never applied to any of you, but just suppose a fictional resident of Sacramento County gets pulled over for speeding. Maybe then Officer Desmond may have pulled someone over in the past. Let's imagine that speeding ticket has a fine of $200. Chances are someone's going to be charged $450 or something comparable to that, because there are many tack-ons to those kinds of moving violations to fund important things such as your emergency medical services agency. So 75% of that fund for your agency, though, comes from those sources. And courts over the last decade have increasingly found it unreasonable, unjust, and so forth to expect that kind of payment from individuals. And so they're not enforcing the fines that are on the books, and they're waiving those sorts of things. So what that means is you are not collecting the revenue you expect. And as you look back the better part of a decade here, every year there's been a budget shortfall based on what was expected, because that's what the code would suggest, and what is actually collected because of what the courts allow. And so it's a real problem. What is the ramification then for your public? What's at stake? you'll see public accountability. Well, it's not a problem often that there's misconduct on the part of emergency personnel, but if you experience that, or someone you love experiences that, you're going to want a full investigation and things to be resolved the way they need to be. Right now, there are few people on staff who can perform those investigations, and when they are, that means they're not doing all the other things that they're already understaffed to be doing. There's increased strain on hospital emergency departments. As I mentioned, there are 13 different ground providers, many different electronic patient care record platforms that the hospitals have to coordinate with. So protocols, people, process, electronic platforms, all those things, there's a high level of complexity. And without a referee of sorts, someone to coordinate all that, which is what the agency does, it becomes really burdensome for hospitals to work with all those moving pieces. And the report really details a lot of the other negative potential implications of not having sufficient staff. But I'll just point to two last ones. One is regional disaster preparedness. Just to point out, not the negligence of, but the overwhelmed nature of the staff that's trying to do these things. There's a regional disaster preparedness plan that hasn't been revisited in over a decade, maybe 20 years. There are many such plans and important plans, important procedures, important elements of preparedness and disaster response that just simply haven't been able to evolve with the growth in the community, the changes of technology, the changes in the reality on the ground. Without revisiting those things, and when you try to dust it off in a real disaster, there could be a problem. That's just an example of people, not enough people doing the important work that lies ahead. New programs coming online. There's a new stroke program and a new heart attack, STEMI program that the state required the county to create. Those are important because that means you're having data analytics to determine how the emergency medical services system is working, because minutes are brain cells when you have a stroke. And if you are able to maximize the best practices that medicine continues to point out as it improves, you can, again, save lives and save quality of life for individuals, for people. Well, if you don't have the ability to do that data analytics, it's a program in name only. And it's not really doing what it's intended to do. And of course, with COVID response, you could have a whole conversation about that, but the MOAC function and the whole agency has played a critical role in our community response to the pandemic. The bottom line is the county needs to right-size the LEMSA staff, the Sac County EMSA staff. It needs to budget for it appropriately because the current revenue source it's a sandy foundation that's giving way. And so I don't think it's reasonable to ask of anybody to have life and death decisions in their hands when they aren't staffed and aren't funded appropriately. And so the EMAG, the Emergency Medical Advisory Group, consisting of the ambulance providers and the hospitals in Sacramento County, have produced this report for your consideration, not with specific recommendations on how you address this, but really to highlight this, because this is not one of the agencies that probably typically is in front of your board agendas at a board meeting. And we understand that you have so many competing demands for resources and attention, but this is one that has been under the radar for a long time, and it's important to put it at the forefront, because I think if ever this would resonate, it would be during the pandemic, in which this is a critical response piece to the crisis that we're facing in our public health. Just to point out how some other communities have dealt with this, either use of general fund or assessments, property assessments, or sales tax increases and those sorts of things. There are no easy solutions for these budgeting matters, but that's why you're all paid the big bucks. We just get to write the report to point out some of the challenges. But with that, I'm happy to respond to any questions that you may have. And again, want to commend the county staff for the work that they do to really assist the hospitals and the ambulance providers in our community. They played an important role. We work very closely with them, and we want to make sure that they can effectively do what they're called to do.
Thank you, Brian. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate the presentation. Certainly appreciate, I think, you adding some clarity to an area that is kind of mysterious to a lot of us. You know, it's infected with a lot of acronyms that people don't understand. And I thought the first time I heard the acronym EMS was when I was a young CHP officer, became an emergency medical technician, and one of my instructors is sitting right there behind you, Dave Magnino, who's our EMS coordinator. So good to see you, Dave. My question for you, Brian, is a couple questions. One, are there any efforts at the legislature to address this issue of tacking on all these different fees and assessments to fund certain programs? Because this isn't the only one, right? There's several, and you brought up that illustration of pulling someone over and writing them a ticket, and you know, the legislature has created a structure where the amount that someone is charged for a moving violation really bears no resemblance to you know that violation, because they've tacked on all these things. So is there any effort to provide counties with some backfill funding to make up for this?
I will say that the legislature has continually allowed counties or local emergency medical services agencies that may also be multi-county to do just that, to have a Maddie fund or a Ritchie fund. They don't mandate it. The county chooses to adopt that as a potential source, and the county chooses to what degree they rely on that revenue to fund certain purposes like this agency. So there may be efforts to reform vehicle code or to
decouple those assessments from the underlying fine.
I am not aware, and I'll defer to any of the staff who may be more aware of that. I do know that there has been, every 3 years or so, there's been a renewal of these funds. So the legislature continues to allow for this to happen. But in terms of decoupling them, I don't know that there is such an effort underway.
And then my other question is, I appreciate, I met with you the other day with the hospital council, and that was terrific, and I appreciate that. What do the hospitals play any role in helping funding for increasing the size of?
Yes, as I mentioned, the whole initiation of this conversation, the creation of the EMAG 2 years ago, stemmed from the fiscal needs of the county coming to hospitals and to ambulance providers saying, we need to increase, we're proposing to increase fees to fund these new positions and new programs. And we agreed and endorsed that, and in fact do pay those fees, such as designating a trauma center. So there are fees that go into the designation of a hospital as a trauma center, and we have 4 of them in this jurisdiction. That's one way in which the regulated or supported providers are all actually funding the actual service. I think the point that we need to be clear about, though, is that yes, the entities that provide the service do have skin in the game, and they do help fund those services in part, but they should not be expected to fund the very service that they perform. Rather, this is a community-wide need that requires a community-wide response and support. And so you can't keep going back to the same entities that are the system, that compose the system, and say, keep paying for our ability to oversee you. Rather, it's really something that the community needs to decide is a priority enough to support at a higher level. And that's frankly what all the other jurisdictions that we pointed out and many more do. They don't have commensurate fees on hospitals or ambulance providers to fully fund the more robust staffs that you've seen on the charts. They found other ways to make that happen.
Okay, I appreciate that. I assume when we talk about this more during budget time, there might be a discussion, though, as far as, are the hospitals willing to pay any more to help? Because it seems to me, if there's a lot more service need in Sacramento County because of population growth, and EMSA is overseeing that service need, and more people are being treated at the hospitals, and the hospitals are able to get reimbursement through Medi-Cal or insurance, but the county's not, even though there's more of a burden on a county in terms of EMSA. I mean, we need to have that discussion about what might be the kind of the sweet spot in funding, right? So I look forward to that.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, if I could, just a couple things in the report, kind of piggybacking off of Supervisor Desmond's point, Brian, on the discussion about what's at stake for Sacramento County. There's a in-depth, although not lengthy, discussion about the patient care records platforms that are used. There's apparently 4 of those, and they're not standardized. And with, as you noted earlier, 13 ground transport providers and 8 different emergency room facilities. It points out, though, that apparently there are significant costs to the hospital, to the healthcare providers, for that lack of standardization. And it would seem to me, this offers a suggestion, maybe you can comment on it as well. I don't know if Dave wants to as well. But, maybe that's a singular effort. Obviously, there are going to be required ongoing updates to that and so forth, of that standardization. If that's better for patient care, kind of drilling down to this from the standpoint of points you made early in your presentation, as it relates to patient care, certainly patient follow-up, and the law description here, just reading the report, it says the labor costs just in this area alone are profound for hospitals. Now, that's the statement of the committee, and talks about how it can also compromise access to care. It seemed to me that ought to be, and again, certainly this board can, I think, entertain that discussion, but if that's an issue as it relates to standardization, certainly ongoing oversight and coordination with the agency and any updates, then we ought to really focus in on that, because maybe that's there's certainly a capital or an investment needs to be made on that, but then there's the ongoing part of that. And I'd like to see some further discussion around that. And I think, again, to the hospitals as partners, obviously, ambulance providers, and not just to an ongoing fee, but what's it going to take to accomplish it? There needs to be a willingness, I guess, if people are using different platforms and you're not having to subscribe to one versus the other.
Right.
I don't know what difficulties from a legal standpoint are presented there, but that seems to me, at least as I read the report, and I have another thing I want to address as well, but that's a particular element that needs to be really pinpointed, because you pinpointed in your report, but again, maybe we can focus on that discussion too. So I'd take any comments you want to offer on that.
Supervisor Natoli, that's definitely a fair conversation. I do want to acknowledge the investment that each of the ambulance providers have sunk already into whatever system that they've stood up. Sure. And so there is a degree of investment that I think we need to respect as well. But I think any degree of improving coordination and communication helps. When kind of pivoting back a little bit to Supervisor Desmond's comment or question about paying for some of these services from those, whether it's the hospitals or the ambulance providers, there is a lot of unrecorded payment going on already in terms of the amount of staff time it takes to assemble and produce the data that goes to the county for analysis and so forth. In the absence of county personnel to do some of this stuff, hospitals are just doing the stuff. And so the quality improvement, and you say quality improvement or quality assessment, and that, your eyes can glaze over, but what that really means is ensuring by use of quantitative measurement that the best practices are being followed, and where they're not, where you identify gaps in areas for improvement, and then having a coordinated way of training to that and improving that. Right now, and this, I think the county staff would admit that that is not as robust as it could be and really needs to be in this jurisdiction because of who's going to do it. Who's going to do it currently? Hospitals are shouldering a lot of that administrative cost right now. The staff of the county is doing a great job with who they have, but as the state mandates new programs to come on, like the stroke and the STEMI programs, you need additional people to do that, because the people who already are in place can't just do that other job because they're already overburdened with what is required. Then you layer over the pandemic and we're in a tough spot.
And I guess as we have more discussion around this, I think, what does that mean from the standpoint of some of the things you said? I said in your opening comments about patient care, about life and death situations, about treatment, both in the urgent setting, but also as follow-on. And I think that goes to some of the consideration this board entertain on a regular basis as it relates to the human element, not only the service provision and the care, but then how that can either be disrupted or affected so that it has a negative effect on outcomes for people, potentially, not because people aren't doing their best, but because there's, a need to do more. And so I guess I'd like to, maybe hear some more around it as we come back and talk about this in the budget setting. The other thing I wanted to ask about, and this, the committee pointed this out, and it concerns me that on page 13 of the report, it said in Sacramento County hospitals report ongoing noncompliance with infection control policies, behavioral health dispositions. You touched on that. And this last one, and law enforcement violations of the Federal Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act by, quote, ED, hopping, end of quote, with jail inmates and patients. Now, the only ones that are transporting jail inmates or patients is the County of Sacramento. All the other jurisdictions may have folks who they make arrests for that may need immediate attention, but they're not, once they're booked into the jail, they're in the custody of the county, and this says that when they are taken from one hospital to another, hoping for shorter wait times.
Yeah.
Now, when is that occurring, how frequently? And I mean, that's pointed out here pretty explicitly, so I guess I'm curious, Brian, elaborate, please.
It's explicitly pointed out because it's a perpetual problem, not because it's a daily, heavy-duty kind of problem. But it is the kind of thing that requires ongoing training. And frankly, we do a lot as the stakeholders in this field to police ourselves and to educate ourselves and to really build the relationships across different organizations to resolve some of these missteps. So for example, and often this happens where you have a new officer, a younger, less experienced either police officer or sheriff's deputy who is unacquainted with some of the regulations by which hospitals are regulated, such as EMTALA, which requires that, if a patient or a potential patient steps on or is brought to hospital property, it's the duty of the hospital, if they require emergency care, to provide emergency care. And so and frankly, there are times where either some or all of the hospitals have pretty lengthy wait times in the emergency department.
Sure.
And triage will determine how long someone may be waiting, because for as urgent as you think your situation is, there may be someone with a much more grave condition. And so sometimes we will have law enforcement officers that will show up at one emergency department and think, I can't be here for being basically off the street, off patrol for 3 hours or 2 hours or 1 hour, half an hour, however long she thinks it may be, and we'll go to another hospital. Well, that's a legally compromising thing. And we do a lot. We convene a bi-monthly task force of emergency service providers of all the law enforcement agencies, ambulance providers, the county behavioral health, and in all the hospitals. And we will debrief these sorts of incidents as they occur. And so it doesn't need a heavy regulatory hand. We do a lot of this through our relationships already. However, by having sufficient staff perhaps to make sure that the training is occurring with each new batch of cadets coming into a law enforcement jurisdiction, that might be something that could be avoided.
Well, let me ask them, because maybe it's the nomenclature used here. We talk about jail inmates or patients.
Probably arrestees. Probably
those that are in rescue. They may be in custody. It may be the sheriff's department, maybe city police, maybe one of the other city jurisdictions, might be the CHP. That depending upon who the arresting officer.
As the chief editor of that paper, I will take full responsibility that Sandy Damiano corrected me 3 times on that, and I think it slipped through.
Okay. Well,
arrestee is the more appropriate word.
Because once that helps, because once they're in custody, we and again to Sandy's oversight of the jail correctional health is that then there ought to be accepted protocols for folks that need emergency care once they're booked into custody with the county system versus those that are being transported en route because there was an accident or there's some other trauma that's occurred that they need to go to the emergency room before they actually are, brought into the criminal justice system. So, okay, well, that helps then. That's because it presents a little different picture than what your description was.
Yes.
So, okay, good. Thank you.
Is there a way to understand where those other jurisdictions identified, what kind of different funding they identified, so that we can see what our neighbors are doing and if there might be some possibilities?
Yeah, there is. And the county actually already has a pretty good understanding and really did a lot of investigatory work starting a couple of years ago to look at other jurisdictions. There was the false hope of federal funding, perhaps, that one jurisdiction was using that turned out to be an aberration that disappeared shortly thereafter. But really it comes down to harder choices. General fund, a lot of them have more dedicated general fund dollars. Some have special assessments, either a property assessment or a sales tax increase specifically targeted for those purposes or other health purposes. You look at the Bay Area counties and you'll see that some of them tend to have that sort of thing as a tool. There are no easy solutions on this, honestly. it's any one of those, and we acknowledge, those of us who've been wrestling with this for the last couple of years, acknowledge that any one of those are politically fraught. There will be difficulty passing an assessment or a sales tax increase. There's going to be competition for other purposes for general fund resources. But I think the investigation is worth having, and I think it doesn't necessarily have to be dramatic. There may be ways of cobbling together and weaving funding. But I think our point today really is to flag this as an area of real concern and point out that there are some ways of tackling this. Others have tackled it and made some hard choices. How? The how is always the hard part, and that's really what's going to be the process that the board and staff would have to wrestle with. But I think you have partners in the community that are more than happy to be thought partners in working through some of those potential solutions.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Ryan. And there will be an aspect of our community that's going to groan when I even talk about this. But how about our as far as licensing and operating fees of private operators who participate in the system? I assume that we do that. Is that comparable to what other jurisdictions are doing? Is that something we should look at?
I will say
it's
that
not going to bridge the whole gap, but it might.
Some jurisdictions have an exclusive operating fee. Basically, that an exclusive operator is selected, and they pay a fee for the opportunity to be that. Obviously, that would be a dramatic shift from having 13.
Right.
So that would be a whole cultural issue to sort through, and well-established members of our community who've been doing good work. So that, again, that is an option. That is one of the tools that's on, but it would have its own challenges as well. But some counties do that. They will have an exclusive operating agreement with one provider.
Okay. I mean, thus the groan I described. But we're in a situation where I think we need to look at every option. So, thank you.
I'm assuming we're going to have this conversation then based on some of the requests during our budget sessions and possibly looking at some legislative priorities or goals that we can add to our legislative priorities. And
yes,
Supervisor Natoli had.
Yeah, just on that point, and it was touched on, but I think the legislature mandates a lot of things. With the expectation that, we the locals, with whoever the partners are going to get them all done, irrespective of the cost, because they've made it the law and told us that's what needs to be done and the right thing to do in most, if not all, cases. But I do think that may be an avenue, to your point, Madam Chair, and I think as talked about here, is that if the Maddie and Richie funds are inadequate for the responsibilities that are being borne by not just this county and our agency, but others as well, it would seem to me that if they're mandated unreimbursed costs, they have the ways of getting around that. Then we ought to seek, working with partners. I mean, we're not the only agency in this state, up and down the state. Look at, and I would assume if hospitals and ambulance providers are, part of that regulated or partnering community of health care, both with the oversight that we provide and in coordination, but their respective roles in patient care, citizens of this county and certainly of this state, and people who travel here as well, then maybe that's an avenue, and it'll be compete with a lot of other things in the legislature, but maybe that's where we ought to put some of our effort and emphasis as well. Because again, the suggestion that an assessment and or additional fees or sales tax and on and on and on, those are all possibilities. Some of them are more distant than others, I would say, but nonetheless, I think that this is being borne statewide as a responsibility of counties and emergency management and medical services agencies. Then maybe that's where we ought to look to as a part of our legislative program, to the point being made here. And I know we just had that our platform for legislation, but maybe something we ought to talk with some of our local legislative delegation about, and and get this at least on the docket across the street. So
maybe also a conversation at CSAC. I'll bring it up in my next meeting, which is in a couple days. And Brian, thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's not fun to know that we have one more thing to think about, but we do appreciate it. And I know we do not have any public comment on this, so we will be cognizant and put our heads together and try and figure out how we can improve the situation. And we appreciate your being here.
Well, thank you all for your consideration on this. Have a good day.
Thanks, Brian.
Next item, please.
Okay. Your next item is the appointment of members to the Sacramento County Health Authority Commission.
This is our final time come before you to structure the health authority. Once we get this taken care of, we are good to go. And once we do have members appointed, some of the things we'll be doing is obviously notifying all the members, getting meetings set, establishing our bylaws, procedures, regulations, and budget. Well, I'm here to tell you, the budget is going to be this big. If it's anything, it'll be mileage payments to our Medi-Cal beneficiaries to attend meetings, which may not happen for a long time, depending on how successful we are with our controlling the COVID. One of the primary duties we'll have initially is reviewing the state's RFP for managed care plans. And that's one of the reasons we rushed to get this approved in February, because we expect that RFP to be issued, or the draft to be available in March. And we want to be able to hit that immediately and give the state our comments so we have the best possible product. And then once the state does finally approve the RFP, we will have the responsibility to review applications and recommend applications and prioritize them to your board. Just a little bit about the process. The board letter describes how several organizations contributed their expertise to nominating candidates, including the Central Valley Health Network, the Hospital Council, the Medical Society, and the Medi-Cal Dental Advisory Committee. The selection of the chair and the Medi-Cal advocates was done by our steering committee. But we only had 2 applications for the Medi-Cal beneficiaries, so both of them are on the commission. Now, the chair was unanimously selected by the steering committee based on his interest, his enthusiasm for the health authority, and his long-standing participation in developing the health authority, and the fact that his organization is not affiliated with any healthcare provider or managed care plan. The names that are presented today are recommendations of the various organizations and our steering committee. Your board is the final appointing authority and can adopt these as recommended or make any changes you want. And all that we ask is that when we come out of here today, we have a slate of members, including one from your board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thanks for that concise report, Jim. Appreciate that. I know that as you just ended with the real action that this board is faced with making today is to appoint from our own ranks that board member that would join with those that are referenced in the resolution. So I certainly welcome any discussion, but having had some conversation with Supervisor Kennedy about this, I'd like to nominate Supervisor Kennedy to be this board's representative on this committee.
The chair will second. And do we have, I'm sorry, Supervisor Natoli.
Oh. Yeah, no, I intend to support the motion, but I just wanted to, as a part of the charge to the committee and the commission, and recognizing obviously it was embodied some of the discussion in previous staff report back in December. Could we include as a part of this? Obviously, we're going to include someone from the board ranks, but I think an annual report to the board of supervisors, if not needed more frequently than that, but I think that would be important so we know the work of the commission. Certainly, whichever one of our colleagues, in this case, obviously, it sounds like Supervisor Kennedy would be the first appointee, but ongoing, so there's connectivity to the work of the commission as it relates to I think the important issues that are going to be right from the get-go, folks are going to be looking at, but I think ongoing. So I would, as a part of any motion to approve the slate that we asked that there be an annual report to the Board of Supervisors from the Commission.
Great, I'm glad to do it.
Good idea.
Well, my successor will be glad to do it.
Supervisor Kennedy.
I want to thank the board for that support, and my successor will be happy to do it as well. I have been working on this issue with Dr. Pan, as I know has Supervisor Stern and others. I actually look forward to welcome the opportunity to represent the board on this, and keeping in mind that I am just doing that, representing the board. And so we'll make sure to listen to Supervisor Natoli's wishes to have those regular report backs. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Cerna, second by the chair, and
that includes all the appointments with the.
And that did that.
Including all the appointments on the attached resolution.
Thank you. Please vote.
A unanimous vote.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And I think we are done unless you have more for. Oh,
no, we have one more.
Oh, yeah. For item 32 is the report on COVID-19.
Thank you.
You know, director's responsibility is usually to come up here and give you some information on the financials. Well, I'm here to tell you there's nothing remarkable about the financials. You've got the report. If you've got questions, we're glad to answer them. But I tell you what is remarkable, and that is that Sacramento County has been awarded $59,781,149 from the Federal Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021. This is just wonderful news. The uses for this money are for testing, case investigation, contact tracing, surveillance, containment, and mitigation. The period of the award is from March 1st of this year through July 1st of 2023. We've actually been advised and encouraged by the state to upload the expenditures, spend the money now while there's the highest need. What's very possible is that this is a lot of money going out to every county in the state, and a lot of it probably will not be spent very quickly. So there's an expectation that there'll be reallocations of funds in the coming months or years. So we're on board with that. We'd be happy to ramp up our efforts, do the most we can to control this pandemic, and get as many people as possible vaccinated as quickly as possible.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli has a question.
Well, yeah, just to congratulate our staff for the work that went into, obviously, to providing the backdrop, I guess, for receipt of those funds. And I wanted to be clear, so this is in addition to the $60 million for rental relief and assistance. So
yes,
we're talking about $120 million in additional funds. Is that that's correct? So again, maybe you intended to cover this, Jim, so I don't want to get ahead of you, but with the $59.7 million, which would then start accruing expenses against March 1st, we made some decisions. Some of those were on the agenda today for disbursement of the money that was identified in the first rounds of stimulus last year, and we've, again, made some general fund obligations. Going forward, are we able to, because again, there's this ongoing need, I think, to help with recovery, certainly in working with our private sector partners. This is the frontline public health piece of it, and the vaccinations and the testing and surveillance and so forth, all the things you mentioned. But are you going to be back to us shortly? I know we talked about this in briefing, and with some discussion about how then, I think this board has expressed an ongoing desire, once we got some certainty around this funding, which is just tremendous news, about what we might do to then assist others in the community, and whether it be private sector or other agencies. I know that have made requests to us because impacts to their personnel, impacts to their, to their, in the cases of businesses, but just generally. And we've got kind of rental relief, we've got the frontline health effort. What about the piece that where others fit into it? And we had some park districts and others that came forward that have had impacts. So how does that fit into the scope, and maybe beyond just health, health services or public health?
But we had hoped that there would be money in here for businesses. I mean, your board has made that a priority, and we understand that. And there's not direct funding available to support business that has been disrupted. It does allow for quarantine and isolation support to prevent the spread of COVID-19, which would include hoteling, food, such as the dine-in program, laundry, mental health services. It's for people who have to be quarantined or isolated to diminish the possibility of spread of the disease, but that would fund the dine-in program. What will happen is we have a number of expenditures. As you know, the CARES money went to other departments, so we are operating on general funds. March 1st, we will have the ability to claim those expenditures under this funding, which is going to free up general fund money that is entirely at your board's discretion as how you spend it. So we will have an increased fund balance carryover unless your board chooses to spend more of that this fiscal year.
Just to clarify, though, we did get the announcement, but we still need to get the details. There's a letter that the state sends to us so that we can accept the money. So we're working on the details, and even if it's not here by March 1st, I think when we come forward with a board letter, we can do it retroactively. And as we mentioned when we presented to you in December, is that as soon as we are able to verify the money that we're getting and the specifications of how we can spend that money, that we will move to move out the as much general fund as possible, and then bring that to you for decisions as to how you want to spend it.
Do you know when
we are working on that right now.
Do you know when we will receive that, Dr. Kasiri?
They have not told us. They did say that it should be happening soon, but definitely as soon as we know, we will be working on it. I guess I think we would need to come with a board letter.
Right.
We have been promised an advance of 25%. We have been told that as of March 1st, I mean, we have pretty clear federal guidelines that the state will build their guidelines on. So that's helping us do our planning now to get ready. But what we know is that we can expend, and been told that we can expend effective March 1st, and within the categories outlined in the federal legislation, and see that reimbursement, even though our expenditure plan doesn't have to be approved by the state until March 15th. So they're being very flexible about this, but we have not received the state's final application.
Those clarifications are very important, and thank you for them. I just wanted to ask one final question, though. So this was the money that was approved in December. Now, there's currently pending legislation in the Congress, American Rescue Act, or whatever it's been termed, but that would include additional support for things that you've certainly on our public health fronts, as well as obviously with the vaccinations and such, because, as you mentioned, this would cover claiming through 2023 or 2023. And it may be that there'll be additional funds with specificity around what they can be used for, but certainly to bolster the public health effort as well. Is that, I mean, potentially there is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Well, if there are no more questions about this good news.
There are.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. It is good news. However, hearkening back to what we went through this past summer, I would hope that there's going to be a very clear communication with the general public about the nuances of the first tranche of 60 versus this one of 50, almost 60, and the fact that there are many more parameters on this second tranche in terms of it being so dedicated to public health servicing. Because the last thing I want to have to do is spend a lot of time, again, responding to constituents who think it's a blank check, and that this is going to be the money that's going to be used for, everything from, scanners to, to small business assistance. When we can say that about, other appropriations from the feds. So I'm hopeful that whether it's a news story that Kim Nav is going to work on, or if our acting CEO or Jim, yourself, are going to talk to the media, it's really, really important. I can't stress enough to be clear about what it is and what it isn't. Otherwise, I guarantee you, given so much interest in understandably resources to address the pandemic from multiple sectors that we represent. Otherwise, if it's not clearly communicated, we're going to get met with those questions, those queries, and it would be very helpful if we can be thoughtful at the forefront of this and explaining again the good news, but the good news has some detail to it.
We will work with our public information officers to make that happen.
Great, thank you.
I totally agree, and I'm also really very happy that we have till 2023. That gives us a little bit more flexibility.
Yes.
It was hard. It was difficult with only 1 year.
Yes.
Please continue. There are no other names queued up.
All right. There we go. Just a couple of slides on where we are. The positive cases. Now, these are off of the California Department of Public Health website from last Friday, so they're a little bit out of date, but this gives you a real good idea of what the trend is, and the trend is very positive. But if you look at it, we're still just a little bit higher than we were back in August when we were having the summer surge. With test positivity, we were at 8.5%. I saw the report from the state this morning said we're down to 7.7%. Which is very good news. So the question is, when do we get out of the purple tier and down into the red tier? Well, these are the standards that we have to meet. We have to be at 7 or fewer cases per 100,000, and they adjust that so that it's not exactly what it seems. And I'll just go into that in a minute. And then positivity tests, if we get under 8%, we're good. So we just hit 7.7. So you would think that we are in just excellent shape, except there's one more piece, and that is the equity positivity rate. And of course, the concern here is in our more vulnerable neighborhoods, the positivity rate is significantly higher for a number of reasons. Until we bring that number down to 8 or less, we'll remain in the purple tier, and we have to bring that down for a period of 2 weeks before we can drop down. So we will be redoubling our efforts. Dr. Kassiri and her staff have just been wonderful about working with community-based organizations, with churches, with different groups that reach into these vulnerable communities to do all we can to control the disease and to get people vaccinated, which is a huge challenge. I put that quote down there by Tomas Aragon, who's our director of the California Department of Public Health and a state health officer. He acknowledges the issue, but what's happened is because of the tier structure, our first group to be immunized were medical professionals, and our vulnerable communities are not well represented in that group. So that's what he talks about with a disparity by design.
Excuse me, Jim, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Ms. Trent. So on that last slide, okay. So I just want to be clear. That's coming from the state, correct?
This is right off the state's
positivity
webpage.
rate. I mean, because this is where I think some people are confused. They just, well, the positivity rate is below, but the state is requiring the equity positivity rate to be below that before we can move to the red.
And what they don't include on there was that equity positivity rate that we're held to.
Okay, thank you.
So our latest risk is the Super Bowl surge, so I hope none of you had Super Bowl parties, but we'll see what happens. I'm just glad we're not Tampa Bay because they're probably going to have a big problem. So who are we vaccinating now? This is right off of our public health webpage, and we are actively working with our partners. We probably have heard about the Safeway stores, pharmacies doing vaccinations. They're hitting folks 65 and years and older at a dozen or more stores around the county, which is great news. We are concentrating on law enforcement and emergency providers, emergency responders right now. Next week is our plan to begin vaccinating teachers and childcare workers. So we're making progress. You know, the standard refrain is, all we need is more vaccine, and we could do a lot more faster.
Excuse me, Jim. Supervisor Cerna, followed by Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate the colored boxes here that do a lot of explaining in terms of the timing and the sequence of vaccination for various groups. I wanted to take this time during your presentation, though, to highlight a certain population that we really haven't had a lot of discussion about or presentation about, but I know that Dr. Kasiri is now well aware because she and I participated in the same phone call recently with Russell Rawlings, who many on this board and our staff also know as one of our more active disabled persons advocate here in Sacramento County. And he shared with us some real candid experience about the inability to acquire vaccination and having to actually go to Contra Costa County to acquire vaccination, which really kind of floored me. I think we, as Dr. Kasiri pointed out to him during the phone call, that we will make sure to rectify that. But he's also someone that relies on an in-home support, and unfortunately, he was faced with a situation where it was very difficult to get tested because he is in a motor chair, motorized wheelchair. So it was good for me to hear that. I think it was good for Dr. Kasiri to hear that. But it sounds like when it comes to the community of people that we represent that have perhaps in some cases some very severe physical disability, where can you address that? Can you tell me what we're doing that's focused on that particular population, because it's not something that this board has been necessarily briefed on in a lot of detail.
Sure, I can take that. So we are aware of the difficulties that some people are having with being able to get appointments, and that partly is because of the limited number of doses that we're getting. But more specifically to the question you asked about some of the special populations like the disabled and some of the disadvantaged communities, we do have 2 people that we have assigned to interface with the communities to hear their needs and work on pop-up vaccine clinics. So these 2 are, one is the Equity Health Coordinator, and the other is our Director of Nursing. And the 2 of them, their role is, again, when those requests come in, to be able to set up those meetings, listen to what the difficulties are, and then look for solutions. We've actually started to reach out to communities to start doing some of these small pop-up clinics. We're not doing a lot because right now we're still following the tier, and as you can see from the tier, it's mainly healthcare workers, law enforcement, and now we're starting to do 65 plus, but we're not really at the point of doing the general public. So as we continue down, we will definitely have more of these pop-ups, but we have started making some of those connections.
Can I make a suggestion? Because, this presentation comes on the heel of the announcement of such good news. I would like to suggest that we look at adjusting our vaccination protocols and programming such that maybe we have a handful of public nurses that can be deployed for them to actually go to a place of residence for someone that is especially wheelchair bound. Otherwise, it is a real burden on someone that is in a wheelchair to have to get either a paratransit reservation or privately secure transportation, depending on what the amount of their disability, to get to a vaccination site. Much of our vaccination availability is centered around people that have mobility and unobstructed mobility. So I'd like to see us use, perhaps, if appropriate, some of the federal funds that are going to be available, hopefully at beginning March 1, to do some kind of program, enhanced program like that, where we can actually do a home vaccination program for people who otherwise have a great deal of frustration and inability to leave their homes for what would otherwise be an on-site vaccination somewhere distant from where they live.
Yes, we have gotten those requests, and we're looking at how to do that. I think part of the challenge we have is because of the way the vaccine comes to us in a vial that has multiple doses, and you can't move it from one place to the other because of the difficulty with keeping the temperature. But that is one of the things that we are looking at. So the director of nursing is going to be training a team of nurses that will be able to do that. We just need to figure out how to do it so that we're able to keep the vaccine safe.
Yeah, practically speaking, I'm not a doctor. I'm not, not in the medical field. But it seems like, you maybe I'm oversimplifying, but you pack a cooler with some dry ice and you make sure that the temperature stays where it needs to be so you avoid spoilage. And it seems like it'd be somewhat of a no-brainer to get that delivered to the people that otherwise have a great amount of difficulty getting to a vaccination site.
Well, if I may, as new vaccines become available that don't require the cold storage and may only be one dose, those are the ones we should be using for the type project you're talking about. Yeah. So because this is a labor-intensive project to go door to door, and very time-consuming, and that's one of our constraints is finding enough people to do this.
It's more labor-intensive for someone in a wheelchair to get to a vaccination site.
Understood.
I guarantee you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And I too, like Supervisor Cerna, I don't want to oversimplify. I mean, we watch 60 Minutes and we see public health nurses going out into the Amazon and, vaccinating indigenous people, and we think, why can't we do this here? But I get it. We have the technical problems with the vaccines and all of that. But that aside, one of the things we keep getting a lot of correspondence about is educators and when will they be vaccinated, and I see that they're coming. I just sent Dr. Caceria an email, not realizing you were sitting right there. We're still looking, can't hold you to it because a lot of it's far outside our control, and I have to pass that message on regularly that it has to do with the availability of vaccines, what kind of vaccine is going to be available, all that. I understand all that. But as of right now, your best guess, and I know scientists love to do that, is somewhere around mid-February we're looking at perhaps reaching out to educators?
Yes, actually next week we will be starting, but what we want everyone to be aware of is that it's not going to be something that will be done in 1 week or 2 weeks, because of the limit in vaccine and also because we have these other groups. But we have been working very closely with Superintendent Gordon to figure out different sites. And in the letter that I sent, and I apologize if you didn't get it, I'll make sure you do. But we have multiple sites that we are looking at to be able to provide it. They won't be all running at the same time, but that will give an opportunity for opportunities throughout Sacramento for them to be able to get vaccinated, and also doing outreach to make sure that we get to everyone who needs to, including actually, because that group also includes child care providers, so we have to do some more outreach for the child care providers as well.
And I understand that each has to provide a safety plan for review by your department, correct?
So for the safety plan you're talking about is for school reopening,
right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Yes.
Sorry, I shifted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the schools do have to provide a safety plan, and many of them actually had been working on this already. My understanding is that for many, they're going to wait until we get to the red tier. We do have some schools, a few, like, for example, Folsom Cordova is open. So we're working with them to make sure that they update their safety plan and then working with the others. I think the major other point for the reopening is the testing, because now they're going to be required to do testing more frequently, either every other week or weekly. So being able to get that infrastructure in place is a bit challenging, especially for the smaller districts. So we actually have a designated coordinator who's also working with the schools to be able to get that done. And I wanted to state again, because that's a question that's come up several times, is for school reopening, vaccination is not a prerequisite. We want to work on it because we do understand that there are a lot of people who are, very anxious to get it, and we're working as quickly as we can, but it is not a prerequisite.
Thank you, and I apologize if I'm bouncing back and forth, but you've given us a lot of information, very good information. I thought attachment 2, by the way, was extremely easy to just digest and gave a lot of good facts. And, finally, on when we do have more availability of vaccines and they become more ubiquitous, and we're not having to ration so much because of what we get and all of the physical characteristics of it. When we look at opening up vaccination sites, I will once again say, and Dr. Exteria, you've always backed me up on this, but I will say that I hope we look very, very carefully at zip codes, which will not only go to the areas where people need it the most and where the rates are high, but it also help us as a county with our equity positivity rate. Mm-hmm. And I would encourage you to, I know that you guys are on top of this and every day you're breathing this, I understand, but reach out to the 5 of us as far as locations when we get to the point when we can start opening that up, because we know our districts fairly well, and we are being contacted on a regular basis by different organizations saying, hey, use mine, use my location and all of that, including the City of Sacramento, and others have reached out to me. So I hope you'll reach out to us and we can work together when we have a plan to where to place these vaccination sites.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Dr. Casaria, really enjoyed our conversation last week and appreciate the information. I want to echo a lot of things Supervisor Kennedy said, certainly with the educators and getting to them as quickly as we can. And so next week, I mean, what allocation from the state do you think we'll have to get to be able to move forward with vaccinating educators next week? I mean, do you have a sense?
We get a weekly allocation. In the last couple of weeks, it's been about 13,000 to 15,000. And so we use that for both public health and all of our healthcare partners. And that is used to finish off Phase 1A, to continue with Phase 1B, which includes law enforcement and also 65 plus. 65 plus is a large group, and it has made it a little more challenging for us because just in that group alone, we have 200,000 just looking at our demographics. Yeah. So being able to do outreach to them, some of them are able to use our online system, but we are cognizant of the fact that there are many who are not able to use it. So we're working on ways of being able to give them access either through the phone or through some of these pop-up sites, using some of our partners in community-based agencies to help with registration. So it's going to take us a while, but we're trying to hit all of those groups at the same time. So that's part of what's contributing to making it slower, because the teachers are going to be added onto that. So we might have some dedicated clinics that we're still planning. But in general, they would have to look at the appointments that we have and then be able to sign up as well.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I mean, you don't anticipate another week where I think the state only gave like 975. No. Okay, good.
We certainly hope not.
Good. And I understand you're making a lot of projections based on how many from each of these groups shows up, right? And kind of what the demand is.
That's correct.
I think that's great. I really appreciate the information you provided about the school sites, and you're working with SCOE. I mean, so you're kind of teed up and ready to go. What do you hear from the other partners that the county does not influence as far as their plans for making the vaccines available to educators? Any sense of that or update you can give us on that specifically?
Yes, so far we've had conversations with Dignity Health and Kaiser, and they were just waiting for us to give them the go-ahead in order to start planning clinics. So that will help also,
Great.
especially if they're able to use their own allocation. But they're also dependent on what the state will give
Sure.
them. So, and that's part of the reason why we gave you the list of sites, but we didn't give you dates, because that will have to come on a week-by-week basis depending on the vaccine allocation that we have.
But we may get into a situation where some of those other direct allokees from the state are able to start on educators really before the county is, depending on.
That's correct, and that will definitely help.
That's good to know. Okay, and then the other thing is those safety plans you referenced. Will they be? I mean, because from my conversations, I mean, some of the school districts are going to be ready to go when we hit the red, or maybe 2 weeks after we get into red. Can we be assured that those safety plans will be reviewed ahead of time? So I don't want to be in a situation where now we're in red and now we're just going to start getting to reviewing that safety plan. I mean,
yes, we actually have a dedicated team that's reviewing the plans, and I think the directive from the state is that we have to give a response within a 1 to 2 week period. So we've been working with them actually all along, and many of them had already started on their safety plans. So it's a matter of them making sure that it's up to date with the state and CalOSHA guidelines, and be able to submit.
Great. And finally, again, kind of keying off Supervisor Kennedy, I went to the site at Cristo Rey High School over the weekend, and it was great. And I think they vaccinated 1,000 people or so, however many.
Correct. Yes.
It looked like it was operating very smoothly, and they had that partnership, I guess, with Dignity Health, UCD, and the county. I mean, I tell you, in my district, I have a few I think sometimes the unincorporated parts of Sacramento County don't get as much attention, so I would really put my plug in for seeing if we could do something up in either North Highlands or Foothill Farms area, because those are folks who are often overlooked. And I've mentioned this to you before. We already have a partner there, the incubator site for the Black Child Legacy Campaign, which might be a great location. So I even mentioned that to the Dignity Health person I spoke to last weekend as well. So I would love it if we could do one of those clinics up in the northern part of the unincorporated county.
Yes, we will be having those clinics. It's just that, as I said, we're not setting up dates for them because it's dependent on the weekly allocation.
Okay, thank you.
I think you were still continuing your presentation, so proceed.
Well, one of those partnerships out in the north area with Kaiser, we have our drive-through clinic. They have their walk-in clinic. But we started up in January, and you can see the progress we've made. And so it's kind of exciting to see that grow. And as vaccine availability increases, actually we met with Kaiser representatives last week and talked about setting up mass vaccination sites when we get mass doses of vaccine. They have just been an incredible partner, and I think we have some opportunities to do some good things in the future. These are the 4 multi-county entities in Sacramento County and what they are doing. And you notice that Kaiser is, if you want to call it a laggard in the group, they haven't gotten to 65 plus, and we talked to them about this. And they cover about 30% of the residents of Sacramento County, and they're getting about 10% of the vaccine allocation. So they're disadvantaged. They just are not getting the vaccine. That's why they haven't started the 65 and older group, and they're concentrating on the 75.
Excuse me, Jim. Supervisor Cerna had a question.
Thank you. This slide reminded me of something I wanted to raise during this update. I've heard now several times, this is anecdotally, but I've heard several times that when it comes to vaccinations that are offered through a health plan and through one of the healthcare providers here in our region, that those that are not in a currently designated group, whether it be by age or infirmity, or if you're in the care of a facility. In some cases, pretty young, healthy adults. But I've heard from them that they've been able to acquire the vaccination because there's a vaccination site somewhere where there's a little left over, and they don't want it to obviously spoil. They don't want it to go to waste. And so they it seems almost like it's somewhat random, but they're, depending on who's offering the vaccination, it seems like some people are in their 40s, again, healthy adults, are being offered the vaccination. Is there any coordination that you know of through the health systems, especially for a common protocol when there is quote unquote extra vaccine left at the end of the day, so to speak, that they can prioritize who's on some kind of waiting list or in line? I mean, it seems a little ad hoc right now.
Yes. So part of the issue with, again, these vaccines, because they come in a vial, it's 8 to 10 doses. Sometimes sometimes you get an extra dose in a vial. And so because we have, everyone has to pre-register, some people may not show up, or you might get a few extra doses at the end of the clinic. You have a very limited time to be able to actually vaccinate. And the guidelines we have is you're limited in how you can move vaccine from one place to another. So that's why many of them, some of them do have a wait list. But I know that for some, when they opened up their wait list, I think it was Kaiser, their website crashed because there were so many people who signed up for it. So it is difficult to plan ahead. It's just by chance that if you happen to be close by, that you could be offered the opportunity. We did that also with our public health clinic, where we had a list of county employees, and the specification was you had to be able to get there in an hour in order to get the vaccination. So we have people who signed up, but even for us, I think there are thousands on the list right now, and you're waiting for maybe 5 doses at the end of the day. So it's because of the way that the vaccine comes to us. So that's why it happens the way it does.
It just seems like it could be managed a little bit better. I know it's very difficult when you're dealing with a stockpile that has to be refrigerated, and you're given all the federal guidance about not transporting the vaccine. But when I get constituent emails from people that are 65 or older, or they're infirmed, and they provide a testimonial about how difficult it is to currently get the vaccine, and then at the end of the day, I hear from acquaintances that are healthy in their 40s, and they've got their first shot because they just happen to be in the right place at the right time. Leads me to believe that there's some room for improvement there.
We'll look for ways of improving it, but unfortunately, again, because of the way that the vaccine comes, it ends up being that way. So our hope is that as we get more vaccine, that we'll be able to make sure that we're able to get to the most vulnerable.
Thank you.
There's been a lot of questions about the safety of vaccines, and these are the results of 5 trials. Of course, Moderna and Pfizer are currently being distributed. And out of the 33,600 vaccine recipients, if these vaccines are 95% effective, you would expect 5% to not be effective and result in problems. The fact of the matter is, you can see the results. There have been nobody hospitalized from COVID, no people who have died from COVID who have taken the vaccine, which tells us that not only is that 95% effective at preventing the transmission of the disease, if you've been vaccinated, the seriousness of the disease is much less. So it's, this is very good news.
These are national trial numbers?
Yes, this is out of the Washington Post. These are from the trials. These are the total trials from these 5 companies.
Thank you.
So at one of Dr. Kasiri's evening community forums, there was a discussion of which vaccine should I get? Should I get the Moderna or the Pfizer? Which one's best? And Dr. Cohen says, the one you can get. Now, the great unknown for us is that effective next Monday, Blue Cross will become responsible for allocating and distributing the vaccine and receiving the reports. They're taking over a role from the California Department of Public Health. Of course, we've had lots of issues with the vaccine distribution, allocation, the reporting. For instance, this morning I looked at our results from a spreadsheet that the Department of Public Health put together, the State Department, and it did not show that we had administered any vaccines. It showed that we had 35,000 to 36,000 that had been allocated to us, and we only had 2,600 on hand, but they didn't show that we'd actually administered any. So it's those kinds of things that I think push the governor to go with the third-party administrator. We are hoping things get better, but the Secretary of Government Operations for the state says it's going to be a bumpy couple weeks. So we'll
That's encouraging.
Hope for the best and plan for the worst. So, Dr. Kasiri.
Okay, so just wanted to highlight that we have a new tab on our dashboard that shows the vaccinations in Sacramento, and this specifically includes doses that we get for public health as well as for the hospitals. It does not include what comes in for the pharmacies that goes to the long-term care facilities. And as you can see, we have been ramping up, and we hope to continue with this trend of ramping up as we get more vaccine. And with that, I think that's the end of our presentation.
Yes. Okay, I have Supervisor Natoli queued up first.
Just on this last chart that you have here, so when you say total administered Sacramento County residents, so then 34,000 or 33,000 gone folks out of county?
Yes, because the vaccination is given either by the place you work or where you live. And Sacramento County, because of our location and being the capital, we have a lot of people who actually work here that live elsewhere. So that's part of the difference. And as you've noticed, we started off with healthcare and first responders, and so that accounts for some of the number that are not residents of Sacramento.
Okay. Just on a related note, we've talked about assisting certainly schools getting back open. We have the caveat obviously about the vaccines that you mentioned, but and I appreciate, I know that you and Dr. Kasiri and Jim are going to participate in a call with some of the folks that provide for youth sports, not necessarily associated with the schools, our little leagues, softball leagues and so forth. They're trying to get some sense about what the spring may bring and so forth. Any comments you might be able to offer relative to guidance? Again, we're following state guidelines. I get that. Is there any information that we anticipate forthcoming that will give additional guidance to health officers, both under the health order, but also as we're talking with people? Because again, all of us are hearing from teachers and parents and others affiliated with school activities, obviously a very prominent and important aspect. But for some of those who have related activities or unrelated, but certainly for youth, anything you might be able to offer today?
Yes, the state recently did update their guidance, and now they are actually allowing competition, though not tournaments. You can have competitions also with neighboring counties as well. And right now, since we are still in the widespread tier, we can only permit sports activities with low contact. Once we get to the red tier, then we'll be able to look at things like soccer. So that will definitely help. Yes, we are aware of the requests that are coming in about the sports, but we have to go by what the state guidelines are. And I know that I think there are some leaders from the sports, youth sports that are talking with the governor to see if that can be opened up more, based on the fact that they haven't seen a lot of outbreaks as a result of some of the states that do have competition. And I think those discussions are ongoing, so we will definitely update.
So a lot of it hinges, though, as you just, and I think it's important, on getting to the red tier. On getting to the red tier, that was where a lot of this hinges relative to certain activities that would be contact or semi-contact sports. Then.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I also just wanted to, lastly, just to once again highlight and compliment certainly all the frontline health workers, but certainly our public health staff and all the folks that have been partners now. We're approaching nearly a year into this, and in one aspect or another. And I know folks have labored very long and hard in the trenches, so to speak. Nights, weekends, and such. And obviously, some of those are represented employees for the county, but there's a whole lot of folks up and down, and certainly you, Dr. Kasari, I know Jim, obviously more recently with your work in the position you're holding currently. And I just want to compliment folks, because I know that it's come at probably great personal sacrifice for folks, beyond obviously their dedication to to helping care for folks at whatever capacity they do that in. And I don't know when this is all going to come to the end, and hopefully sooner rather than later, relatively speaking. But with the vaccinations and the ongoing work, and we can talk about the money we're going to receive and how that's going to help fund some of those. But again, with much personal sacrifice, and I just I know it's taking its toll. Again, I hear from some of those folks, as you do, and acquainted at least with some folks who've reached out to me, and just again with not a complaint in mind as much as it is just that the number of hours and what it means to their own personal lives, because they put their professional lives on the line, so to speak, every day, and that's tremendous. It's a tremendous sacrifice, and it takes a lot of courage and a lot of commitment. And I just want to recognize that, because it kind of maybe gets a little bit overshadowed with the number of folks who've been vaccinated, or those that have died, or those that have been infected, and all the personal stories that go with those tragedies and loss of life or lives saved. And but somebody's performing those tasks, and it's again certainly in public and private sector. But I want to acknowledge our folks in our public health realm who've done that, and again, thank you for your leadership, but also for those folks, and because the battle wages on here relative to trying to prevent and encounter this disease, and help make our community safe and get us back to wellness again, and hopefully someday to, even though it never shows on the charts, back to green, where we can open up and resume normal activities with the adjustments people have made. But I want to just thank our folks. It's important. You can't say thank you enough.
Thank you.
And Dr. Kasari and her team truly have done an exceptional job. So thank you.
No. I think we all agree with that. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
And in addition to how you've made yourself available has been just really terrific to anyone who asks. That's so great to help build kind of public trust. Just so I can understand, just this chart here, this is on the dashboard now?
That's correct,
That's great. I think it's great. It's trending right. Just so what does this universe encompass? Is this that 138,000? Are those just allocations that have come to the county, and the county has kept some of those, and some they've given? Okay, can you explain just what this universe is, so when I'm talking to constituents, I have a very clear understanding of what this represents?
Yes, so we get a weekly allocation, and so this is the accumulation of the doses up until last Friday.
Got it.
And when we get the allocation, we keep some of it for our operations at CalExpo, but most of it actually we send out to our partners. We have urgent care, we have pharmacies, Sac State and Cal North State. They're all partners with us. And actually even the hospitals, sometimes we do give them additional doses if we want them to reach a certain population. So that's the total that is coming to Sacramento County, minus what the state is giving in addition that's outside of our allocation, which could include to the pharmacies for the long-term care facilities, and then some to the hospitals as well. And then the administration is the total in the system. And as I mentioned, with the difference between administration and administered to Sac County is that we have a lot of people who work outside.
Okay, so this is the comprehensive. This is all of it. Okay.
Yes, and also to let you know that we are going to keep adding to this. I know there have been questions about the breakdown by age and race, ethnicity, and we will add to it as we clean up the data. But just to let you know that when you first see it, there will be a disparity because our first priority groups were people in healthcare and first responders, and we know that that is not a representation of the community, but just a representation of those particular occupations. But we are making efforts to go to the disadvantaged communities, and we hope that with time we'll be able to rectify those disparities.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gay.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Kennedy.
Just kind of to follow up on Supervisor Desmond, just so I'm clear, because I'm a little confused, but that's easy to do in this situation. I thought I heard you say that these numbers don't include pharmacies and care facilities.
Yes, the allocation to the long-term care facilities is through a contract between the CDC and CVS and Walgreens.
Right.
So we are not including it in there. We're hoping to be able to get those numbers so that we can show you.
Yeah, that's my only point. It was no criticism of what you're doing or the county's doing. It's, it would be nice to present the full picture to the community.
Yes, I agree with you, and we're working on trying to get that. It's just that there's so many databases and they don't talk to each other.
Yeah, shocking. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that, and I just want to, pile on with everybody else and thank you, Dr. Kassiri, specifically. We had a call the other day with a number of labor organizations who had all these questions. You jumped on it last minute. I know how busy you are, but it's what you've been doing, and I really appreciated it. It made a lot of people, calm down, and the temperature went down a little bit, so to speak. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I just had a couple of questions. First, I wanted to thank you for being available, and I know we're still working on some stuff, but I want to thank you, Dr. Kassiri, for helping me out with that, with all my questions. I had a meeting with the Children's Coalition yesterday, and during our discussion, we were talking about those areas in the county that are of greatest concern as relating to child care. And one of the conversations we had was around the in-home service providers and how they fell through the cracks, and hopefully there's going to be some kind of, and I don't know, I might be speaking to Ann also on this, some economic recovery funding for some of those underserved communities. And in the conversation, they brought up the fact that we talked about how the mental health impact of COVID on our children, and they brought up that the providers, child care providers and service providers, are having issues also. And I don't know if there's some kind of and this may not be you, this may be
Dr. Queen.
Ethan Dye, or it might be someone else, but do we have any community resources or support groups for individuals who are working in the trenches helping out, and it's COVID impacted? I don't know.
Supervisor, if you recall, when you adopted the language for the Latino Economic Council, you also approved funding for Child Action. And so, yes, you're right. Ethan Dye, DHA, has been working with them to land on a contract for services. You allocated $1 million to them. So that contract is coming to you, if not your next meeting, the one after that. But there are active discussions going on with them about that.
Okay, so it's the support is coming.
Absolutely.
They're feeling it.
Absolutely.
So that's great. The other thing I wanted to ask about was on the educators, is there a way to expedite vaccines for the most at-risk educators first? So that, maybe there's young teachers who are not as much at risk as maybe someone who's 65 or older. I don't know.
Actually, the ones that are 65 and older right now, they are eligible to get appointments. But I will take that back and see if there's a way for us to be able to expedite or prioritize them within the subgroup. It's been more challenging because we send the link to our contacts and then they send it to the group in order to be able to register for appointments. But if they do send us a survey, we are able to prioritize that way.
Okay, I just thought I'd bring it up in case it helps. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about quickly was in regards to your community conversations that you're having around COVID. I've been receiving some phone calls from constituents who are concerned that they are not, they feel that the process does not allow them to ask questions live. They're asking questions that don't get answered, and they perceive, I'm not saying this is so, I'm saying they perceive that you're picking and we might be picking and choosing the questions that we answer. And I wonder if there's a way to make the questions live so they can see you're taking, maybe you can't answer all the questions in that format. I know I have a lot of meetings where we have to cut it off because it's going too long, but maybe just so they can see, how you're managing the questions. So it's got a more, I think this goes to public trust and the feeling of, are we being set aside because they don't want to talk about that? Or is there a way that we can answer all the questions that get submitted somewhere on the website? Or I don't know if that's too hard. Maybe it's easier just to let the questions go live and then just take them as they come in and then say we'll continue this conversation next week or whatever. I'm just asking. I think this is this goes to transparency and public trust and people feeling nervous around COVID and wanting to get their questions answered.
So we've had that question asked to us, and the way the facilitator works is that the questions are coming in through the chat, and so we have a facilitator who's reading them, because when we're answering them, we can't be reading the questions at the same time. And what they do is to look for themes. Say, for example, if there are a lot of questions about when is it my turn, then we'll pull up our scheme that shows who we are vaccinating and answer questions about that. I think what happens sometimes is if people don't hear the question asked exactly the way they wrote it down, they think that it was not answered. Actually, now we have an additional person helping us, Dr. Cohen from UC Davis. So he's been really taking on more of answering some of the questions about treatment. And sometimes he actually goes ahead and answers them in the chat. But maybe what we could do additionally is also, I'll have to take that back and see if we can post the questions and answers somewhere so people can see that we are answering them. But it is hard to get through all of them. We have anywhere from 70 to 100 or even more people attending.
Oh, so, I'm sure.
No, I think the last time I saw, we had 300 on last week's call and probably 70 to 90 questions.
Yeah, maybe, I know we have a place they can email with questions. Do they get answers to their questions in the email? So maybe, I don't know, but maybe you can have that at the forefront of your mind and try to address that concern around open transparency, and people feel they want to feel like their questions are answered. So I don't know what's the best way to do it. I'm just hoping maybe there's a way to improve it the way it is. So
Yes,
I appreciate that.
We'll take that back.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I apologize for coming in late here and last, but I certainly would be remiss if I didn't mention, given the fact that you are being inundated with the sequence question, when am I going to get the vaccine based on, different populations, different groups, organizations. I did have a really good conversation recently with leadership of one of our bargaining units, United Public Employees, and I think a really strong argument was made that, especially at our various DHA bureaus, where we have a number of our clients that we serve in person, they're feeling very obligated to, whether it's to acquire general assistance or CalFresh or whatever it might be that requires their physical presence. It seems to me that we'd want to look at perhaps not just the folks that are in our DHA bureaus that are performing their duties, but in any congregate setting where our constituents are required to be somewhere in person. As the vaccine becomes more available, certainly, I think we're obligated to kind of plan for and look at how we can get those folks in the queue, because they are literally interfacing, and maybe on the other side of a plexiglass window. But I've seen the 28th Street Bureau packed with people before, and I don't know what we're doing to minimize the amount of folks that are obligated to be there in person, but I know that it continues to be an issue, and so I'd like to know that we are going to certainly not backburner our public servants that are, especially those that are determining eligibility and providing benefits to some of our most disadvantaged and needy constituents.
So, Supervisor, thank you for those comments. I just wanted to mention that both DHA, DCFAS, and others who have close contact with the public, as you mentioned, are working closely with public health to prioritize those staff as essential workers, get them vaccinated. Also, DHA, for example, has worked out some operational arrangements where it gets complicated, but in order to avoid the face-to-face, they have somebody sitting across the hall and they actually do phone calls to do their interviews and things like that. So I can assure you that both departments, as well as others, are actively looking at that to see what they can do to minimize that contact and protect our employees.
No, I appreciate that. Obviously the next step is vaccination, so I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that. It's we're the second largest employer here in the county, and many of my constituents are county employees themselves. So I feel very obligated to, when we get report backs like this, just to underscore that and how important it is. Thank you.
Sure, and we have been able to vaccinate some of the groups, such as social workers and also environmental management, because we were able to put them in the priority groups, but we'll definitely continue working on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just one final thing I forgot to mention earlier. When you start talking about your drive-through vaccination sites, assuming we've got sufficient supply of vaccinations, I would also ask, and I know you did with the testing some months ago down in some of the rural portions of the county. I think Galt, you did a couple of events there with the testing, but the geographical isolation may, in this day and age, doesn't seem like people can't get from one place to another with without very much difficulty. But we still have again, not with large segments of population necessarily, but some isolation where you don't have, maybe not have a grocery store. One of those at least is providing vaccines, may not have a pharmacy. Obviously, people can get to other locations. Some of them, when you get to the southern part of the county, though, maybe even in a different county, maybe in San Joaquin, maybe in Solano or Contra Costa County in some cases. So what I was going to just make a point of, though, as Supervisor Desmond pointed out, as we're looking at, certainly, zip codes and populations and those that are targeted within the tiers and so forth. Again, as I want to just put in again, a placeholder for opportunities for those vaccination clinics to be provided in some of the areas that would serve rural and or smaller communities in the county. And again, I know you're attentive to that. I just wanted to make sure I noted it for the record, because not unlike my colleagues, I get from all over the county, and I've had folks from some of those regions in my district that have said, well, how come we can't have something,
Yes,
here?
we're working on that, yes.
Okay.
You'll see the challenges that Dr. Kasuri faces from all the comments from all of you. Let's get our constituents vaccinated, and that's our priority.
Yeah. No, I know it is. And again, so anyway, thanks.
I don't know how she does it so gracefully. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I believe we have some public comment.
We do. Please go ahead and send the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. Just want to show appreciation for Dr. Kasiri and the Department of Health and Human Services for all their work under such such emergency circumstances. And I really appreciate that the Chairwoman Frost brought up how the need for public transparency, especially when constituents have questions that they would like their elected leaders and appointed leaders to answer in a timely fashion. So I would love to ask Supervisor Frost, why is it that you're the only person in this room who's not wearing a mask? You've been consistently refusing to do the bare minimum. Your colleagues and all the other staff members, including Dr. Kasiri in public health, have been telling you to do for months since this pandemic, and yet here you are, still the only person who refuses to lead by example by just putting on that 3 layers of cloth. It doesn't make any sense. It kind of defies all logic and makes me question whether you actually take this pandemic seriously or if you're just here to make a quick buck. I'm of the mind that it's the latter, because honestly, from every single point throughout this pandemic, you have been one of the biggest obstacles and hurdles to letting public health do its job. You constantly bog them down with questions that really don't apply to the emergency at hand, that really are just about focusing on getting businesses opened and refusing to actually take public health orders seriously. In fact, you've actively undermined them. You did it just last council meeting, trying to slip a resolution into the consent matter that would have opened Sacramento County and defied state COVID mandates and the CDC. So I'm really curious to know, and I would love it if any of the other boards or any other supervisors would like to share their thoughts on the matter, why you're the only one up here not following CDC guidance. That piece of plastic that's guarding you right now is not as effective as just wearing the mask. And it's really easy to do. It's ridiculous that you don't. So please do better. I really want you to do better, but honestly, you just continuously disappoint me. So I really am not going to hold my breath that you have learned any valuable lesson from anything that you've experienced thus far in this pandemic. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, sir.
There are no more callers.
Okay. Great. So I want to thank Jim Hunt and Dr. Kasiri for your very thorough update, and I want to remind everyone that we do have a closed session on 7th floor, which will convene immediately after this meeting, and so at this time I will adjourn to closed session.
May I ask a question? Are you going to come back at 2 o'clock? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will resume. We will resume at 2 p.m.
Okay.
So are we doing closed session now or after the meeting? I'm confused.
I was
No, you're
now. Okay.
I was thinking we were doing it now, I don't think it'll be that long, and then we'll resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon. This is the meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Today's date is Tuesday, February 9th, 2021. The Board of Supervisors are still convening in closed session, and they will return at 2:30.
Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting is hereby called back to order, and the meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors dated February 9. We've just returned from closed session, and I am pleased to report out that during our closed session that we have appointed our an interim county executive, Ann Edwards. Congratulations, Ann, on receiving the full support of the board in that interim position.
Thank you very much. I look forward to serving you well.
And I want to say that we have an item from this morning. So I'll ask do we need to call roll?
Madam Chair, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a morning item, item 29, ratification of the proclamation of local state of emergency for winter storms beginning on January 26, 21, producing damaging winds.
So earlier this morning, Supervisor Cerna requested some additional whereas language, and that language has been added, and thank you to the multitude of staff that worked on pulling this together. And it is there for your review, and Supervisor Cerna, if you want to read that into the record.
Yes, thank you. And again, this came at the suggestion of one of our callers, a constituent, Mr. Green from District 1. So I don't know if he's watching, but I want to thank him for the very apropos amendment to this resolution. So the following recital is being proposed to be added to the resolution, and it would rest just before the resolve. It reads as follows. Whereas the winter storm event commencing on January 26th, and for which this proclamation is considered, not only resulted in damage to property and infrastructure, but most significantly, it threatened the health and safety of unsheltered individuals, including adult individuals, children, and families. You know what? Sorry, last minute. Unsheltered people, including adult individuals, children, and family. That way we don't repeat the word individuals. So with that change, unsheltered people. All right. Got it?
Yep.
Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Joe, and thanks to Lisa Travis, who I also asked to review the language, and thank you to our now interim county CEO, Ann Edwards, for obliging me, and of course to my colleagues. So with that, I'd move the item with that additional language.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Cerna, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And now we will move on to our afternoon items. If the clerk will please read the next item.
Yes, item 33 is the fiscal year 2019-20 Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program report back and fiscal year 2020-21 Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program update.
So members of the board, this is the second time it's been calendared. You do have a copy of the report. And if there are no questions on the report, we're going to recommend this be a receive and file. If you do have questions, we'll recommend continuing this in light of the delay that we're experiencing today.
I think that was in the interest of time, which I know I appreciate, but I'm not sure about my colleagues if they feel the same or have any questions. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I don't have anything in particular to be nitpicky about, but I think in years past, I think we can, correct me, Mr. Natoli, our resident encyclopedia here. But I believe we've had engaged in a pretty good discussion, not just about what's being proposed, but some of what our priorities are. And so I'd like to suggest that we actually take the time to do that. And given the lateness of the hour,
Continue it.
I hate to punt it again, but I'd like to do that. I don't know if others feel the same or not, but those are my feelings.
I'm good with that. I think everyone appears
So the
to be
request,
good with
though,
that.
you're asking, what, we have a discussion about what the priorities are within the $1 million, or beyond that?
Yeah, just and also to take the time, not be rushed to make
I got you. Okay.
issue comments and maybe offer some suggestions for tightening the process, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And I think the public will appreciate that too.
But the process is still going forward with all the grants review and all that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Sure.
So is that a motion
That's a
to
motion.
continue?
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. And do we have a second? Did we have a second?
Second.
Supervisor Natoli. Second. Please vote. Okay.
Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that this will be continued to February 23rd. We don't have a time at this time.
Certainly loading that day up.
Thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Okay, for item 34, this is the domestic violence in Sacramento and the impacts of COVID-19.
I believe we have a couple presenters on this item today.
Yes, you have three separate presenters.
I mask off?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
That's the beauty of the
wall
box.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Oh, I do have control. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Blade, and I'm an Assistant Chief Deputy District Attorney with the Sacramento County DA's office. I am the Assistant Chief over our Sexual Assault and Family Violence Bureau. And we wanted to address the board and let you know some of the things that we've noted during the time of COVID with respect to domestic violence. And I also have representatives here from WEAVE and our Family Justice Center to talk about this subject as well. So during the time since we were initially shut down, courts were shut down, we were under stay-at-home protective orders, we at the DA's office continued to file cases, appear virtually in hearings, and conduct jury trials when they were open for jury trials. We had our advocates and our attorneys adapting quickly to try and offer services to victims and survivors, referrals, protective orders via phone and video chatting. We also recognize, though, the unique position that quarantine orders and stay-at-home orders put domestic violence victims in, and that is very often trapped in a home and isolated with an abuser, with limited means to communicate and access to the outside world. And so, noting that, we worked with our community partners right away to try and do some public outreach and public service announcements. And together we did that. We did a number of things to try and get the word out right away when we were realizing what was happening. In April, we did a podcast with Sacramento Police Department, WEAVE, My Sister's House, and the Family Justice Center. We talked about all the different resources that were still open and available, how to reach law enforcement, how to reach these organizations, how to get help, what numbers to call, that there were the ability to text law enforcement agencies, to message them through their online or social media platforms, and ways to kind of communicate where people may not necessarily know if they're within the same household that somebody is trying to get help. And we really encouraged viewers and listeners to recognize that this is a time when we need to reach out and talk to our neighbors. If we see something, if we hear something, if we suspect there's violence in a home with children, with a partner, to make sure that individuals have help, access, and are not isolated. We also did some additional public awareness campaigns, including we worked with Raley's and the California Grocers Association and local businesses to have flyers posted in the grocery stores in visible areas. They were plastered all over, and I have the flyers themselves that were printed in multiple language for you as well. We also did some town hall meetings. We worked with the U.S. attorneys and DAs from around California. We talked about our youth academy. We really focused, in addition to all of the other areas we cover, we talked about intimate partner and dating violence among teens. We did the same with our Citizens Academy, trying to get the word out and let people recognize that this is a time of isolation, and this is a time when we need to be even more vigilant to help those who are in positions where it's difficult for them to feel that they have a way to help themselves. This is the flyer that is available. It has our local resource list, contact information, and again, it was posted in multiple languages around Sacramento County.
Excuse me,
yes.
Supervisor Stern, I had a question.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt your flow, but I was curious to know, and I think it's 2 slides back, whether some of those interventions were offered, and did they also welcome gay and lesbian couples?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. And we worked with a number of agencies that work with all types of intimate partner violence.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
So when it comes to what we've seen in terms of case filings at the district attorney's office, we only, of course, know of the cases that get submitted to us from law enforcement. We don't know about cases that never make it to law enforcement. What we noted in looking at our filing over 2020 is that from 2019 to 2020, we really didn't see a marked difference in the number of cases that came into our office, in terms of the number of referrals. So we know from the statistics you're going to hear from the Family Justice Center and from Weave that there were dramatic increases in those agencies and those entities receiving reports or people who were seeking services for help with intimate partner violence. So what does that say? It says that those reports are not getting to law enforcement. I don't have the answers as to why that is. There's a variety of factors that are at play there, whether it's a comfort, cultural trust, whether it's education, whether it's just the timing of everything that was going on this crazy year, that people weren't going to law enforcement, but instead were seeking out our community partners. That is something, though, that we did see in the numbers. In terms of the nature of what we saw in the cases coming into the DA's office, well, we saw that our cases are not getting resolved, and that's typically because we obviously had multiple shutdown periods where we weren't able to do trials. And in addition to that, we also most cases are not resolving because there's really not an incentive. Many people are out of custody where typically they may have been in custody and had some incentive to get their case moving through the system. So we do have a tremendous backlog of cases right now, and that's in every area of our office. But we did see, in terms of the abusive events, an increase in intensity and severity of the abusive events. In particular, in domestic violence homicide, in 2019, we had 2 domestic violence homicides. In 2020, we had 8, and that included 2 murder-suicides, which would add 2 additional victims to that toll if you considered the perpetrators. We now, in our homicide unit, for the first time ever, essentially have 1 dedicated deputy district attorney who specializes in domestic violence homicides, because we have so many of them active in the office right now. So we see this increase of severity. We've seen an increase of repeat offenders, both offenders that have bonded out and committed new offenses while they're on bond for other offenses, and then an increase of reoffenders, people who had prior domestic violence convictions and then are reoffending in that same arena, intimate partner violence, and often with the same victim. We had a number of those cases coming in to the office. One of the other issues we've seen is an increase in the number of domestic violence cases involving the use of strangulation. And I know that both my counterparts are going to talk to this issue as well, but we recognize, and there's been a multidisciplinary team put together in Sacramento County working on the area of strangulation, because the lethality factors for those abusers who use strangulation is so significantly higher, and also the potential risks to the victims. It used to be that we would perhaps assess the severity of harm to a victim by looking at the injuries, right? How severe or significant are the injuries? Yet the strangulation often shows no sign of injury. And so if our law enforcement officers aren't trained, our medical professionals aren't trained to ask the right questions, these individuals are not going to get the right kinds of services. So they're not going to be able to be assessed for whether they lost consciousness, for whether they may have internal injuries, where there are a variety of medical issues that can happen as a result of strangulation. And it's just an incredibly high predictor of an offender abuser who could potentially kill. So we, along with Weave and the Family Justice Center, worked to come up with these county-wide strangulation protocols. We've all gone through them with a number of experts. We're hoping that as a county, we can adopt them as the best practices for the treatment of cases where somebody is reporting that they were strangled during an abusive event. And that is my update. Do you have any questions?
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you for your update. I wish you were giving us better news, but I understand the associated consequence of being at home together, and it's certainly not it's not an excuse for this type of behavior, but seeing the numbers the way you presented them, it really gives me pause about the severity of what we're witnessing here in Sacramento County. On the last subject here on strangulation, is that used as some kind of modality surrogate or some type of indicator for the kind of very specific developing relationship in a domestic household where, I mean, in other words, is it a sign of someone with just overly active anger issues? What makes strangulation separate from other types of physical abuse different, I guess is what I'm asking.
Strangulation is different because strangulation is the act of a human being trying to take the life out of the breath out of another human being, and basically sending that message to the victim: I can kill you right now if I want to. Your breath is now under my control. So it's the most vulnerable part of us as humans, the ability to breathe and live, that's being now controlled by the abuser. It's not just a broken bone or a bruise or getting knocked around. It's something that literally can be life-altering. And oftentimes there's damage, that there can be brain damage, there can be throat damage, trachea damage, other damage internally that can have long-term consequences that we don't know about. So it's dramatically different both for the kind of mentality of the abuser, the severity of the kind of control that they're willing to exert, and also to the victim. And we also recognize that part of this this dynamic of the increase of domestic violence during the COVID times is that we have a lot of folks who have increased substance use, who may have already had issues and are now exacerbated because of being locked in and all of the socioeconomic impact on everyone. Mental health issues that were present are being exacerbated. And then now you have family members who may already have trauma and turmoil in their relationships, and that is just all coming together for a perfect storm of making it an even more vulnerable time for those who live in families with violence.
Does strangulation come with a different prosecutorial threshold? In other words, if you have documentation of someone being strangled who's by their domestic partner, does that come with a different set of legal consequences than if if someone tries to break a bone or harm them
Yes.
some other way?
Yes, because typically in order to show great bodily injury or to assess whether something should be a felony or a misdemeanor, we look at the severity of the injury. And now the law is such that if there's evidence of strangulation, that incident can be considered a felony, which helps in a number of ways in terms of penalties and intervention.
Including attempted murder?
That could be, yes, if the facts support that.
Okay. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think we might have the slides swapped. We should have the weave ones next.
Can you please bring up the weave slide?
There they are. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Allie Kephart. I am the Director of Legal Services with Weave. So it's my job to oversee all of the legal services programs within Weave that we provide, so all of our pro bono services to victims and survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and sex trafficking. So I also participate as part of the DA's domestic violence death review team, which is part of why I'm here chatting with you guys this afternoon. Oops, wrong button. There we go. So just so everybody has our mission statement, Weave's mission is to support or to promote safe and healthy relationships and support survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, and sex trafficking. So Weave has a long-standing history in the community that I know that this body is very familiar with. So we're kind of squarely in our wheelhouse today. Beth, unfortunately, could not be with us today since there's only one here, so here I am presenting for you. We wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about some data that we've gathered around the pandemic and what we're seeing victims experience. So I'm going to try to not bore you too much with numbers, but numbers matter in this situation. We track our data through a very robust program called Efforts to Outcomes. So we were able to compare services provided in 2019 versus 2020. And what we're seeing are some notable service trends in particular service areas. For example, some areas that are a little counterintuitive, we've seen a reduction in services. So our group counseling, for example, we had about 2,500 participants sessions in group counseling in 2019, and in 2020 that was down to about 1,200. But our individual counseling sessions were up, and I think that we attribute that to some of the things that Dawn had identified in terms of the exacerbation of mental health issues, people who've previously experienced trauma now experiencing an additional traumatic event associated with the pandemic. But the group sessions were a little challenging to facilitate safely remotely, so it took us a few months in 2020 to develop a safe way to do that. We now have that through a program called DOXI, which is a HIPAA compliant program. Other notable things that we've seen are our CPS reports were actually much lower in 2020 than they were in 2019, and I think that's consistent with what we're seeing across the board to Child Protective Services in 2020, and that really is attributable, we suspect, to the fact that there are just fewer eyes on kiddos right now. They're not seeing their doctors, they're not playing sports, they're not in school. So all these people who would otherwise be mandated reporters seeing them are not seeing them. We don't think it's attributable to the abuse just not happening. We think it's just not being identified. Other things that we saw notably were we saw significant increases in requests for shelter, and we had to balance that with how do we safely shelter victims and survivors. We navigated that by offering significantly more motel stays and motel services. So in 2019, we provided motel stays to 11 survivors, and in 2020, we provided motel stays to 105. And the number of nights that we provided in 2019 was about 200 and was about 350 in 2020. So we were using that as a way to balance this increased need for safe shelter, and we sort of saw a perfect storm around housing and safe shelter for victims, for particularly vulnerable victims. We had the intersection of all the economic stressors that everybody knows are existing right now because of the pandemic, coupled with a reduction in available housing. And then on top of that, victims and survivors oftentimes rely on friends or family members or coworkers for a safe place to stay. And those were not becoming available options during the pandemic. So we had to pivot and find a different solution to support these survivors. The other notable changes we saw were, initially we saw a decrease in calls to our support line, and then as the pandemic continued, we saw those numbers come back up again. And I think that's attributable to some of the things that Dawn identified, that many victims and survivors are trapped at home with their perpetrator, so it's not safe for them to get on a call and talk to a support line advocate, a crisis advocate. We did roll out in March of 2020 a chat feature on our website, a safe, secure chat feature, and we've seen about 300 people use that over the course of 2020, and that's continuing to grow each month as people realize that it's there and it's an alternative resource to being on the phone and talking to somebody. So we're going to continue to move that forward. Our legal services are one of the areas where we've seen a huge increase in demand, which is part of why I'm here today. Between 2019 and 2020, we maintain a dedicated phone line for folks who are specifically seeking legal services from our office. And we saw in 2020 about, oops, I just lost my numbers, there it is, 2,192 calls to our legal line in 2019, and in 2020 we saw 3,319 calls. So we saw an increase of about 1,100 calls from 2019 to 2020. We're seeing significant increases in the people who are receiving screenings and then referrals to speak to one of our staff attorneys. And the particular needs areas where we're seeing increases are folks who are looking for protective orders, so domestic violence restraining orders, and then folks who have other associated family law issues. And that really ties into what we're seeing in terms of the needs of people seeking legal services. They have an increased number of services that they need, and most of them are presenting with 3 or 4 legal issues that are all discrete but intertwined. So they may need a protective order, but they also share children with the abuser and they need help with custody orders. And they're also economically dependent on the abuser, so they need support orders. So we're seeing these increases in complexity, and those are ultimately cases that need more resources and need more support to be resolved. So we're also seeing changes in some of the barriers and some trends in what folks are reporting, very similar to what Dawn identified for you earlier. We are seeing increases in severity and complexity. We're also seeing anecdotally clients report increases in frequency of abusive events. So if any of you are familiar with the cycle of violence, which is sort of, you have an abusive event and then you have a period of calm after it, and then you have sort of a period of tension building and another abusive event. We're seeing clients report that cycle is happening much more frequently and much faster in the situations that they're in. So we also, before I move on to what we've seen, I was able to get a little bit of data from our family court about what they're seeing on their end in terms of filings. They noticed a decrease in filings for requests for restraining orders between 2019 and 2020, and I think that's probably attributable to the fact that there was a period of time where the court had significantly curtailed its operations, and the court was always receiving filings for domestic violence restraining orders, but I think there was a lot of confusion in the early months of the pandemic about what was or wasn't available. And so that, coupled with the fact that folks didn't know where they could get assistance to file, things like that, resulted in a significant drop, specifically in April, May, and June in 2020. And then they're slowly kind of coming back up to their regular levels. Notably, the court also provides a self-help workshop for people filing for domestic violence restraining orders. That has seen a huge decrease in attendance, even though it does exist now in a virtual format. They're seeing somewhere between 1 and 5 participants in each workshop. or sometimes no participants in each workshop, when previously we would see 5 or 10 in each workshop. And the workshops are offered 3 times a week. So we're seeing just a lot fewer people actually be able to access that resource. Yes, ma'am.
Those workshops, I'm sorry, Phil.
Go ahead.
This is quick. On those workshops, can anyone sign in from anywhere to take that? And is it a public, if they're worried about their privacy, is there a protection for their privacy?
Yes, there is protection for their privacy. It is generally it's put on through the Family Law Facilitator's Office, the self-help center that's part of the family court. And typically participants need to contact the facilitator's office and ask to be allowed into. They're conducted via Zoom. And so they have a check-in, they have a waiting room, someone checks them in, a court staff person, so they can identify. We make sure that we don't end up with 2 opposing parties in the same workshop.
Oh, right.
And then in terms of protecting their privacy, the sessions are not recorded, they're not publicly viewable, anything like that. And folks who participate can adjust on their Zoom presence. They can dial in or they can come in via video, and they don't need to display their full name or anything else like that when they're participating.
So it's not something that would constitute a record in the event of someone's demise?
Correct.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. When it comes to restraining orders, have there been any instances where, because of the nature of our health orders and the need to socially distance and not mix households, that abusers have claimed that they can't meet the parameters of the restraining orders to, stay distant from people or a person that they've been alleged to abuse? You mentioned some of the challenges with the court system, but was there? I guess what I'm asking is, are there any practical challenges with restraining orders because of the health order?
We haven't seen perpetrators necessarily take that position, at least overtly, but what we did see very anecdotally at the outset of the pandemic was it seemed like it was a little more challenging to get move-out orders as part of our domestic violence restraining orders. And I think that what you're speaking to was really underlying that was the judicial officers, when they were considering what types of temporary emergency orders they were going to issue, they were taking into consideration, if I order this person out of a shared residence, where are they going to go? What are their options? And so that, I think, probably was a very difficult decision for many of the judicial officers. That doesn't seem to be in play as much anymore. We seem to have gone back to kind of the standard that existed pre-pandemic, and we're seeing the same numbers, the same sort of level of success in getting those move-out orders when we need them.
Thank you.
So in terms of addressing changes in barriers, I just wanted to touch on this very quickly, just because we are seeing, this is sort of a moving target, and barriers that victims previously didn't have to deal with, they now have to navigate. So they need, as I mentioned before, they need to navigate accessing services when maybe they share a residence with their abuser. And pre-pandemic, there were lots of different reasons to leave the house to go get services, and there are not now. They also have additional economic stressors. They're even more isolated from their support networks, their friends, their family, maybe a coworker, anything like that. So they're navigating all of that. Plus, again, if they have children, they're navigating the same barriers that anyone that has children has to navigate right now, which is, how do I manage my kiddos at the same time? And as I mentioned, we're seeing, in terms of reported experiences, increases in the frequency and the intensity, things like that. So WeVisit is really seeing this increased demand for services, and we're using this as an opportunity to explore new ways to provide services. So I mentioned earlier that we are employing something called Doxy, a HIPAA-compliant virtual meeting platform that allows us to conduct our group counseling sessions so that we can get back to doing those. We do a 15-week DV psychoeducation course that we can do that way. We're also looking for different ways to meet survivors where they are. And for some survivors, being able to participate in services remotely actually helps reduce barriers. They don't have to try to figure out, you know, how do I get transportation? Where do I find childcare? What do I do for all of these things to then be able to go participate in my counseling session or my appointment with my lawyer? So we're looking for ways to do that. We're also looking for ways to reframe how we approach reducing violence and really trying to leverage new opportunities to build relationships with law enforcement in the community. And we've seen over 2020 a lot of opportunities to grow the depth and breadth of our services. So that's, I guess, a silver lining that's coming out of the pandemic, is it's really forcing everybody to examine how they do things and can we be better about them. So we've learned a number of things sort of between the pandemic and the social justice issues that have come up in 2020 is we really need to be thinking about the fact that violence is not occurring in a vacuum. It's part of the greater system that's happening around us. Prevention and education are crucial, making sure that we're doing early interventions and connecting people with the supportive services that can address things like mental health issues and substance abuse issues before they then also become a domestic violence or issue. And the importance of collaborating with our communities themselves and the other agencies that exist in the communities. That has always been a goal of ours, but it's really being thrown into sharp relief right now. And then a few things that we're going to build on in terms of these COVID lessons are continuing to come up with creative and varied ways to provide services, finding ways to really support clients in culturally and linguistically appropriate ways, supporting those collaborations within our community, working with law enforcement, and then being really mindful about embedding advocates in non-traditional places. So we work a lot in schools right now and continuing to try to reach children. We want to help work with healthy families groups and things like that, where again, we can be in on the front end and we can try to, remove the need to support victims and survivors on the back end because we're preventing that abuse from ever happening. So, does anybody have any other questions?
I do not see anyone queued up at this time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Allie.
I just feel I'm going to make a grand entrance and fall. Hi, I'm Joyce Blue. I'm the Director of Client Services for the Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center. The Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center is led by Faith Whitmore, who is our CEO, and retired Sacramento District Attorney Jan Scully is the chair of our board of directors and really the founder and the visionary behind the FJC, along with Paul Durenberg. He is the co-chair or the vice president of the Family Justice Center board. First of all, before I get started, I just want to say that all of us at the Family Justice Center, we really appreciate all the support that we received from the current District Attorney, Anne-Marie Schubert, and her entire office. And on behalf of Faith Whitmore, our CEO, and our entire board of directors and the FJC staff, we really want to thank the Sacramento Board of Supervisors for all the support that you have given the Family Justice Center. So the Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center is located at 3701 Power Inn Road, and we would really love to have, if you haven't been down there, to invite you to come down and have a tour of the center. So as part of the Family Justice Center Alliance that has been recognized as the best practice model by the U.S. Department of Justice, the Sacramento Regional Center brings together a lot of community partner agencies under one building. To provide services for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, elder and child abuse. And throughout the pandemic, the Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center has kept our doors open from 8:30 to 5:30 every day, Monday through Friday, to provide those in-person services on a walk-in basis. And all of our services are free at the Justice Center. So at the Family Justice Center, we have, these are some of the services that we offer. We offer 4 case managers who provide counseling, support groups, case management, follow-up services. And I'm really excited to announce that we just started the 1st of January our new child therapy program, providing trauma-informed therapy for kids 6 months to 18 years old and their caregivers. So, and we've already been receiving a lot of children who have received counseling just this month. We have our Camp Hope program where we have 24 kids that are referred from our community partners like Weave or My Sister's House or the DA Advocacy Program to attend our camp. There's 2 weeks of camp. 1 week is for younger kids, and then there's a week for older children. We provide crisis intervention, and our most important service we offer is safety planning. Everyone that comes through the door gets a safety plan. I personally feel that restraining orders are great, and we offer those, but safety plan, they don't really save lives like a safety plan does. We conduct danger assessments. We assess for the risk factors of homicide. We do strangulation assessments, education, and medical advocacy for those victims. We have a voices group. These are individuals. It's a co-ed group. It's not really a support group, but we meet once a month virtually now. These are individuals who have been survivors or impacted by domestic violence. We have a homicide who's maybe had a child who was, adult child who maybe was a victim of a homicide. We have a couple who's in that group who offer support. We speak to legislators and, just do what the Family Justice Center, we want to make sure that the Family Justice Center remains client-centered. So they give feedback on all of our handouts and things like that. We had really offered this really cool mobile mental health service program for the last 3 years. It was funded through Dignity Health, and we had partners like City of Refuge, Bridge Network, Cash, Chicks in Crisis, Weave, and My Sister's House, where we had therapists stationed at each one of those agencies, providing individual counseling and therapy to survivors of human trafficking. And that funding ended at the end of October, but I just did the data on that today, and they provided 288 new victims of human trafficking therapy, and there was 598 that were returning. They did 665 group sessions to 1,979 survivors, and there was 618 victims enrolled into their art therapy program, so that was a pretty good impact. We provide information and referral, access to safe shelter. We refer a lot to Weave or the other programs like My Sister's House who has shelter services. We provide transportation. So we have 4 vehicles that we can go pick someone up, bring them in, help them with the services, or meet them at a place that's safe for them. Since COVID, we haven't done much of the transportation, but we would meet a victim maybe at a hospital to do a restraining order, especially an elderly person or in another community. We would do workshops, pick them up and take them to a workshop that we had in the community. We also have interpreter services, and we assist with victims' compensation and the address confidentiality program called Safe at Home. We have 2 full-time and 1 part-time staff attorneys on staff who do domestic violence restraining orders, elder abuse restraining orders. So our attorneys will file the restraining orders, they'll pick them up, they'll review their order with the client, they'll process them, and we have a process server to serve the orders. And we provide legal consultation and some representation. We'll prepare them for court, and then we do the court Zoom hearings that are set up at in our conference room at the Family Justice Center. So when they come in for their restraining order, they can meet with the judge, and our attorneys can be there to support them. And then we provide the mobile legal services. This is what I was just sharing, where we did workshops or we did one-on-one off-site to help victims. And then information and referrals. Some of our on-site partners that we had before COVID era was Weave. We have an advocate who specifically works with our elderly there. My Sister's House had an advocate there. International Rescue Committee, Lao Community Development, Sacramento Sheriff's Department, they're still on there, the Sac Sheriffs, Sac PD detectives, Sacramento County District Attorney, Sacramento County Child and Family Adult Services, the SAFE Center, and it actually should be Special Assault Forensic Evaluations. I think the PowerPoint says sexual assault. We always get that confused, but it's SAFE. It's Special Assault Forensic Evaluations. However, to COVID, we only have the SAFE Center, which is good. They do amazing work, SAC Detective, and we're just starting to bring back interns. We have 5 social work interns. We've built a lot of relationships with off-site partners. We've developed some really strong ones with major healthcare providers, law enforcement agencies, and community-based organizations in the region, including Kaiser, Dignity Health, UC Davis Medical Center, Sutter, City of Refuge, Communities Against Sexual Harm, Chicks in Crisis Bridge Network, Elk Grove PD, Citrus Heights PD, Folsom PD, Deaf Safe, Sister to Sister, Intertribal Council, Child Abuse Prevention Center, Adult Protective Services, Birth and Beyond, and others who we all refer to and they refer to us. Just some pictures of the center I thought you might like to see, since some of you haven't been able to come. But these are our, the top pictures are the top one on my left is the one of the waiting rooms. There's our conference room. The bottom one on the far left here is one of our counseling rooms. We have 4 counseling rooms. And then the last 2 are the SAFE Center observation rooms, where law enforcement will come in and they're on one window like this, and then the child is over there being interviewed by a forensic specialist. They do, like I said, they do amazing work.
And the benefit is that you can video and they don't have to go through those interviews several times, which is beautiful.
It's really heartbreaking, because they're having interviews every day with children coming in there, and it's heartbreaking, but it's also rewarding, because the children have been able to get their story out in a safe environment with someone who's professional and compassionate, and start the healing process. So this is some data that I pulled together for this past year. So if you look at the statistics, I broke it down from 2019 to 2020, so before and after COVID. So we had a 73-80% increase in new clients. So if you look at 2019, we had 1,068 new clients. And then in 2020, we had 1,857. Returning clients, we had 154.27% increase. So in 2019, we had 1,006 clients returning, and in 2020, we had 2,558. So overall, new and returning clients, we saw 10,839 new and returning clients, with an overall increase of 112.87%. Out of these clients, out of the new clients, the number of children that were impacted by domestic violence, so these people, these families have children, we had 5,713 kids under the age of 18, and 2,534 of those were under the age of 5 years old. January, so I just did this right before I came here, so just this last month we had a total of 188 new clients and 132 returning clients, with a total of 320 clients just this last month. So it brings our total from opening July 11th, 11,347 clients. This is a breakdown of male and female, so 83% are female and almost 17% are male, and then we have a slight number of unknown who don't mark the form. I broke this down in zip codes for you, so you can see that out of the 5,434 new clients that we have seen since the beginning, 1,794 of those lived in Sacramento County, so that was excluding the city. And then I broke it down by the clients living in the communities within the county. And just some trends. So we've had an increase of veterans coming in and receiving service, pretty high, 667%. Elders are about 40%. Our African American is 120% increase. Hispanic is 59, and kidnapping is 383. So this is non-custodial kidnapping and or custodial kidnapping. Our stalking and harassment cases have gone up. Our child abuse and neglect has gone up 183%. Homeless population, 421. These are individuals who maybe have had to leave their home and have nowhere to go now as a result of the domestic violence. Individuals with mental health or disabilities is 80.32%. Our immigration and refugees is 21. And DV restraining orders that we've done has increased 130.42%. Just some other trends that we have seen, the level of abuse, just like Ali reported, is more lethal, which makes for the higher risk of homicide. And individuals getting out on bail are committing more abuse, and the abuse is becoming more severe while they were out on bail. When it comes to restraining orders for elder abuse, our domestic violence restraining orders in 2019, we did 342. Last year we did 797. Our elder abuse, we did 105, and last year we did 233. And I have to say our oldest elder client, I think, was 97. I think we had, or 92, somewhere in their 90s. We had 2 or 3 that were in their 90s. In 2019, our total orders was 447, and then 2020 it was 1,030. So the request for orders has totally increased. Another trend that has been talked about today is strangulation cases.
Excuse me, can I just,
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to go back to the last slide on the, so I just want to make sure that we're, as much as possible, now clearly it's going up, but that we're comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges type of situation. Is there anything else that would be, in your mind, obviously attributable to this increase, like the domestic violence restraining orders 342 to 797? Could it be also that you guys are doing a better job? You guys have ramped up over the years, and I think you're more and more effective. You're more and more known. Or do you think that this is largely attributable to COVID and this current situation that we're in?
Well, I'd like to say we're doing a better job, but I also think it's because we are open. We're one of the few agencies that is literally open for walk-ins. And so we're receiving referrals from everybody, from the DA, from the courts, from law enforcement. Go over to the Family Justice Center. You can meet with an attorney today, and you can file a restraining order.
So that's my point, is that in a certain sense, and this is a good thing for you and for what you're doing for the county and the people who live here, is that, maybe some of it is that you're a victim of your own success. Word has gotten out that, hey, this is where you
Yes.
so you're going to get more clients.
It is, and it's just going to increase because we've only been around for 4 years. We opened July 11th, 2016, and we have really, really good attorneys on staff. We have great attorneys who are partners, like Ali and other partners, and we refer each other, but we are open. And taking walk-ins. And so we're right across the street from the courthouse, so we see the line waiting outside. We go over there, or they refer them. We'll go over there and walk the line and say, if you need to get your restraining order, you can also come over here, right. Because there is a wait over there. It's changed since the COVID over there, so the number is just going to increase.
Yeah.
There's unfortunately not a shortage of victims,
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing these numbers at all. What I'm saying too is that thank God you're here, or a good chunk of these people wouldn't have a place to go and be served. So.
Yeah, and I agree. Thank goodness that we are here. We made a really conscious decision to stay open, and staff was being put at risk for COVID too. So we really took a lot of precautions, and we still do. And we're providing that services. We are inundated with such a small staff. 2.5 attorneys and 4 case managers are seeing 11,000 clients.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
I'm glad. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Joyce, for this presentation. I'm glad Supervisor Kennedy asked that question, because these numbers are just, they're staggering. My face wasn't covered. You see my jaw on the floor. And my question to you is I know last year the Judicial Council imposed a zero bail to help curb the spread of COVID, obviously. Do any of those, does zero bail apply to any of these misdemeanor domestic violence cases and or violation of restraining orders? Maybe this is a better question for Dawn. And what are you seeing any impact from that, in your opinion? I'm sorry, Dawn, would you mind?
Yes, come down, if you could come down to, then it's hard to hear.
So I guess my first, does it apply to some of these violent offenses? I guess that's my first question.
There are exemptions in the zero bail for domestic violence, but not all code section violations are encompassed by that exception. So there are domestic violence offenders who are out on zero bail, but we've also seen, and I don't know if you may have read, there was an article recently about the number of bond outs. So we've also had a high degree of domestic violence bond outs happening where there was bail set and the bail was made. And there's a variety of issues with that as well, because that money is coming from the family pot. And typically the victim is being harmed by that bail being posted from family funds as well. So I don't know what the right answer is, because the zero bail is not protecting and the bail set is not protecting. But those are factors, I think, in the repeat offenders that we've been seeing.
And I heard something on the news today about Yolo County had reported about the number of reoffenses, and they're attributing to zero bail. But from what I understand, I mean, zero bail is still in effect in Sacramento County. Is that right?
It is.
And could Sacramento County, I mean, the presiding judge or the courts here in Sacramento County, could they make some changes to that zero bail to maybe, exclude some more folks who might be violating some of these domestic DV laws?
Absolutely, yes. Because right now it's just the substantive crime of the commission of spousal abuse. All of the other restraining order violations, some of the other false imprisonment, even kidnapping, like some of the other ones are not necessarily under the umbrella in the zero bail schedule. So we make our best arguments based on the offender and the safety factors, but there is a large pressure to keep folks out of the bail or out of the jail because of the COVID concerns.
Right, and I understand that, but if we have an opportunity to maybe more narrowly tailor that, right?
Yes.
So it's not, putting more people at risk of violence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. It's one that kind of frustrates me, because I see the end where individuals get victimized when they're out on bail, and the abuse has become more severe. So another trend is strangulation that you've heard talk about already. Strangulation has only recently been identified as one of the most lethal forms of domestic violence. Unconsciousness may occur within seconds and death within minutes. A woman who has suffered a non-fatal strangulation with her intimate partner is at 750% or greater likely to be killed by the same perpetrator and with a gun. When DV perpetrators, some of you are more familiar with the term choke, strangle their victims, not only is this a felony assault, but it may be attempted homicide. Strangulation is the ultimate form of power and control, where the batterer can demonstrate control over the victim's next breath, having devastating psychological effects or a potentially fatal outcome. Often, victims may look fine, and they may say that they're fine, but just underneath the skin, there could be some very serious internal injuries and or a delayed consequence. We educate our victims. We give them a lot of information on strangulation. We try to get them to the doctor, because even though there's no visible injuries, they could wind up with a stroke. We ask them not to be home alone for 72 hours or some kind of traumatic brain injury. There is real need to have peace officer training, 911 dispatch training, advocates and healthcare providers. Training for them is vital on strangulation. Victims need immediately healthcare. They need that forensic exam for strangulation by a healthcare provider. If you look at our data, I can't see very much from here, but When we opened in 2016, we had 29 reported cases of strangulation. And to be honest, we weren't even assessing for it. We weren't trained in it. We weren't assessing for it. These are just individuals who said that they had been strangled. And then if you see 2020, last year, we had 478 cases. We have all been trained, our staff at the FJC have been trained over the last 3 years in non-fatal strangulation. We've worked really hard in the community to train healthcare providers and law enforcement here in Sacramento. In fact, we received some funding from the city to provide a training for law enforcement in December, and it was a hybrid training. We offered it over at McClellan, and we had over 300 people attend the training virtually from all over the world. The furthest away from Iceland was Iceland and Germany. So what we did here in Sacramento, the data was just so great for strangulation at the FJC. We got feedback from the Sacramento Domestic Violence and Strangulation Summit. So 2 years ago, the California District Attorneys Association and community partners and law enforcement and myself were on this committee to provide training. So we provided a 2-day training summit on domestic violence and strangulation. So we took their feedback, and what came out of that was that we need this county-wide community response, a protocol, that everyone is all on the same page. Not that we can write a protocol for sheriffs or healthcare providers, but we can create a template and everyone can take that back to their agencies and then create their policies and procedures. So we formed this community, or this multidisciplinary team with, we had Dr. Vickers from the Bears Clinic, we had Dignity Health representative on there, Dr. Chambers from the Safe Haven and his team. We had Weave, My Sister's House, Community for Peace, CPS, Adult Protective Services, all representation from most of the law enforcement here in Sacramento County. We had a lot of really good feedback from the DA out of San Diego, Tracy Pryor. They did a strangulation protocol in their county. And then we invited Dr. Sean Dugan from Shasta County because he does a clinic, a forensic clinic for strangulation. So we got all these people together. We held all of these meetings and came up with protocol. Then we had we provided the 3-day advanced training in December, like I just shared with you, where we had over 300 participants, and we introduced the protocol there, and we wanted everybody's feedback there. So we took all of that feedback, brought it back. Everyone sort of blessed it, endorsed it, gave us their logos, and got the final approval. And then we thought we would really love to present it to our Board of Supervisors and our City Council for adoption. So our next steps was the adoption of the protocol. So the FJC, along with the Strangulation Multidisciplinary Task Force, would like for the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to join us in the adoption of the Strangulation Protocol as a means to adopt best practices in the assessment and treatment of individuals who have been victims of non-fatal strangulation. Since we've had the protocol, the Bears Clinic through Sutter is Dr. Vickers and her team have gone through the strangulation training. They are training all of a team of forensic nurses to provide strangulation exams. There's not hardly any place here where a victim of strangulation can go in and get the forensic exam. They need a CTA scan where they can check, the scan can check the blood vessels to see if there's a blood clot forming, or if there's any other kind of damage done. So they're forming a team and partnering with law enforcement to, when law enforcement refers a victim to have the victim of strangulation, they can refer to the Bears Clinic to get that. Also, Dr. Chambers through Dignity Health, the Safe Haven program, does those exams also, starting to them. In fact, Dr. Chambers is just now going through the advanced course of strangulation course through the International Institute of Strangulation Prevention. So we would like the adoption, your approval, your support in adopting the protocol. We are also hoping that you will support us in seeking the funding necessary to implement the protocol. So, meaning that we need to train people on the protocol. We need to train all first responders, 911 dispatch. The ideal thing is when a victim calls 911, that dispatcher is trained in domestic violence. They have 5 questions that they can ask. I think you all got the danger assessment. They can ask those questions, and then they can put it in the CAD call to the law enforcement who's going out to the scene, and the law enforcement's going to know ahead of time that this is possible strangle, there's a gun involved, which could save law enforcement's life, because many strangulers, it's very, very high in percentage, are people who have killed law officers. You'll find they've had a history of strangulation of their victims. So the call comes in, the officer has the information, they go out and assess, and if there's any hint or that victim has been strangled, they automatically call a paramedic so that victim can get the medical treatment that they need. The paramedic is trained, and then they take them to get the exam. That is sort of the ideal goal here in Sacramento that I would just love and we would love to see happen. The Family Justice Center has developed a curriculum, an hour-and-a-half curriculum to train dispatchers on the Danger Assessment 5. I too also serve on the domestic violence death review team, and strangulation wasn't something that I've been on it for years and wasn't something that we really focused a lot of it, I don't want to say a lot of attention on, but it wasn't, I guess we didn't know the seriousness of it until we've all been trained, and so now it's sort of brought up to the forefront. And I'm also a survivor. I've been working in this field of domestic violence. In October will be 40 years. And before that, I'm a survivor, and I'm also a survivor of strangulation. So I do know the importance of getting those medical treatments to victims so they can live a long, healthy life. The domestic violence work and strangulation work that we all do is really homicide prevention work. Again, from the bottom of my heart and the FJC's, we thank you so, so much. I always tell Faith at work, I always watch the Board of Supervisors on TV and the City Council meeting, and I think she was thinking, don't you have anything else to do?
That's what we were just thinking.
No, but my heart really goes out to you because it's hard to even say without choking up because you take a lot, and but you do a lot, and you do a lot of positive work, and I personally appreciate everything that you do for our community.
Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you.
Joyce, so what do we need to do in order to adopt that? Is that an ordinance, or is it a protocol?
Well, speaking that you mentioned ordinance, there are some, that was going to be like my next plan coming in here. There are some counties in other states that have an ordinance. I want to tell you one real quick in Texas. They have an ordinance. Their city council said, okay, we'll do this for you, one of the advocates there, where when law enforcement get a call out to a domestic violence and a victim has been strangled, it's an ordinance that you call a paramedic. Because law enforcement are law enforcement, paramedics are medical. So I think it would just be
looking into it.
We endorse you on this, because everyone has bought in on our community on it. You have the protocol in front of you. You see all the logos. I'm still waiting on 2 more law enforcement logos, but they're going to be coming, and we're ready. People are already moving out. The Bear Center has created their protocol based on this protocol. So it's just saying, go for it. We think it's great.
Okay, hang on, Joyce. We've got a couple questions. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, Joyce. I have been out to the Family Justice Center and taking the time to not just understand the mission, but see for myself the physical plant of where you do all that great work. You mentioned that you're waiting on a few more logos from law enforcement. I'm hoping that one of them, if it's not already part of the group, is Sacramento County Probation, because it seems to me that probation in particular, their charge, well, they have a number of charges, but one of which is to certainly check in on probationers. And so they're actually going into these households on a very regular basis. And it seems to me that it would be wise to have them trained in understanding and being able to see the possible incidents of strangulation while they're doing their work, to check and making sure that probationers are doing what they're supposed to be doing following release. So I don't know if there's currently a good working relationship with probation, But if there isn't, I'd like to see that occur as well.
There is, and we did have a member, was part of the original group. For some agencies, it takes a little longer to get a logo. I thought when I was trying to get Sacramento County's that logo actually from CPS and Adult Protective Service, I thought it was going to be the longest. They were so onto, and then there's more logos that we got since you guys got that protocol. I thought the Dignity Health and the healthcare providers was going to take long too. And they're already implementing it. So.
Good.
The probation, I totally agree with you. They are right out there, boots on the ground. They need to be trained. I also think in the Danger Assessment 5.
Sure.
So.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Okay. Well, I thank you.
Thank you,
Joyce. I believe we have one public comment.
I have a couple now.
Oh, we have a couple now. Okay. So you can probably go ahead and sit down, and we'll call you back if we have questions later.
Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments. Hi, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Okay. Hi. Thanks. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and everyone. Trauma is never fun to talk about. My heart goes out to everyone listening today who may have been re-traumatized by listening to this presentation. I just felt called to call in today as a victim of domestic violence myself. I actually had a family member murdered in July due to domestic violence. I miss her every day. And I have loved ones who have also committed domestic violence. And one thing that was not recognized today was that people who commit harm are most often victims of violence themselves. These folks need mental health support, healing services to prevent harm and break the cycle of violence. And I just wanted to bring to your attention programs like Common Justice in New York, which builds practical strategies to hold people accountable for harm, to break cycles of violence and secure safety, healing, and justice for survivors and their communities. And they center what victims want in their responses to violence, and most of the time victims choose the survivor-centered accountability-based program instead of incarceration. I hope our community as a whole can start reckoning with the fact that meaningful accountability can reduce violence in ways that punishment cannot. The biggest barrier to significantly reducing both violence and incarceration is not the resistance of survivors to new solutions. Rather, it's the story we tell about violence that precludes the development and expansion of new strategies. We will not work our way out of violence if we continue to believe that solving violence is about managing monsters. Nor will we do it if we continue to believe that punishment is an adequate substitute for healing. Securing safety will require transforming how we respond to people who commit harm. It will require that we make accountability a central facet of our response to violence.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to express today as a survivor that incarceration doesn't solve the root causes of domestic violence. It does not promote accountability. And in order to, really promote public safety, we have to address racial inequalities that drive violence in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Gabrielle Ingram. I actually got confused on part of it, so it's more of a clarifying question. On when Joyce was presenting the numbers and the increase in percentages in each of those areas, and then Supervisor Kennedy had had mentioned that part of that was related to how well they're doing, and I don't disagree with that, but I'm wondering if I missed something. Was the rise in the percentage due to an influx of cases coming from surrounded counties, or is that rise in percentages due to changes related to COVID-19 and just rises in domestic violence overall? I'm actually not sure. I think I missed something, so I'm trying to clarify that. And that's all I have.
Okay, I'm not sure we're able to respond to public comment, but is there an information, can they email? Yeah, I think that's...
If they email the clerk of the board with the information, we can add that into the record.
Okay, we'll try to add that information into the record to the caller, and if you email the clerk of the board with the specific question, we'll try to give you some feedback. Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes your public comments.
Okay, I want to thank Dawn and Allison and Joyce for your very informative presentations, and we really appreciate it. I know this is a receive and file, and hopefully we can follow up and add some of that protocol to our systems at the county, continue to anyway. Thank you all for being here today. Thanks for your patience in being pushed forward.
Madam Chair, before
I'm sorry, Supervisor Natoli.
Just to your last point, I think it kind of leaves it hanging about the adoption of a strangulation prevention protocol. So maybe just turn to Ann. Would you have our departments review that, and in what format will we see something back? Maybe it's already been integrated into certain aspects of what we're doing, certainly hearing the reports from the folks today, but how would you suggest that we make sure that that gets attended to?
I will take that as a follow-up item and work with the team and see what is the best and most appropriate way to bring that back.
Okay, all right, because again, may or may not require adoption by the board, but if it does, I just want to be sure that it didn't kind of just get left hanging, so, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Okay, next item, please.
Okay. Item 35 is the draft framework for creation of a community review commission.
Okay, I believe Supervisor Kennedy is presenting on this item. Did you want to make some opening comments?
I would appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And I will make them as brief as possible, as we've all heard more from me today than we care to. But
I don't know.
I do want to give a little context of where this came from, how it came to be what it is, and kind of what I intended this document to represent. There's probably a lot of speculation, and I just want to be real clear. First of all, please know that I'm bringing something forward in an effort to create an opportunity for the board to have a discussion and for the community to continue to have a discussion about how we can create better transparency and accountability within law enforcement at the County of Sacramento. You know, a lot's been said over the years about, you know, some people believe there's a need for a sheriff's oversight commission. Some of you, at least two of you, might recall that I worked on a few years ago kind of revamping the Sheriff's Outreach Commission, which really, if you look at the definition of the Sheriff's Outreach Commission and what the Sheriff's Outreach Commission actually does, it's not aligned with its definition and to the practice. It's become really an opportunity as a public relations arm of the Sheriff's Department. And if you look at the definition by ordinance, that wasn't what it was intended to be. When I made the effort to turn that into more of what I think the legislative intent was at the time, 1996, when it was adopted, let's say that the sheriff and I had some animated conversations, which even Mr. Desmond's predecessor, Ms. Peters, volunteered to come in and kind of offer mediation, and we really didn't get anywhere, to be honest with you. And what I found there was that the sheriff, and I'm not talking, let's just make this real clear right now. I'm not talking about Scott Jones. I'm talking, when I say the sheriff, I'm talking about the office of the sheriff. And the office of the sheriff, really has so much autonomy within the Constitution. I mean, it's almost like the University of California, for God's sake, in that this autonomous authority allows a sheriff to really decide when they choose to participate in such organizations. And I give you LA as an example. LA has a Sheriff's Oversight Commission that was established by court order. Much of the language that I put forward as a framework comes from that. But because it's a Sheriff's Oversight Commission, it has not been very successful because the sheriff in Los Angeles County has chosen not to abide by the practices of the Sheriff's Oversight Commission, even ignoring subpoenas when they were served on him. Those still continue to move through the courts, but that has happened. So some will point at Los Angeles as a panacea because they go to a website and they see the definition. But in reality, the definition is not the practice. And so I really did not want my intention to be seen as something as symbolic. I did not want it certainly to be something seen as any kind of a grandstand. I really wanted to create real change. So I embarked upon this about 2 years ago and looked at how I could do this. Started meeting with community organizations, individuals in the community, including law enforcement and former law enforcement. I met with the National Association of Community Oversight of Law Enforcement, NACL, an organization which works with local communities to develop oversight of law enforcement. I even, almost a year to the day, and I know that because it was when COVID was just starting to hit, and it was the last time I got an airplane, went to a NACL conference in Austin. Now, some of you have heard me tell this story, but I think it's worth repeating because it gives the context. So I went to this conference at the LBJ school, law school there, and there was about 75 participants, and all from local government. And we went through, and there was a panel of people who have developed these types of bodies throughout the country. And they have consulted boards such as ours, community organizations that were interested in the subject matter. And finally, after they went around and around, they talked a lot about chiefs of police. And police departments can do this, and to establish one of these, you should do this. And it was chief of police departments again and again and again. Well, finally, somebody about 3 rows up got up, and I found out that of the 75 or so people that were involved in this conference and from local governments, there were 2, him and me, that were from counties, and the rest were all from cities. And finally, he gets up and saying what I was thinking, this is all great, but what if you're from a county? What if you don't have a police chief who is an employee? What if you have an elected sheriff? Then what do we do? And it was disheartening, and certainly a waste. And I, by the way, I used my own funds to go to this conference. It was not the best use of my money, as the answer was, you're kind of screwed. It's a legal term. And that because of the autonomy of a duly elected sheriff under the Constitution, there's a whole lot you cannot do. So that gave me a different approach. And I still felt, there is a need for better openness, transparency, and accountability within law enforcement, whether you have an elected sheriff or you have an appointed chief of police. And that shouldn't matter. Now, so I really kicked around, and again, I've been working on this for 2 years, and I will promise I will try my best not to take pride of authorship in any of this. But 2 years is a long time. So I decided that probably the best way to look at skinning this cat, sorry about that, Don. would be rather than look at this as a arm that's directly affiliated with the sheriff. We cannot grant powers that we ourselves don't have. And so I looked at what is it that we do have that is a body that operates between the sheriff's department and this board. And it was clear it was the Office of Inspector General, particularly since we have a memorandum of understanding in place, as was promulgated by Supervisor Cerna a couple of years ago, to maintain a relationship between the sheriff and the Inspector General that the sheriff couldn't just unilaterally decide not to work with the Inspector General, as had been done, as we all know the history. Instead, have to go through a mediation before it could get to that, and then that mediation held by a retired judge would then determine. So there's already a body there that's kind of acting as the eyes and ears of the Board of Supervisors. Now, some have also said that we need an independent Inspector General, and unfortunately those people aren't aware that we do have an independent Inspector General. The Inspector General is a contractor who works for the Board of Supervisors. The contract is managed by the CEO, which is an employee of the Board of Supervisors. So it's actually the Office of Inspector General is not only there to provide an input and insight to the public and keep the shiny light bright on what's happening within law enforcement, but it's also an arm of the Board of Supervisors. So that's why, if you look at this, it specifically does not say that it is a Sheriff's Oversight Commission. Because regardless of what some emails that I've had, and you've seen them too, there are those who feel that what I am proposing here does not go far enough because it doesn't establish a Sheriff's Oversight Committee. I counter that with saying, I repeat myself, that sure, we could put that down on paper, but it's worth the paper it's written on. And that what this does is goes beyond symbolism and puts actual change and the most sunshine into the operations of law enforcement within the county of Sacramento than has ever been done before. So for those who think that this doesn't go far enough, I think sometimes it's a case of letting perfect be the enemy of good. And so that is why it has been proposed as an arm of the OIG. I also do think that it is not a bad thing, instead of having one person who's responsible for looking at the policies and procedures of the Sheriff's Department, one person who is to review the investigations into physical harm and incidents at the jail and even officer-involved shootings, that we have that person has the opportunity to have eyes and ears in the community to help advise and look at it from a different perspective as the Inspector General might have. Now, a couple of things that this does not do, and it was not by accident. One is you will read and hear people want this body to have subpoena power. To me, this is one of the attributes, the positive attributes of going with the IG form rather than an independent Sheriff's Oversight Commission, because the IG already has, by virtue of us giving it to him or her in the future, subpoena power. So this body, in being an arm of the IG, would have de facto subpoena power in working closely with the IG. Not to mention, this was brought up earlier today by somebody who called me, there's also ample opportunity for this body to go to the grand jury. The grand jury has subpoena power. So this is not lacking in subpoena power. It's just some people are getting caught up on the actual words and not looking at what actually the outcome could be. Some of the other things that community groups have called for is that this body have the role of metering discipline of members of the Sheriff's Department. And I think that not only is that questionable public policy, but it's also impracticable. Again, the law just simply doesn't provide for it. It is encroaching upon a duly elected sheriff. Now, whether you agree with the fact that that the duly elected sheriff has the authority that they have, you need to bring that up to the writers of the Constitution, your legislature. But the fact is, so you'll see F, some people take great umbrage at, says they would serve in a capacity to the Office of Inspector General and the Board of Supervisors without the authority to manage or operate the Sheriff's Department or direct the activities of Sheriff Department employees, including but not limited to the imposition of discipline. Now, all that's stating is the facts. That's not a departure from any policy that we are currently operating under. That's not a departure from any policy that we could operate under. That's just stating the facts. So for those who have concern over that, there's really, if something like this isn't approved, then that doesn't change that. If it is approved, it doesn't change that. So that's kind of my backdrop that I wanted to give on how I personally got here on this trek over the last couple of years. And what I put forward is something that I hope will give the board an opportunity to look at, pick it apart. If there's things in there that the board does not, think are appropriate or necessary, please say so. Same with the public. And if there's some things that are missing here that should be there and that are realistically achievable, then please, I hope this gives an opportunity to do that. This is strictly a beginning of a conversation that I hope to have among the board and the public, and then provide staff with direction to bring back an ordinance which would actually establish a community review commission to the Office of Inspector General. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for that very well thought out, thoughtful, succinct backdrop, which was very helpful for me anyway. I'm going to ask Supervisor Cerna first.
Great, thank you, Chair. So first of all, I want to commend my colleague, Supervisor Kennedy, for taking the time and expending the energy to be very thoughtful about what he's put in front of the board today and the public. At least the conference was in Austin, where you have great food and good music. So
did have some barbecue.
But in all seriousness, I think this is a subject that is very difficult. I mean, it's very difficult to circumnavigate in terms of the limited authority that this Board of Supervisors and every Board of Supervisors has in the state of California relative to having an elected department head charged with being the law enforcement authority for the county. And so it's no easy task to figure out what is going to be practically effective, which I think Supervisor Kennedy in his opening statement clearly articulated was his intent, and not to just check a box and say we did something. But so I really do congratulate him on the time that he has spent putting something together that isn't just going to inspire conversation, but I think actually serves as the architecture and the foundation for hopefully something that this board will ultimately support and implement. One of the things that I've given a lot of thought to relative to this proposal, there have been a few things, but one is a constant reflection on where we start from. What does this board and what does every board have relative to the Sheriff's Department that we can, we could use on a regular basis. And it's often cited by the members of the public that are concerned with the performance of the sheriff's department and certainly by the media, and that's the power of the purse. And I'm not suggesting that we institutionalize holding hostage budgets on a regular basis from a department, but I will tell you that I've said this very thing on numerous occasions, and in fact voted no on the sheriff's budget 2 years in a row, in 18 and 19. And that's because I had some strong disagreements, and you'll recall Supervisor Kennedy, that was right after and in the middle of the whole conflagration with the OIG. And it was very difficult for me to reconcile at the time supporting a budget recommendation along with growth request for that department under that particular leadership, given the performance of that particular leader. And so, again, I'm not necessarily suggesting here and now that we codify, somehow codify budget consideration in this document, but I think it is something worth considering how it might be used in conjunction with our deliberations on budget that occurs every June and September when we, respectfully consider the recommended budget and the final budget. So that's my first comment. Since I've actually not supported the budget in the recent past. I appreciate the explanation that Supervisor Kennedy gives about subpoena power. I appreciate that. I'm just going to wonder out loud, especially given much of the correspondence we've received recently about AB 1185, whether or not there's room in this where we might, in fact, belt and suspenders it. And by that I mean, yes, I totally agree. The OIG can exercise subpoena power at the direction of the board. Grand jury can do the same, but I'm wondering if there's some value, some merit to considering what that recent legislation also grants this body to incorporate into a proposal like this, so that we leave no guesswork as to where the authority lies and what's especially in the direct authority of the Board of Supervisors. So I have that concern. I don't know necessarily today what to do about it or how to frame that, but I think it's worth exploring. So with that, I want to say thank you to Supervisor Kennedy for yeoman's work, and I think we all appreciate what he's done and taken very seriously. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues and members of the public that I assume are on the phone line. And I don't know that we're going to wordsmith this to death today or refine it today, but it does give us a starting point, and that's what's important. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also want to applaud Supervisor Kennedy. I think this is a real good step in the right direction. I mean, our community and communities throughout the state and the country, I think, are clamoring for more oversight, more openness, more transparency in law enforcement, and certainly we're no exception here in Sacramento County. And I think you all know, my background. I'm a retired law enforcement officer, and I'm very proud of that. I support law enforcement, but I also support always improving and reforming the law enforcement. And the only way we can do that is through openness and transparency. And I think the other feature of this review commission, that I like, that it creates a structure for a real meaningful and open dialogue about what's happening in our sheriff's department and in Sacramento County. And I think that's going to be good for everybody, because it seems like a lot of times the discussion is just happening in the media, and maybe it's just half of the information. Want to also echo Supervisor Cerna. His applauding you and your very lawyerly presentation about the legal limitations of what we can and can't do, and I think it is important for people to note that we have legal limitations what we can impose on the sheriff, but we do have some opportunities with existing law, with existing structure through the IG and the grand jury to actually issue a subpoena. And Supervisor Kennedy also mentioned the limitations on imposing discipline, whether it's this kind of oversight body or any oversight body in the state of California. I mean, my understanding is that because of the Public Safety Officers Bill of Rights, I mean, there's very, very strict limitations on how you have to conduct employee discipline for peace officers, and that's a matter of state law. And so obviously we cannot go very far in intruding upon that with a local oversight structure. My one question is, I don't know if the Inspector General had any comments on this, or maybe we'll have a chance to address that later. Could you maybe?
Yes, and I have, every time I have drafted a different copy, I have sent the Inspector General a copy. I will say that when I was the chair of the board was when I negotiated, as the board's representative, I negotiated the contract with him, and he wholeheartedly, when I explained to him that we were expanding the scope of work to include working with a body like this, he wholeheartedly embraced it. Matter of fact, he mentioned that he is a member of NACOL, and he is completely supportive of the concept, and he has again been brought up to speed along with legal counsel as I have changed this document over time, and has not expressed any reservations.
Okay, thank you. That's my comments for now.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would just echo the comments of my colleagues, certainly thanking Supervisor Kennedy for his work on what's before us today, and I think obviously comes with a good deal of certainly I think thorough vetting. Obviously, we're going to hear more from folks today, and we've all received comments in the last few days as this became a more publicly a widely disseminated document. I would just note that one of the thoughts that occurred to me, and I'm certainly very interested in hearing from folks on the phone and others who may only have a chance to just view this as we're talking about this today, but as it relates to the subpoena powers that I think as Supervisor Kennedy kind of drew the lines as to how information through that particular format, a legal format, could be requested. And it may be that in the description that there's a real clear delineation, and again, I'm certainly want to hear some reaction from Supervisor Kennedy and the OIG, but that at the Review Commission's request, there may be a certain procedure protocol set up that authority is vested, as noted with the Board of Supervisors and with the OIG, that there's a clearly understood procedure by which that could be triggered. Either through venue folks making their appeal directly to this board, but that may not be the most convenient nor the most efficient, but through the OIG, and I think that with the formation of a commission. So I offer that as an idea without having really gone into any detail, Patrick, on that. But that may be one way to address it, and because I know there's a reference obviously to recent legislation, and and I think you talked in your overview about how that's at least in one other comparative situation has been ignored by the chief law enforcement or elected officer or sheriff in another county. So I think there may be ways to get to that, to provide some assurance that if the circumstances warrant it and there's understanding about the necessity, that there's a way to utilize that in a pragmatic, but certainly in an approach that allows for the commission in whatever duties are called out for. That they would have that very close association with the OIG and certainly with the board's appointment and formation of a commission going forward. I would also just note that I think that the importance of seeking input and of reviewing comes with a good deal of work, and that you can't expect the commission necessarily to do that all on their own, or that the OIG already has a number of tasks. So I think that as a part of this, And we don't do it in every case with every commission that advises or reviews matters for this board. But I think, what sort of staffing support would go behind that, whether it's clerical and or, whether it's in concert with the OIG. So again, there may be some financial costs associated with it, but I think, to the points made by all of my colleagues thus far today, I think that, what community certainly expectations may be more or less depending upon people's points of view, but I think making sure that there's appropriate support for the work of the commission and that's supported, whether it's budgetarily or through resources that have been identified. I think that's going to be a very important piece of it. And, with that, I certainly, appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I know we've gotten some suggestions regarding, ways to maybe craft this differently, but I think this is a good foundational document. And from what we've heard in these chambers, but certainly in the community for a number of years, will hopefully advance, I think, building trust and also providing for a balance as it relates to review and consideration of items that are of utmost importance to the people in this community from certainly a variety of perspectives, but I think are very, very important. And lastly, I would just say that, the Supervisor Cerna mentioned the budget. I do know that we ask our advisory commissions in all realms, and whether it's in adult and aging or in children's issues or in mental health, in public health, to look at budgetary matters and, provide we solicit that information, and it becomes a part of the body of the board's consideration any given year. So there may be a way to at least provide for the advisory standpoint of budget considerations and for some thorough review of that. So there may be a way to incorporate that as well. So with that, I thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, and with the disclaimer that no cats were injured in the crafting of this ordinance. And yes, again, it's a good place to start from today. So thanks for your work.
I guess I'm last up, and I want to thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for your common sense approach to this. I want to say that there were a lot of things said that I totally agree with, most of which I agree with. And I think this Community Review Commission, I like the fact that you were asking for, it's requiring that its members would have training within 90 days of appointment, so that they would have that background. And I also like that when appropriate, provide independent review to the Board of Supervisors. I did have a couple of things I wanted to ask for, and I know we have some public comment, but I believe the IG's complaint is his complaint form is a complaint and commendation form. So under powers and duties, I wonder if it's possible to also include commendation, the word commendation in there, so that it's not just complaints, it's complaints and commendations, and that would be consistent with the forms and the systems that are in place. I also wanted to ask, under the qualities and types of people we're appointing, if we could add one more bullet that says advocates who represent crime victim issues. I believe that would kind of encompass everyone involved. And there were some public comments that already came in that had, some concern regarding barring law enforcement from the commission, and there was in specific a letter from the Law Enforcement Managers Association that basically suggested or requested the opportunity to have a representative from Lima and also from the Sacramento Sheriff Deputies Association as like an ex officio member or an advisory, like a non-voting member, but that their presence could be there to provide insight on how systems works, like car cameras, or, if there were some specific issues that came up, they could provide experience and knowledge that might better inform the group as they do their research. And I felt like that was a reason. I feel like I'd like to see that. It wouldn't be a voting member, but at least they're present and they're there to help, because that's the whole goal, is to improve communications, which I think this is I think this could actually help our IG. I think, I want to say, our Inspector General has done an amazing job. I don't know how everyone else feels, but every time I've had a constituent who had a concern, he's gone out of his way. He's very compassionate, and he's done a really good job. So this, I feel, could be a way to really improve those communications between the IG and the general public, and help people better understand that they can go to the IG, but also improve communications between us and the sheriff and the IG and the public, which, like you said, you're looking for results. So that's three changes that I would like to see. I would also like to hear public comment. Let's see. I think I'm going to leave it at that for now, and I'm going to go to Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address the one, because I saw that same letter from law enforcement management associations, and here was my thinking. And that's that there's nothing to preclude them from coming as needed, as determined by the Inspector General or the Community Review Commission, to come in and present, to come in and clarify, to come in and give further edification on practices and procedures. Now, keep in mind that hopefully we'll always pick IGs like we do currently who have that expertise to be able to do that. So they're, just by virtue of the fact that the Inspector General is so closely tied here, there is law enforcement background there, but we don't know who the OIG is always going to be. So I guess nothing here precludes them from coming in. My hesitation with having them as a regular member of the commission, whether it's ex officio, non-voting or not, is that, let's face it, law enforcement, aren't always, all due respect, aren't always trained to be subtle. And I'm afraid of an imbalance of power that might occur when you get someone who, it happens to us when we go to certain meetings and we speak up. We have to be careful, because sometimes our words carry louder than members of the public by virtue of who we are. Same thing. If you have someone come in and be a member of this wearing a badge, I just think it sets a different tone, and that's why I purposely did not include it after those comments were made.
Will the commission meetings be noticed, so they'll be aware of the meetings and all that?
That's the intention, yes.
Okay. Okay, Supervisor Desmond. Thanks, Supervisor Kennedy.
No offense taken. So thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. And I get that. I understand. I did not see the letter that came in. I guess I'll just check my email. I don't see it. But I was going to wait till after public comment and continue the discussion, but I might as well, since it came up now. I think to myself that I don't know if there's any other. I know law enforcement's unique, obviously, because of the great powers that come along with being in law enforcement that the public provides to law enforcement. But I haven't seen any other structure where we don't include labor representation on groups sometimes. So that is something that I want to think about some more, and even ex officio. And the other thing is I do think, and so I was involved in my prior life working on AB 953, which was a Dr. Shirley Weber bill. It was established, it was the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, and a lot of the time was spent on devising how the oversight board would be composed. And, I think everybody agreed there are some very forceful advocates on both sides, on the law enforcement supporters and law enforcement critics, and that's the way it should be. And I think we endeavored really to create a balanced oversight board that allowed kind of representation from both of those kinds of voices. And so one thing I was going to ask you about later is, you have the prohibition in here on C, commission membership C. I understand no elected official, no active law enforcement member, totally get that, but an entity representing a law enforcement agency, does that mean then that an advocate or a lobbyist that works on behalf of law enforcement agencies would not be able to be included, but someone who was on the other side might be able to be included? Because I was wondering about that, and I'm wondering, is that something you'd reconsider in this proposal?
Well, again, it's not a question of me reconsidering.
Right. For purposes of our discussion.
Yeah, right.
That's something that I would want to discuss with you more, or with my colleagues more.
Yes, the intention would be not to, have a member who represents a law enforcement organization. Be it, a PORAC, or it doesn't have to be a member of law.
Chiefs of police or something.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have no further members in the queue, so maybe we can go to public comment.
Yes. Please transfer the caller. And you have about 7 public comments.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Miguel Garcia, and I am with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, located in Supervisor Cerna's district. I would like to commend Supervisor Kennedy for his efforts in putting forth a draft proposal to creating a community review commission to improve public transparency and accountability regarding the Sacramento Sheriff Department. However, while the draft falls short of it being effective, while ambitious, the draft falls short of being an effective CRC. It does not include subpoena power, which is helpful when transparency falls short between a law enforcement agency and the community. Last year, Governor Newsom signed AB 1185 into law, which authorizes a county to establish a sheriff oversight board to assist the supervisors in overseeing the sheriff's actions. The law also allows the sheriff's oversight board chair and the inspector general to issue a subpoena deemed when necessary. Furthermore, the CRC should have access to evaluate facilities and programs to ensure that those incarcerated receive rehabilitative programming and confinement conditions meet best practices. Thank you for taking these recommendations. Have a great day and be safe.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Alan Ash, the chair of the Sacramento ACLU chapter, representing several thousand ACLU members in Sacramento County. I've come before this board several times over the last few years expressing our support for community-based sheriff oversight with subpoena power as the best chance for accountability and transparency that the Sacramento County community can trust. Our ACLU chapter even held a public forum in 2019, which Supervisor Cerna attended. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And the topic of the forum was sheriff oversight and Assemblymember Kevin McCarty's sheriff oversight bill, AB 1185, which passed in 2020, authorizing the community-based sheriff oversight with subpoena power that we support. So, as a resident of District 3, I was particularly gratified to hear my new supervisor, Supervisor Desmond, during a debate last June, expressed his support for AB 1185 and its community-based sheriff oversight with subpoena power, saying in answer to a question about sheriff oversight, quote, "I have talked to Mr. McCarty, Assemblymember McCarty, about a bill of his to establish more independent citizens' oversight over law enforcement agencies in the state of California. I think that is a legislative policy whose time has come," end quote. So now the time has come for Supervisor Desmond to make good on his campaign promise and reiterate his support for AB 1185 and its community-based sheriff oversight with subpoena power as part of this proposal. I hope you will keep your campaign promise after winning such a close race, Supervisor Desmond. And thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for putting this important item on the agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Kula Koenig. I'm a resident of District 3. Calling today, actually, my comments are twofold. One, it is calling to express disappointment for Supervisor Kennedy, who I've known for many years, who I don't always agree with on issues, but who for over a decade I've always had a respectful relationship with. Supervisor Kennedy said that at the beginning of this item that this is a conversation and that things here are not set in stone. So when he said that, I was really confused because when I reached out to him, as someone who's known him for a long time, that's expressed some of the same concerns and consideration that is brought up today, that even Supervisor Stern had talked about considering AB 1185 in that framework, that I was screamed at and not allowed to talk and hung up on. I didn't get the same respect that you all have today being able to talk about this. I reached out because I've known you for a long time to give you a heads up and say maybe there's something that we can work out. And instead, I was screamed at. There were cuss words used, and you hung up on me. And I still have not received an apology via phone call. If you screamed at me via phone call and hung up on me, then you should call me and apologize as somebody. I deserve that respect. Now, to the meat of this proposal. As we said, AB 1185 has a framework that does authorize the county to establish a sheriff oversight board. And I think that that's something that we should consider and talk about. If this is the beginning of a conversation, Supervisor Kennedy, then why not start with something strong, right? Especially, like, if this is just the beginning, then if you're not grandstanding, start with something really strong that's going to make an impact. Shoot for the moon and then see where we land. Be bold. That is all I've always asked of this board when I call in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
While I would like to assume good intentions, I have issues with the proposal that is weak and not what community members were requesting from the outset. When something like this comes along, it needs to be thoughtful in its implementation to ensure that it's actually addressing the issues that community members see at the sheriff's level. Ideally, we would like this to go so far as to ensure not only no future consent decrees, but also sufficient oversight to help stem the tide of lawsuits which take money away from community investment and pay them out so the sheriff can continue violating the Constitution and people's rights. Something like this with half measures that doesn't actually potentially threaten the sheriff with consequences is almost worse than nothing, because it lulls the public into a sense of complacency as though something has been done when in reality it hasn't. And it allows the sheriff to push the narrative that he is now accountable. And the funny thing is that I am betting that he is even opposed to these small measures despite its shortcomings. And that really gets to the core of the issue. Scott doesn't want to be held accountable to follow the law the way he holds the rest of us accountable for following the law. Police don't want to be held accountable to follow the law. That's why the Police Officers' Bill of Rights and Qualified Immunity exists. That is a system that is fundamentally broken. If anything, sheriffs and other law enforcement officers need to be held to a higher standard. Otherwise, all we're doing is perpetuating a race to the bottom as we allow breaking of the law if you're wearing the right uniform. Please listen to the community. Please make actual, meaningful reforms surrounding keeping all law enforcement accountable to the communities that they serve through a community-selected group who isn't subject to the whims of the board or intimidation by law enforcement. Law enforcement already has outsized influence, and the last thing we need is them on such a committee and stifling discussion and acting as a scare tactic of sorts. After all, if they haven't done anything wrong, what do they have to fear by being held accountable? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Could you please get that caller back on the line? I accidentally disconnected that. My finger hit the wrong button. Could you send the next caller? I apologize for that. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah. As much as I'm calling in from District 1, Phil Cerna's district, and as much as I really want to support this commission, which I do support in principle, this framework right here is just not enough, period, full stop. And Supervisor Kennedy knows that. If he was actually, like, I heard that he went to a NACOL conference, which is great. I actually respect NACOL, but if that is your idea of honest community input and dialogue on this proposal over the past 2 years, that's a joke. It's not even just a joke, it's an insult to me personally. Because there have been people in this community that have been actively working on this issue for years. It's not just political points for us, it's our lives. And right now, when you can't even back giving it its own subpoena power, despite the fact that there is now a law in place in California where you can put budgets, where you can put this a sheriff oversight board with subpoena power in county law, it just shows a lack of vision. It's not just a willful doubling down on past ideas. I want to work with you on this, Supervisor Kennedy. I'm not just up here for calling in all the time for my personal health. I want to actually have a government that represents me, that actually protects my interests and my well-being. But right now, it just constantly seems like the majority of you up on this days are only concerned about covering your own asses. And I'm sick of it. You can give subpoena power. So you have an example beyond just Los Angeles. San Francisco, just in 2020, just passed a community or sheriff's oversight board with subpoena power and established an office of inspector general with subpoena power. You can't have both. It can pass here in Sacramento County.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please, sir?
Through this board of supervisors, do it through the voters themselves.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please, sir?
Yes, I'll wrap up my comments and just remind the board that Scott Jones only has less than 10% of total county population supporting him.
Thank you.
The rest definitely want.
Please send the next caller. And I didn't actually hang up on that person. That was the caller. Sorry.
Oh, good.
I just want to put that on the record.
Those things happen every now and then, unfortunately.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Marshall Arnwine. I work for the ACLU of Northern California in our Sacramento office. I serve in the role of criminal justice advocate, specializing in police practices. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for taking this important initiative to create a community review commission that aims to improve public transparency and accountability with the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. However, it is our position that the draft framework is not sufficient because it lacks the strength the community deserves. Lack of subpoena power granted to the commission is a non-starter. Not providing the commission a powerful tool is unacceptable, especially given the legal support given to it. AB 1185 states the bill would authorize the chair of the oversight board and the Inspector General to issue subpoena or subpoena duces to come when deemed necessary to investigate a matter within their jurisdiction. To be effective, a community review board must have ample authority to conduct independent investigations. Additionally, it is important to highlight that oversight boards possessing subpoena power is not uncommon. In November 2020, San Francisco County passed Proposition D, a charter amendment to provide both the OIG and oversight board subpoena power. San Francisco chose to navigate the ballot initiative route, but the key to note is that if San Francisco County can include subpoena powers to the oversight board, the County of Sacramento can as well. In conclusion, a strong Commission Review Board must include subpoena power. Additionally, the Commission Review Board should also include the following. 1, adequate budget and funding for the success of the Review Board. 2, the community should have involvement in the process of selecting a diverse Commission membership. 3, community engagement is critical to seek input from the public and people incarcerated regarding the Sheriff Department operations and jail conditions. The time for justice is always now. We at the ACLU and countless grassroots organizations are committed to working with you, Supervisor Kennedy, and the rest of the board members to establish a creation of a powerful independent civilian oversight. Let's collaborate and give Sacramento County what we deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. And I believe this is your last caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Rhonda Rios-Kravitz. I'm a co-founder of the Sacramento Immigration Coalition, and we brought forth to the board a strong civilian independent review board 2 years ago. The draft proposal written by Supervisor Kennedy is not strong enough to increase public transparency and accountability in the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. As a community activist, I am calling on the county to create meaningful community oversight through a strong and effective community review commission with real investigative powers, which include subpoena power. Kennedy's proposal erects barriers to stop the Civilian Review Board from carrying out meaningful oversight. Impediments include not bestowing the commission with necessary investigative powers, such as subpoena power, inadequately funding the commission, not having a majority board membership that is nominated by civic and community organizations. This structure would ensure community voice, not giving the commission a broad scope to review complaints. And while the sheriff makes final decisions regarding discipline, the sheriff in Kennedy's model is not bound by the independent factual investigation of the commission. This model severely limits transparency, and the commission is not enabled to review underlying policies that may lead to civil rights violations. The Seton Hall Law Review article, Getting It Right, Building Effective Civilian Review Boards, noted, arguably, a weak civilian board is worse than no civilian board. We cannot create a weak civilian board. We must create a strong and effective commission from the start. As members of the community, we cannot be silent. We need the Board of Supervisors to lead, to use reason and courage to do what is necessary to address the problematic policing practices and to support a strong civilian review board. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your public comments.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Okay, I'll just address a few of those and also those of my colleagues. I won't get into everything that I said at the beginning. Let's make it clear, I'm not opposed to subpoena power. I just wanted to have this discussion on the necessity for it under the current establishment and the structure of the OIG. And so, you know, if the board so wishes for subpoena power to be within this body, you know, this supervisor supports that. The staffing support that Supervisor Natoli and one or two of the callers brought up, I think is absolutely an oversight. And I think that clearly there would have to be some kind of staffing support, and we would have to have those discussions come budget time with our staff. if we've come short of having subpoena power, at the very least, Supervisor Natoli's comments regarding some kind of clear delineation and an understanding of how this body, the CRC, could ascertain a subpoena through the OIG or through the board, and I don't know what that looks like, but that's certainly another option that this one board member would entertain, and those are, I guess, the areas that were clearest to me during those calls and the comments of the board members. Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I appreciate the folks that waited patiently to address the board on this important matter. And again, I want to thank Supervisor Kennedy for at least being willing to step out and I think, contrary to what some may have said, I think gave a lot of thought and did genuinely work in the direction I think that he believes in, and the board at the time before the legislation that's been mentioned several times now was adopted. But now that legislation has been adopted, and I'm glad to hear that Supervisor Kennedy is at least open to, as I mentioned earlier, belt and suspendering this. I think it is worthy of a second look in terms of how that legislation would help shape or fit in, or how this would fit into the 1185 construct. That'll take some more work. And as we did with the memorandum of understanding, I worked to develop the concept of what the MOU would attempt to do, and Supervisor Kennedy did the heavy lifting of trying to function as a shuttle diplomat at times, working with the sheriff's department, with the sheriff himself, to get buy-in with regard to that MOU that he mentioned earlier. So I'd like to suggest that I think we've heard pretty consistently from, at least today, from the public about some aspects of this, but I'd like to offer that perhaps he and I work together again as a loose committee, and consider how we can strengthen this with regard to AB 1185. Of course, I'd only suggest that if there are other members of this board that think that that's worthwhile, but I just wanted to throw it out there. I don't think one member of the board should have to shoulder the full burden of this critical effort by himself or herself. So that's kind of where I'm at. And again, I'm hoping that Supervisor Kennedy is not frustrated or demoralized by some of the comments that were made by the public. Again, we're closer to this than a lot of other folks, and so I've seen for myself very closely his high regard for making this as good as he thinks it should be, and that we think it should be. But at this point, again, I think it's a great start, and we shouldn't ignore it by any means. I just think there's probably some room for improvement. Thank you.
Any other comments from members?
Just for the record, that was exactly the intention of bringing it forward today, was to have that conversation.
So Supervisor Cerna has suggested dividing off a committee. I don't know how other members feel about it. I want to be part of the conversation also, but I don't, and I feel like Supervisor Kennedy has done a lot of, I mean, I don't know how you could come more prepared than he did. So I'm not sure what work that would look like, but I'm not opposed to that if they want to do that. I just want to be in the conversation ultimately. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I was going to say that to the suggestion, in certainly in light of comments, but also board member comments and others who maybe, we'll get a chance to look at this in greater detail. I mean, it's only been out in the general public for a few days. It would seem to me that maybe the way to come back with this would be obviously recognizing there will be, potentially different points of view, but using this as the backdrop, certainly respecting the comments that were taken into account today, to maybe come back with some, some alternates in the sense of how structures would work, recognizing the strong desire to, by certainly those that spoke today, to have subpoena powers, and how that would be incorporated into, the framework for the establishment of a commission with whatever it would be charged with, and maybe using some of the backdrop for what is now law in statute, but also I think the good work that Supervisor Kennedy's done. So that might be, I think it would be helpful to look at, again, we can tailor that, in different ways. Obviously, the board's going to make the decision here on behalf of the broader community, and I think we want to try to get it, as right as we can, as it relates to certainly points of view, but the authorities that would be vested with the commission, and the authorities that are already vested in law, either for this board, for elected sheriffs, for certainly our MOU with the Office of Inspector General and the Inspector General as well. So I think that would be helpful, and that may be some of the work, and it certainly keeps us all in the conversation because it has to come back in this format anyways.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. So one more time, if I might suggest that we, because again, the intention was never to have anything finalized today or anywhere in the foreseeable future until we get it right. And you all know who know me up here know that I'm the last guy that wants to wordsmith from the dais. Very little good law is ever created that way. Might I recommend, Madam Chair, that we take Supervisor Cerna up on the offer, and he and I take another run at this and bring it back to the board. And if we need to go another round, so be it. But I think that is a good next step.
Okay. I think that is all that we needed was guidance, right? Just our intent moving forward. I think that's a good plan. So Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy will carry on and with the crafting of the details of the commission. And so with that, I believe we're ready for our next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes. This is your nominations, and then when we conclude the nominations, you do have one public comment caller. You are continuing to February 23rd, the Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council. You are continuing to March 9th, the Adult and Aging Commission Assessment Appeals Board, Children's Coalition, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, Public Health Advisory Board, Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, Sacramento Environmental Commission. You're continuing to March 23rd, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, County Planning Commission, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And so for your first item is the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please nominate Matthew Kearney for reappointment and continue the remainder to March 9th.
Okay, Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council. Okay.
Please continue to March 9th. Sorry.
Okay. And then we have Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to March 9th.
And Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to March 9th.
Okay. And then we have the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council.
Need to hold that over for 2 weeks, please. February 23rd.
23rd, okay. The Elk Grove Consumnes Cemetery District.
February 23rd, please.
Okay. And we have Fair Oaks Cemetery District, Supervisor Desmond.
Hold over to March 3rd, or March 9th, please.
Okay. And Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Robert Klaus for reappointment.
Got it. Okay, and then we have the Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Desmond.
Please hold over to March 9th.
And Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Chad Bowman for reappointment.
Okay, and then we have the Galt Arno Cemetery District, Supervisor Natoli.
February 23rd, please.
Okay. Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council.
March 9th, please.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair, I wanted to just put on the record for Rio Linda that we're withdrawing the nomination.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was made on January 26th.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, can you please send the caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for taking my call. I am greatly concerned that I have been asking now for several months regarding these appointments and the nominations as to why is the public not being allowed to know who these nominations are and what their qualifications are, and to see their applications. Their applications could be redacted as far as any personal information, but other Board of Supervisors in other counties allow the public to know who is being appointed to these public commissions. Thank you very much. I will hope to get an answer, and I will listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and that concludes your public comments.
Okay, next item, please.
It would be the county executive comments.
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to serve as your interim county executive and make my commitment to serve you, the community, and all county employees. So thank you for the opportunity.
We're happy to have you, Ann, and there are a couple of board members queued up to talk. So we'll start with Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you to the CEO. I know it seems early, but we've been talking for some time about illegal fireworks. For some time, I can say the 6 years I've been here, and you know, it's no longer a June and July issue, but of course that's the June, July, and January are the big moments. But I have participated, as have others on the board, in calls and meetings with some very, very well thought out people who have come up with ideas that I think could be effective. So my recommendation is that we reach out to the fire marshal at the city of Sacramento, who has been very heavily involved with this and planning what the city's doing. I think it's exemplary what they have, and it's really, I think the fire marshal is thinking outside the box by also working with the legitimate industry, not with the illegal fireworks. As a matter of fact, there's a program, a software program that has been developed by the industry to help report these things, to make it easy for law enforcement to work around it. So I guess my direction would be is that we reach out to the fire marshal. They've done a lot of the legwork over at City, and see how we can plug ourselves into something similar or continue to work with them.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Great comment by my colleague about fireworks. I'm one of those members that has been routinely engaged with a group of advocates that are looking for thoughtful solutions, as Supervisor Kennedy mentioned, including what the City of Sacramento is working on and the prospect of maybe doing something consistent. But I think the time has definitely come, and I, as the supervisor that represents a comparatively minimal amount of population in the urbanized, unincorporated county, I still do get the concerns and complaints that come my way. And Supervisor Kennedy's right; it's not just on July 4th or soon after New Year's. In fact, I had some aerial fireworks going off in my neighborhood about 3 weeks ago for no apparent reason, but well, I could actually think of it one anyhow. I do think it's time to engage with this group in a more formalized manner. They're going supervisor by supervisor right now, so I think it's a great suggestion that Patrick makes. I just wanted to publicly thank our now interim CEO, Ann Edwards, for her help in addressing a real concern that a few AIDS, HIV advocates had brought to my attention and to, I believe, other members' attention in recent weeks concerning funding for clinic improvements at our primary health care center at Stockton and Broadway. I know that this was the result of perhaps a miscommunication that has now since been resolved between our fiscal hawks here at Sacramento County and Ann's executive team. So it's good to know that that is behind us, and that we're going to look forward to hopefully a ribbon cutting in the not too distant future to have the improved space that's necessary to serve those parts of our community that are most impacted by HIV/AIDS. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, congratulations to Ann, and appreciate your work thus far, and look forward to working with you in your now the official interim capacity. Wanted to ask about an item that has a couple of different elements to it, but our board has talked about it on a number of occasions. That relates to, and I mentioned it earlier in a whole unrelated item this morning, as it relates to Jackson Highway and the situation there. Recognize, obviously, County Counsel's office has been involved in some of the issues, but again, I've seen correspondence. There's other people now corresponding with me. Much of that highway runs through the district I represent. Certainly share it with Supervisor Frost, but also there are issues not just related to anything that may have been pending before this board, but to previous board direction was given and other things that have evolved. I know other members of this board have probably been spoken to about it, but when we last left this in the public setting a few months ago, we were going to come back and have some discussion around that. I guess we charged Mr. Hartwig with talking with Caltrans. I got to tell you, I've had no report from that level anyway, and I certainly have talked to Mr. Vicari, and I recognize the sensitivity, and so at least if I'm getting too far astray here, let me know. But well, I guess my request is that you need to come back to this board and and if there's issues that relate to litigation, that's one thing, but there's a policy discussion that still needs to happen around this, and I would like to see at some point we can get that back before us, or we can know where we are with that task. And again, it's not all on County Council, it's not all on the County Executive, but to me, now I'm getting other feedback. I'll share with Council and recent feedback as recently as yesterday, correspondence, and I can't really respond to folks because I don't know where we're at. So I put that out there, and in fairness to people who may have been working on this, but I do think there's some level of engagement that this board needs to be called upon, but also obviously we need to make sure that we're addressing other elements of it. So.
Yes, and I do agree. There are two separate issues. Some things we can talk about in public session, and some things we cannot. But we will work on an update for you very, very shortly in the next couple of weeks.
Thanks. I also wanted to then just to be assured that the report back, long overdue in my view, on Beachstone Lakes is going to be set for February 23rd agenda. Is that correct? And we've got adequate time to have conversation around the status of that. It will be new to at least one member of this board. maybe not real new since his family's from down in the area, but I'm very interested. It's been a long time coming, and I appreciate the fact that I've been at least told that we're going to have that item before us for some board updates and conversations. Is that correct? Stone Lakes?
Let me check.
Are you for the 23rd?
Mm-hmm.
It might be on our...
In the afternoon?
I don't have... We're still working on that schedule to confirm it.
Because I know we added a bunch of stuff today. We moved stuff to the 23rd, but
right.
Again, it's been long delayed. It's probably a year and a half overdue in my view, and that may not be that everybody's.
I'll confirm the schedule with Ann once we work everything around, and I've made a note.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be, because I've told people that was what was assured to me by others in the organization. So. Not the two I'm not talking to here right now. So, okay, that's
Ms.
all I
Shanks just texted me and said that it will be on the agenda on the 23rd.
In the afternoon?
She just said on the 23rd. So
okay, anyway,
probably.
Okay.
I'll let you,
well,
we'll let you
need
know.
To have sufficient time so it doesn't get too squeezed with everything else. So, and then I do have an adjournment, Madam Chair, when we're done with any other board member comments.
I also have an adjournment, so if I don't see anyone else queued up to speak, so if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay. Well, today I had asked that we adjourn in memory of someone who served this county for many, many years. That's Paulino Duran, who served as our public defender, who passed away just a couple of weeks ago on January 29th. As many in these chambers know, but maybe not known to others, Paulino was the public defender of Sacramento County, and I see a good photograph of him for 25 years. At the time of his retirement in 2018, he was the longest serving public defender anywhere in the state of California. And that may be a record that still stands. Just by way of background, Paulino and his family immigrated from Mexico to the United States. And as a child, became a U.S. citizen. In his teens, it was noted that his family, he worked with his family alongside many others who labored in the fields, putting food and fiber on the tables, and certainly working hard to, I think, to bring fruits and vegetables to people throughout the nation. And I think one of the things that was conveyed in his experience in working alongside family and others who work in the agricultural industry, he learned certainly the value of hard work, but also how important it was. It was instilled the value, as I'm sure others can speak to, of pursuing an education. And so he did just that. He was encouraged by his family members to pursue his education. He went on to obviously graduate from high school and then to college, where he obtained his undergraduate degree at San Francisco State and graduated from law school at the University of San Francisco. He then went on to instruct and teach at the University of California Hastings School of Law. And prior to coming to Sacramento County, he served with Marin County in the Public Defender's Office, where he rose through the ranks to become Chief Deputy. He began his work here as Sacramento County's Public Defender and with our office in 1993, where he worked tirelessly until his retirement, and obviously with the goal of providing equality and justice for all those that were served by his office. He was deeply devoted to his family, and I know certainly enjoyed the love and support of his family throughout his lifetime, and obviously we joined him in mourning his loss or his passing. And so today, and I want to thank the chair for helping with some of the information here. I want to ask that we close certainly in his memory, but also words that have been ascribed to how he lived his life and certainly carried out his professional work, but also obviously his interactions with people at whatever level. And to put forward a quote that may you personally never need the services of the Office of the Public Defender. This is a tribute to Paulino. But if you do, be assured that you will receive quality legal representation. He also went on to say, be proud of the fact that the employees within this law firm, the county's law firm, the Public Defender's Office, are ensuring that the law is upheld in fact, principle, and spirit. So it's with certainly our heartfelt sympathies going to Paulino's family that we certainly commend his service to the people of Sacramento County, his kindness, his exemplary work, and his humanity and his work to serve justice for people from all walks of life. Thanks.
Thank you, Dawn. That was a beautiful tribute, and I just want to say I had the opportunity to meet Paulino Duran in 2017 when I was first installed into my office for District 4, and I'll never forget how he underscored the passion of the Public Defender's Office and all of the public defenders who make sure that everybody has equal representation, adequate equal representation under the law. And so I want to thank our public defenders for all that they do, and I'm sorry that we have to say goodbye to these friends. I also have would like to close in memoriam of Don Allen Flesh, who was born July 11, 1931, and passed on January 17, 2021. Don Flesh passed away on January 17, 2021. He was born to Muriel and William Flesh in New York. He lived his life in Rio Linda. Don served in the United States Air Force from 1948 to 1952 and was stationed in Greenland. For the past 40 years, Don helped to keep Rio Linda community informed with the local news. He was the founder, owner, publisher, and editor of the Rio Linda, Alberta News. Prior to that, he published the World newspaper in Rio Linda. Don published the Rio Linda, Alberta News every week, never missing a single publication. Don was very active in the community. He served as the board president for the Rio Linda, Alberta Chamber of Commerce for several years. He also ran for honorary mayor's race with the help of other members, which is also a major fundraiser for the community, as well as a Christmas decorations contest. Don was a lifetime member of the VFW Post 4647, American Legion Post 521, the Rio Linda, Alberta Historical Society, and the Hall of Fame member in the West Swing Society for his contribution to country music. Don loved country music, and his idol was Marty Robbins. Don sang almost every one of Marty's songs. Don played rhythm guitar and had a band called the Debonaires, along with his friends Delmar Christensen and Bill Emery. They played at the VFW, the American Legion, the Moose Lodge, and private parties. Don is survived by his wife Kathy, their son Donnie, stepsons Steve, Paul, Travis, and Christopher, along with many grandchildren, nieces, nephews, as well as his sisters, Muriel, Kathy, and Sandy, and brother Bill. Don was a loving husband, father, brother, uncle, and friend. He touched many lives and will be deeply missed by his family, friends, and everyone who knew him. He may be gone, but he will not be forgotten. May he rest in peace. And so with that, I see no members wishing to speak. We have carried on our business. And so tonight we adjourn in memory of Paulino Duran and Don Flesh. And this meeting is adjourned.